Not my fault this time.
Specifically Boudica let it slip, okay?
Boudica
I
let it
gotta
slip.
take my...
Okay.
Not my fault.
I didn't actually remember whose fault it was. I didn't write it down.
It was mine.
We're approaching kind of the storm wall where we could see like basically the wall of like a lot of like lightning and heavy rain. Um and so we saw like a very clear division between Lords and the Hag's domain. Um and let's see, I believe we left off just right outside the shack.
Pretty
Can I ask
much.
a question?
Yeah, go for it.
What can you expand on Bear saying things might not be fixable?
Uh Jamie, that was your conversation. Do you want to do that?
Essentially was saying a don't take the approach that everything's going to be fine just because you want it to be. There are some things that are unfixable, like people dying. For example, what happened to Quinn. And so, while broad situations might end up okay, there are certain things that you just can't come back from. Therefore, be careful.
Okay.
But yeah, that was the general gist. Basically,
It was
like,
very much a more reactionary statement and not a vague, what's the word? Ominous warning.
no, it
Because
was,
Neza,
yeah.
yeah, Neza had essentially, Bear was like, please come back alive, and Neza was like, we'll be fine, nothing's unfixable, and that's what prompted it.
And he was like, yo, like, people can die. So,
Gotcha. Okay.
don't be
Got it.
flippant with your lives.
Yep. Got it.
Yeah. This point, you all find yourselves outside of this shack with this strange, like, golden kind of like rod sticking out of the ground 50 feet. The shack itself is made up of like this dark, aged wood. Um, Windows that have long since been covered by dust from the inside. It seems very unassuming, honestly.
Hmm.
You guys doing anything?
I
Uh,
mean, I'll go ahead and take kind of like a. I don't really want to touch the shack yet, but I'll take a closer look at it if I can. Scurry a bit closer.
Gotcha. I mean, making your way a bit closer, it's probably a 2 or 3 room shack. The roof is kind of like bowing in at certain sections, but it just seems like old. Not a lot going on here.
Does it seem like it's been inhabited any time recently?
No check required for this. No. It seems to have been long since abandoned.
Gotcha. Do I see any signs of like cracks or anything like that besides ours?
Make a physical check, and this you could use your survivalist.
Uh, Physical, you said?
Yeah, physical.
Two.
2. As you're looking and getting closer to the shack itself, there are places here where it looks like the ground has been indented in these places, specifically moving towards the closed door of this shack. So there is definitely wear still here on the ground from people, maybe even groups of people going into this place.
Okay. But it seems like the snow has had time to sort of cover it up a
Yeah.
decent amount.
And it has been
And it
snowing for long, but it's still like covered things a little bit.
Okay. And it is like person size tracks.
Yeah, humanoid. It's not like, oh my
Okay.
god, a giant walked here. No.
And also not like raccoons
Probably.
or deer.
No, it doesn't look like deer or raccoon tracks.
Gotcha. Who wants to go first?
I'll do it.
Could we'll do it next to you, going first.
I will be behind Boudica.
I'm gonna stand back here where I can shoot from.
Okay, nerd.
I'll stand next to you.
Nerd.
Nerds. Two of them.
Two
Fine,
nerds.
see if I fix your broken arm.
You are a very lovely
Nerd.
man.
Thank you, Agus.
I am not an Aether Soul. I can't keep on calling him a nerd.
Fine. Nerd, affectionate.
All right. Well, I'm.
You know
rushing
what?
out the door.
You know what? I'll take it.
Right. You're pushing in through the door, then, Aoife?
Yep.
Alright, then, as you kind of place your hand on the door, it's a little bit stuck, but you can kind of like force it open a bit as there's this puff of kind of like dust as you do. And kind of on the inside, there appears to be like a main like sitting room with like this old caved in what seems to be like fireplace. There then seems to be a kitchen kind of connecting to it, a door at like the far end of the room that might lead to like a bedroom or something, and then a giant hole in the floor.
I want to check out the giant hole in the floor. What's up with that?
It's about 5 or 6 feet in diameter and seems to have been like bored through the wooden floor of this place, maybe caved in. There are 4 or 5 different ropes attached via everything from pitons, just tying off to pieces of aged furniture, to even like intricate climbing systems that all kind of descend downward into like what appears to be a mound of earth, maybe 30 or 40 feet down. And from where you are, Aoife, you also hear the faint, like, splish splashing of water below, too.
I don't
How
suppose
far
Oh, go ahead.
down does it sound like the splish splash is like distant and like an echo traveling up or like near?
It sounds more near, probably near the mound of earth that you can see at the bottom.
And how far down is that again?
About 30 or 40 feet down.
There's not really a way for me to tell how long the ropes have been there, is there?
Make a mental check.
Mental. One success.
You can tell that they've been here for varying amounts of time. You wouldn't call all of these new ropes, but they're not ancient. So, again, for some of them a few years, for others a few decades.
Can I see anything else inside on the interior of the house? Anything like carved into a banister, ashes in the fireplace, anything like that?
Sure. Make for me a mental check to see what you are able to find and discern.
Can I use survivalist for this?
I wouldn't say you could use survivalist, but I'd say you could get benefit 1 on this check.
Okay. Benefit 1, you said?
Yep.
That's 4.
4. You find that the roof of this building has seemingly been repaired many times over. The kitchen appears to have been used to cook, more recently than you would have expected. Like, there's not as much dust here, so it's been used by some people. The furniture in kind of like the sitting room seems to have dust removed from that as well. And you do find some ashes in the fireplace, although like kind of scattered and moved long since dead. Who knows how long they've been here. And you go to kind of the door at the far back of this room and kind of open it up, and the entirety of the inside of this room has been burned, it looks like. Where
Oh.
there is like the remaining skeleton of a bed frame, what might have been like a desk, bunch of piles of ash lying around, but whatever was in this room has been pretty thoroughly destroyed.
Okay. And the desk, just to check, like, even the interiors of the drawers are, like, fully...
Oh yeah, like this desk was put to the torch.
Okay, this was total.
Yeah, this was total, and
Um,
you would, with 4 successes, you would almost use the word thorough with how well
Gotcha.
this room was destroyed.
Sort of secondary question then. Looking at the roof, how likely / imminent does a collapse seem?
On the outside, it looks rough. On the inside, this roof might be better than your roof at home in
Oh.
terms of structural stability.
Alright, fair enough. So it's been, like, reinforced a number of
A
times, or just, like,
number of
really well one time?
No, a number of
Number of
times.
times.
Like, you can see different types of wood, different types of iron fastenings. You can see even at certain points like rope tying things together, although the rope seems more old and dated. But no, like, this roof is in really good condition.
Seems like a decent number of people know about this building and are invested in keeping it structurally sound.
Good.
Yeah, that's weird.
Maybe we can take the roof back home with us.
Wish that was how that worked.
Yeah, unfortunately it isn't. So what are we doing? Are we going down the hole?
I want to go down in the hole.
Alright.
I suppose that is the next destination.
You said it was like, what, 30 feet down?
About 30 feet down, yeah.
Would you mind at all if I went first?
If you so desire, nerd.
If you want.
I will go down the rope. I'll pick what I think is the sturdiest one and go down.
Gotcha. You can kind of try a few. You tug on one, it breaks away, and you're like, oh, that's not good. You pull on another
That's
one,
okay.
and you like pull it a few times. It seems pretty tight, and then you can begin to rappel down the hole. You trying to head to the bottom?
Yep.
All right. Then
Is there a source of light in this hole?
no.
While Ilan's going down, can Neza attempt to use... you might say no. Can Neza attempt to use her illusion 4 to create a bright light at the bottom of the pit? Assuming it's within 100 feet?
It is within 100 feet. I'd say, because with the illusion, make a mental check for me to see how bright you can get, because illusions don't necessarily tend to create a lot of light. You're going to try and put some more energy and nuance into this illusion. 3? Okay, then
Sorry, yeah, 3.
then yeah, you can kind of focus, and kind of this burst of white flowing light begins to emanate at the bottom of this mound. And as you are going down along, you can see, as you kind of descend past the lip of this descending tunnel into the earth, it is this underground cavern that you are descending into. It goes out for maybe 80 to 100 feet, like from this mound of earth that you are descending down onto. And the earth itself is probably like 20 square feet that is kind of sitting above this water that fills the rest of the way.
Okay, just so I have a clear picture, is it like a shaft that leads down into an open cavern that spreads out in all directions?
Yeah, all directions. And
Okay.
you can see, thanks to the light, that orienting yourself kind of in an eastern direction, there appears to be almost like a little dock, like a jutting out of stone from a wall, and a passageway that leads deeper into this place. But also from the light, you would be able to see shapes moving around in this water.
Okay, I don't see any boats, do I?
You don't see any boats, no.
Hmm.
And the shapes are maybe 5 to 10 feet long, a little cylindrical in nature.
I go back up the rope.
Okay. You haul yourself back up.
How's it looking
Our-
down here?
Well, we got an underground cavern spreading out in all directions. Seemed to be some form of. Did it the quote unquote dock seem hewn, like man made?
It did seem man-made.
Okay. Someone's built a dock down there because there is a good amount of water beyond that amount of earth. However, I will point out there is something of significant size swimming around in that water. Well, I shouldn't say something. Numerous somethings.
Mm, do we know if there's any flotation devices around here? Did you see any down there?
I saw none down there. Um,
What,
I don't know how much more we could strip out of this house before it collapses in on us, so I wouldn't recommend that.
Boudica's gonna go out and sort of look all around the shack to see if there's any flotation devices like around the back or just something we didn't see.
Looking around, you don't see any boats or things like that, as that would be pretty, I don't want to say startling, but confusing, as this is a very landlocked area. You don't see anything of that sort.
Alright, I'll head back inside.
Okay.
Can I go back and look at the pillar again?
Sure. It is about 50 feet tall, and it's, again, more of kind of like a pole or column, as it's maybe 2 feet in diameter. And looking at it, Aoife, it seems to be plated in gold.
It doesn't seem like it's gonna hurt me if I touch it, does it?
One way to find out.
Okay, I'll touch it.
As you touch it, there is like a little bit of like a static shock, like it's carrying some residual electricity. Make a mental check for me at benefit 1.
1 success.
It seems very good at catching electricity.
It doesn't seem like this pillar is Eclor or some form of it, does it?
Hard to say.
Okay. I'll head back to the group, and I'll just say, the column out there zapped me a little when I touched it.
Hmm.
It seems like it's, meant to catch electricity, though. It's kind of weird.
Can I step out and take a look at it?
Sure. And if you go out and take a look, is there anything in particular you're trying to find when you're looking at this column, this pillar?
I guess, judging by size and what I can make out of composition, how much energy I think it could channel,
Ooh.
and whether or not that would be useful for my purposes.
Looking at it, it does look to be almost like a very, very large lightning rod, like a grounding device. So, a lot. I mean, gold is a very conductive metal.
Does it seem... I guess what I'm asking is, in the instructions Florian sent me, I need to have a large amount of electricity in order to make the cure.
Mm-hmm.
Do I think this could do it in one shot?
In one shot?
Or do I think I would need to find a way to, like, store energy and build up over time?
You think you'd probably need a way to, like, store the energy and build it up, but, you know, like, it's a possibility
Sure.
that this could be enough. Not in one
Okay.
shot, but at least gathering and channeling the energy.
Sure. Alright. Okay, I go back inside.
All right.
Hey, Aoife. When you touched that thing, did it seem solid all the way through, or was it hollow?
Seems solid.
Seems solid.
Well, no flotation devices outside as far as I can tell. Unless you guys want to try and cut a tree from the Tempest wood down and make a canoe out of it. I don't know if that line of thinking is going to help us much.
I mean, I could...
Sorry, you
Maybe.
go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying, I could maybe go down there and polymorph into something and swim around and see if I can find a boat I can bring back to the dock, maybe.
See, I suppose that's my concern, is that whatever is currently in the water is predatory.
What if you could fly around instead?
I mean, I could fly around down there too. Yeah, I
I'd
don't really...
suggest,
Did you
uh,
see what those things down there were?
not entirely. Did they seemed like 5 feet in length and cylindrical? Is that, am I remembering that correctly?
Yeah, 5 to 10 feet. Like, they had various sizes, and, I mean, there were a lot of them down there.
Yeah. Ranging between 5 and 10 feet. If I had to get, is that just length, or are they also very wide?
They were pretty skinny. I mean, they were kind of like
Would
sausage
they
links.
roughly fit into what I think an eel would look like?
You can take a hero point for that. Yeah, they roughly
Okay.
resembled eels.
I'd say you're looking at, and when we say a lot, are we talking dozens?
Yeah, like at least a dozen, maybe 2 dozen.
Okay. Um, I'd say we're looking at 1 or 2 dozen very, very large eels. Um, but I don't know if you've ever seen eels in mouth. Those things are nasty.
Would I have ever seen an eel?
Um, with how far you've traveled, yeah, there are some eels in the Barrow River that you probably would have at least known about.
Creepy.
Yeah, pretty creepy. So I would recommend a bat or something.
Yeah, okay, I can transform into a bat and at least fly down around there and check it out if you guys want.
Sounds like the best plan we've got so far.
Mm-hmm. Um,
Good luck.
I'll go down and like stand on the earth mound while they're doing this.
Okay.
Right, and they'll just turn into a bat and kind of fly down into the they're not gonna bother with the ropes. They're just gonna turn into the bat like up top and then fly down and check out the area down below the cavern.
Yeah, okay. Then,
Elon will do his best to keep lookout.
gotcha. Then, is there anything that you're looking for in particular? As you're flying around, you don't see any, like, boat or anything near the dock. Just kind of like the hallway that continues.
I assume I see the eels, correct?
If you get closer and if Naza continues to keep her little light illusion up.
Sure.
Okay.
Cool. I won't hover down there too long, but I want to see. Are they alive and like actively moving, or do they seem like still in the water or dead or?
You watch as you kind of descend down, and one of these eels that's maybe 7 or 8 feet long begins to kind of move up near the surface, and you begin to hear like this low hum with your bat like hearing coming from the water as the eel is beginning to make its way upward towards you.
I am flying away, but it sounds like it's electric. That's good to know.
And you, Alon, you would see as the bat kind of flies away, there is this buzz, like at the top of the water, as there is definitely like this fluctuation as the eel like goes up above and then descends back down.
Hmm.
Do I see corpses floating in the water, humanoid or otherwise?
As you kind of go, you really have to kind of dive down once again to look at the surface, and the light that Naze is putting out only descends so far, but you do see bones, and you do see the wrecks of broken vessels at the bottom, and it seems like enough people move through here to keep these eels fed.
Gotcha. You said there was a tunnel going further down, right?
Correct, like a hallway.
Like a hallway. Would I be able to? Nasa's light doesn't. Does Nasa's light reach that far? Far enough for me to investigate that a little bit?
You're a bat, so your echolocation allows you to see kind of no matter what if it's above the water. Because when sound travels through water, it can mess with your echolocation a bit. But you can go over there and check out the passageway if you would like.
Gotcha. Yeah, I won't go too far from my friends, but I do want to check out a little bit more of that passageway.
Okay. Then, as you go and kind of begin to check out that passageway, you find that you fly maybe 20 or 30 feet, and ahead of you, you pick up how there are more corpses on the ground here in the gloom of the hallway. And then there's this, as momentarily this green mist fills the hallway all around you, just surrounding like the interior of this passageway. What are you doing?
I would like to get out of there. I would like to not be in the mist. Kind of, I don't know if bats really can hold their breaths, but attempting to not breathe it in as I leave.
Okay, yeah. You quickly bolt out of there, and you were basically like in the middle of it as it all went off, so you held your breath as best you could and got out of there. Doesn't seem to be having any ill effects on you right now.
Right now. Okay. And that I can safely assume that that is a trap that refills itself over time. It wasn't like a one and done has to be physically reset kind of thing, right?
Correct.
Gotcha. All right, I'll go ahead and kind of fly back towards the group. I'll just kind of squeak it along to let them know I'm done, and then I'm heading back up to the top before I transform or before I polymorph back into a person.
Okay.
Alon will climb back up.
All right.
Whoa. What'd you find?
So there were some wreckages and some bones I saw. So people have definitely died down there. The eels, I heard humming from one of them, so it seems like they have some kind of electricity. I
Yeah, they
also,
let off some sparks when you got too close.
Mhm.
Which is a shame. They're supposed to be delicious.
well,
We could always go fishing.
I
very
honestly
true.
wouldn't be against it. In the real world, a king of England died because he ate too many.
Must have been good.
Yeah.
Delicious.
Delicious.
Can that be true in this world too?
What? There's
I'll do it
there's a
if I
king
have
of
to.
England? Okay.
Some
Basically,
random monarch?
Yeah. Basically, King Henry the was like, man, lamprey eels are the best eating ever. His doctor was like, dude, stop eating so many. And he was like, no. And then he died.
Crazy.
I also went a little ways into the hallway. But when I went through, it triggered this green mist that came out, and I that was scary. So I left.
Yeah, no, in my experience, green mists are best avoided.
I don't think it did anything to me. I feel fine.
Can I give Aoife a once over?
Yeah. Make a kind of like medical check.
Okay, can I use my analyzer for this?
Oh yeah,
Cool.
because you got that back.
I did indeed. Alright, let's see here. You said mental?
Yep, that would be mental.
Doctor mental with... Okay. 6 successes.
Very nice. All of Aoife's baseline readings seem fine. Picking up on everything, you are finding trace amounts of what is like this airborne alchemical potion of some kind. And with 6 successes and your skill at making potions, you could tell that this gas specifically seems to target like undead or like non-living material.
To destroy it?
Yeah. Or to not necessarily even
But
destroy, but like cut off like electrical signals in
Okay.
in that particular
So-
part of the flesh.
deactivate.
Pretty much. It's like an off button for undead.
Okay, but shouldn't affect living tissue.
From what you can tell, yeah, probably not.
Okay. Alright. Well, first of all, Aoife, you're clean. Second, from what I'm getting just from the trace amounts on you, all that gas does is turn undead off.
Weird. At least we know
Yeah.
I'm not secretly undead.
Uh, Honestly, if you were undead, you would possibly be the most powerful undead I've ever met, but
You never know.
Hey, what about me? This is a joke. I am joking. Please don't kill me.
I'm not going to. Trust me, I've heard a lot of undead jokes in my time.
Well, oh, okay. You can see Agnes looks very confused by this.
The place I grew up and the place I served in the military at, we neighbored how shall I phrase this? A
I know.
necromantic police state.
Oh, quiz. Yes.
Yes, quiz.
I
Quiz.
have heard of this. Yes.
So, you know, you're in the military, people develop gallows humor, it's just a thing.
I got it.
But either way, the gas shouldn't affect us. It just seems to just deactivate zombies, skeletons, and the like. Still don't know how we're gonna get over the river of electric eels, though.
The Storm Tamer's rod, does that redirect electricity specifically away from us, or how did that work?
It can partially redirect electricity from like the magic that is present in the Tempest Wood. It's mainly to like keep the winds and the storm off of you.
Gotcha. So we couldn't use it to just kind of force our way through the water?
You could at your own risk.
I mean, you were joking about building a boat, but I mean, you should have seen the way Boudica was chopping firewood yesterday. I feel confident that we could at least probably actually make a boat.
I saw a lot of destroyed boats down there, though. I think that... Could I tell, was it like... Because wood doesn't...
Correct.
Does it
Wood-
seem like they were fried by the electricity, or like the eels fucked up the boats?
They definitely weren't fried by the electricity. And
Okay.
I mean, they're eels, but it would take a long time for eels to literally like rip apart a boat, like a wooden boat. They would have to have a purpose to like want to do so. Like theoretically not impossible, but I mean, electric eels don't necessarily add wooden boats to their diet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But the people inside them?
Who knows?
I
If they're
mean,
hungry.
Even then, I kind of doubt. I mean, unless these eels are starving. However, at that point, I would assume that there's other food sources down there, and they don't have to resort to eating people. Unless someone's feeding them.
Did I see any regular fish when I was down closer to the surface, or did it seem like just the eels in there?
It seemed like just the eels.
Oh my god, are the eels undead?
Well, they still gotta eat, I think. They did seem well fed, though.
Well, you say that. However, I am just remembering that necromancer we fought had electric powers in his undead creatures.
You can take a hero point for that.
So I think Naza might be right.
I have a question for you, Colin.
Okay?
Undead don't like holy water, do they?
They don't.
How hard is it to make holy water?
You usually need a god or other powerful celestial entity to bless an amount of water. I mean, you could technically have even holy honey. It just needs to be something blessed. Like you'd have like blessed weapons, for instance.
Is Nasa capable of blessing things, since she has some tie to the Ascendant power in the Prophet?
Hmm.
May I attempt it?
Sure. Are you like?
I think. Yeah, sorry. Naza will probably say, I wonder if we can bless the lake to get rid of, or at least weaken the eels. We can.
That
I'd be.
would bring up several questions. Um, I guess part of it, at least, being, this might be the researcher in me talking, but like, what percentage of a body of water has to be holy for it to repel undead? Like, if you took a glass of holy water and dumped it into a lake and stirred it in a bit, would that count? Or
Out of character, I think historically, like it's you can technically blast or bless like a mass amount of water, like an ocean or some shit. Um,
They bless the
Depends on the
rains
faith.
down in Africa.
they, god damn it.
I think technically, at least in the real world, it can be like a very cover like a very large amount of surface. I don't know if that's how it works in the rings, but
Um, I would also suggest when I saw the electricity when Bat Aoife got close to the water surface, it seemed like it arced far, or is it just like a sort of a surface level thing?
No, it was like a surface level disturbance. Honestly, more of like the rapid like flexing and contracting of the eel's muscles more than anything.
Okay. And also from the top of the mound of earth to the stone pier, is that like a steep angle, or are they about level?
They're about level.
About level. I was thinking we might be able to rig a rope between the two and just sort of jimmy over, but if they're at level with each other, I'm not sure if that gives us enough room between us and water.
I mean there were a bunch of pitons and stuff on the wall. Would it be feasible to tie like a rope around like one of those and then stretch it all the way across that way?
Potentially, yeah.
What was the distance between the mound of earth and the dock again?
About 90 to 100 feet.
90, dang.
It's a big underground space.
Yeah.
mean, I got 60 feet of rope.
I have rope 2. How much? I also have 60 feet.
I don't have any rope.
I mean, 120 feet should cover it. Hmm.
I mean, I could take the rope and fly to some other end of some other end where we can, tie it down. I think we're talking about shimmying across, something like that, but I can help with that.
What do you mean fly?
I can fly.
You can?
Yes.
When did this happen?
I was gonna say, since when?
Fairly recently. I'm just gonna start floating.
I feel like that really could have been useful in the past hour.
Has Boudica had angel wings this whole time and I just didn't notice?
Yeah, Boudica
No,
can
she
now.
just floats.
Oh, okay.
So no wings then?
No wings.
Okay.
Just float.
Okay, I feel like I have a lot of questions. I feel like chief among them is how?
I don't think that's ours.
Anyways, I didn't go down first because I figured Aoife could search better. As in, a creature that could better see in the dark, but now that we have a better idea of what's down there, figure now I can be more of use.
Can you just float us across the water?
I suppose I could do that.
I feel like Alon's doing like the John Travolta looking side to side meme. Like, did no one hear me ask how she can fly now? Like, am I just supposed to just? Are you just ignoring that?
Naves is shrugging back at him.
I like to be an
Aoife's just
enigma
shrugging.
sometimes. Anyways, you don't need to know all my secrets. My many, my numerous.
Okay, I guess we're just moving past it. I mean, yeah, I guess if you can just fly us across, that'd be great.
Alright, let's... Guess
Could
we'll
have saved us half an hour of debate.
But aren't the real treasure was the debate we had along the way.
The debates are fun.
Everyone was being so creative.
Yeah, she just wanted to let us flex our creativity. We're not. She's not always gonna be around to help us.
Exactly, she's old.
You kids gotta be able to fend for yourselves. When I was your age, I had to swim uphill both ways through eels on my way to school.
I had to leap up waterfalls with salmon.
I feel like when Neza said maybe Boudica can build us a boat, Boudica could have said no, but guess what else I can do?
Boudica went from survival mode to creative.
This is the stupidest shit I've ever seen. Are you wanting to float your party across, Boudica?
I would love to do such a thing.
Yeah, you got that. Look, no, you're strong. You're prestige 1 in physical, and your party are willing. So you can just, kind of like a certified forklift operator, just airlift them all to the other side, to the stone dock.
This is your
The entire time, Elon's face does not change. He is like complete deadpan face, like just like intense confusion, and it does not leave.
This is your pilot speaking. Everyone please, we want to have a nice safe flight here. Okay, we don't want any disturbances. If your kid starts crying, please throw them outside the airlock. And oh, look, we're here.
And you all are on the other side at the entrance to the hallway.
Elon walks through the hallway.
Okay,
I follow along through the hallway.
gotcha.
I'll follow both of them.
Actually, I'm probably heading up towards point with Alon.
Agnes is just going to be sitting there for a moment, just absolutely awestruck, and then shrug and keep going with you guys.
It must be nice being able to have NPCs to convey your real life emotions.
Elon goes to the back of the line and just goes up to Agnes. It's like, it's not you. I'm confused too.
Okay, good. I just didn't know if I was missing some sort of central dynamic.
Nope. This is new. No idea.
Oh, this is new? This is how you found out?
Brand new. No idea.
Huh?
Yep. Yep.
This explains a lot more about how you people operate.
Hey,
In my defense, you never asked if I could fly.
I didn't think that was.
Elon, can you breathe fire?
No, I can't. I cannot breathe fire.
Okay.
I'll see what I can do.
What?
What? Okay. I didn't think I need to ask this question, but now I feel like I do. Boudica, are you a dragon?
Wouldn't you like to know, nerd?
Can Neza use her illusion for to just sneeze a little tiny bit of flame out of her nose?
Absolutely. And at this, Agnes just like looks to you with a face of like, what the fuck, Elon? Am I high?
Elon has the face of someone who doesn't know what is real or true anymore.
God, I'm already loving the solution power.
As if he is questioning every choice he has ever made in his entire life, and whether or not any of them mattered.
Fair enough. As all of you continue to walk down the hallway, though,
Also, at that question, he will look at Agnes like, if you are, then so am I, and I don't remember taking anything.
see Agnes will just silently like nod to herself and just kind of like smile. Man, this is the most interesting day I've had in literal years. This is great. And she's just going to smile and march on ahead.
You know what? Just for the record, so it is in the open, I can teleport. However, that is not a me thing, that is an item thing. That's a thing that does that for me.
Huh?
I don't know, I got a thing.
Can it teleport just you, or like, can you hold on to someone and teleport them as well?
I'm pretty sure it's just me.
Oh, okay. Because I was gonna say that could also have been a solution.
No, also it's only 30 feet.
Oh, okay.
So I would have just teleported myself into the middle of the lake.
He goes sploosh.
Which- Yeah, would not have been good.
Sometimes you just have to go splooshing around.
Sometimes you just have to start floating Minecraft creative mode style and then take your friends across the lake.
You know what? I guess so.
I guess now Boudica can just no clip. I guess that's the thing.
Yeah. Once you get to a certain age, you figure it out.
Boudica learned the ancient magic of console commands.
That's what. See, the problem is most people just like die before they like get to the age where it's unlocked. You know, and
Yeah.
Boudica's better than that.
It's like once you get old enough, you realize that each like when you age up, you don't age up. You kind of just like climb up in experience points. So once I've cracked that code, that's how I just stopped aging and just never stopped getting stronger.
Boudica discovered the Matrix and decided to become a moderator.
Well, as you continue to walk, there is this puff of green gas that all of you walk through. And as you are continuing on, this hallway, which continues to wind and zigzag on, is filled with not only lifeless undead that are still unmoving, but also no less than 5 or 6 necromancers that appear to have a similar garb and dress to the necromancer you fought in the ruins. And as you continue, you can see that along the walls of this hallway is a litany of cables and wires that run forward into this larger opening room. And as you begin to kind of walk there and enter inside, what you see ahead of you is like this massive diamond-shaped mechanism with all of these many turning and whirling gears on it. And you can see kind of on the other side of the room there is kind of a closed door. And it's strange because there's also what appears to be 2 kind of terminals or hubs, like these large, like circular devices as well that are constantly moving and clicking in kind of a counterclockwise fashion around the room. There is also what appears to be like this large red wire or cable, really, connecting the kind of diamond-shaped terminal to the orange like sphere. And as you are walking in, Neza, you also see a large red box at the corner of the room as well. And another passage kind of northward that seems to lead into like a different area.
Sort of trying to reason up positioning. Where do I think we are? Are we underneath the like pillar?
Hard to say. You don't think that you are, but the tunnel was really long and winding.
Hmm.
You're probably at least close.
Okay. And are any of the things in here giving off sparks?
As you look, you can see that this general mechanism has kind of like this low hum to it, and many of the cables are plugged into it, but it doesn't actively seem to be getting any power.
Okay. And with the... You said this was just like a bunch of spinning gears and things like that. Is the wire plugged into like a socket?
It is, yeah, and you can see that the wire is plugged into like one of 2 sockets on either side of this mechanism. And you would also see that the red wire has the number 14, like probably every foot on it. And it's 14L is what's on this wire.
Oh.
And
Does
it doesn't
that...
look. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
It doesn't look like there are any spare wires around the room, is there?
Let's check the box. I go over to the box.
All right. If you are heading over to the box, you can pop it open, and inside you see that there are like many more of these different colored cables here. There's an orange cable, there's a green cable, there's a yellow cable, and there's a blue cable.
And on the box, it's just a red box. There's no like writing on it.
As you kind of look at it, you can see that there's kind of like warning labels on it saying like danger, high voltage, but nothing really to indicate anything else on the box.
Okay. And also with 14L, does that unit of measurement ring any bells?
For
Is there a
you,
14R in there?
as you kind of look, well, as you try to remember, 14L doesn't mean anything, but some of these other wires do have a other like units on them. Like the orange wire has 12L, the green has 8L, for instance, and they each kind of have their own little categories.
Hmm. All L though.
Yeah, all L.
Okay. Hmm.
Try
I
yellow.
mean, I was gonna say, do you want to just try yellow because it makes orange?
I was thinking because we have red and orange, so yellow would be next in the rainbow. But
I want to take a really quickly. I want to go up and check what's up here.
Okay. Then, as you're going and you're checking that direction, you begin to head further down, kind of passing through another small hallway and entering into a room with kind of like this large square contraption with all of these moving pistons and gears with a litany of cables attached to it, and also from the ceiling a golden rod descending down into this massive thing. There also appears to be many different cranks attached to this particular device, and many different seemingly like work tables around the room, almost like this is like some sort of laboratory here. And there's also another like door kind of towards the northern part of the room as well that seems to descend even deeper into this place.
I will say, if I'm meant to be saying anything, I can't.
Neither am I.
I'm not seeing anything either.
Gotcha. Then there you go.
There we go.
There we go.
Okay. Just sort of trying to eyeball it. Do I think that any of those wires could reach this far?
Probably not, no.
I would like to inspect the workstations.
Okay. Make either a mental or physical check for me.
Okay. Those are the same thing. Um, can I add anything to this, like doctor or anything?
No.
Okay. In that case, I'll just do mental. 2 successes.
Two, there seems like on many of these workstations there appear to be calculations and notes. Specifically, some of these notes are signed by an individual called Polydectes. And
Polydectes?
Polydectes, yes. And,
Okay.
and as you're kind of like going through, like it all seems to be like relating to whatever is happening with the electricity here. You probably have to put in a little bit more time. Like I'm assuming like this is just generally glancing through, seeing what is here, and if you wanted to learn more, then you could take some time to like really comb over these notes.
At this moment, I am just glancing through.
Yeah.
But I will head back to the rest.
Okay. Cool.
All right. So up there we got. By the way, with the do I think that the gold thing coming from the ceiling was probably the bottom of the pillar upstairs?
Almost certainly.
So we got the bottom of that golden pillar is over here. We got some workstations with notes, calculations. Couldn't make much out of them, or I was pretty much just glancing. And we got a door that leads somewhere. So that's what's up here.
Gotcha. I think it might be better to go back to that room after we figure out this one.
Fair enough.
Can I take a look at these terminals to see if they have like certain plugs in them?
Yeah. As you kind of look at that one, Boudica, you see that each one has a particular plug on either side of them, kind of fitting the general like construction of the cables. And as you're looking at them, you can also see kind of at the top of one of these devices, it says regulator 10L.
Is there a plug closer to this door?
As you go and look, there does seem to be two plugs on kind of either side of the door. Yes.
Do we want to try yellow here, then green, blue? I don't know if you could see that measurement.
No, I can see it.
I can see it.
So this
Kinda.
one says regulator 10L.
Mm-hmm.
Does this, or anything near the door have anything like that?
This one has the same thing, regulator 10L, and that as you are looking, you do find kind of a panel on the side that says electrical hub 20L.
Okay.
Do you think these add, or maybe, I mean, if they're regulators, I would assume that, I don't know, maybe they have something to do with the stability?
I would presume they would keep the energy below 10.
Yeah.
The red wire says 14.
Yes.
Hmm.
Was there another plug on this end, or was that end empty?
Nope, another plug on that end.
Okay.
What was the order you suggesting, Neza?
Well, Eva pointed out that they look like the rainbow, so I was gonna offer yellow here, then green, blue.
Well, we do have orange, so we can't forget about orange, and
I wonder if we just have to add either side up to 20. Like 14 here, so if we put the one that has 6 here, that would make 20, and
then orange here and
green.
with that, yeah, green. That seems like it makes sense, yeah.
So, what are your connections that you're trying to make?
It was yellow up here, and then below, I believe we said, what was it, orange and green?
I
Okay.
believe so, yeah.
well, if we want to get started on that, I'll go ahead and start picking up the cables and taking them to their places. I'll start with that orange cable.
Okay. You can do that and begin to plug the cable in.
Also help with setup.
Gotcha.
I'm gonna stay away in case anyone gets electrocuted.
Okay.
Well,
urine?
not that far, but like closer, but not touching anything.
Gotcha.
Ionaise is not great at lifting things, and those cables look heavy, so she's gonna stand back here.
Okay.
Are they like big, like cables, or are they wires?
They're cables.
Okay.
And you can connect all of them up. There's no power running through them, so
Can I go back to this panel?
sure.
What can I glean from the panel? I know there's probably like a lot of knobs and things, but are there labels to anything, or is it just kind of like?
There's not really even any like knobs to turn or anything. It's like a very like flat like panel just with connections in different places and lots of cables sticking into various parts of it.
You want to just give it a good thump and see if
Oh
that gets the
shit!
power running?
Is
Oh.
there a plug over this way? Hold on, the thing isn't going. On that side?
No.
Okay. Is there any other plug on this thing?
I mean,
Other than the one that we just plugged the orange into?
all the other spots for cables to be plugged into, there are cables already plugged in there. There are no open spots there anymore.
Is there 2 plugs on this red box?
Nope.
Interesting. Never mind. I take it back.
Are there any sort of commands on the wall we plugged into, or any sort of just
Not
any
really, no.
buttons to press or anything?
I don't suppose I can just give the console here just like a little thump, see if that starts anything up.
Sure.
I don't suppose I can float 5 feet off the ground.
You can float 5 feet off the ground, and you can give it a thump. It doesn't do anything with you kind of thumping the electrical hub.
Juan looks at Boudica. I feel like you're doing that just to fuck with me.
Would you look at someone who is, lifting some weights and say that to them? Just because it's something you can't do, nerd?
Can Neza very, very subtly, while trying to look very casual, use her illusion power to make Boudica's shadow look like a demon?
Why would you do that?
Sure. What type of
Just-
demonic shadow are you trying to give her?
Like the classic storybook of the big evil archdevil.
Go for it.
Kind of cartoonish though, like very obviously cartoonish.
Okay. Agnes will jump as she sees
Are you
it.
doing that too?
Why does my shadow look like my ex-wife?
I'm sorry,
Wait,
what?
you what?
Okay, we have layers to go through now.
Neza will just laugh and drop the image.
That was a joke. I don't have an ex-wife. Or do I? I don't know. You've never asked me.
Do you have an ex-wife?
No.
You sound
Okay,
like you're lying.
I was gonna say.
I don't have an ex-wife. But I do have a late husband. Anyways, cable time.
My condolences. This is the weirdest day I've had in a long time. Okay.
Damn, any idea when he's gonna show up? That was not in character. That was out of character. That was not
Howard,
in character.
Howard,
You
put
can
it
say that.
straight
You
in
can
character.
say that in character. Go ahead. Do it. Do it.
Come on, You'll
Do
get
it,
your
nerd.
power thing for that.
Do it,
Nope.
nerd.
Coward.
I'm not doing it. I have more tact than that.
Don't do it.
Can
do
I
it,
use
do
my
it,
manners power for not saying it?
No.
Do it, please.
You
Do
can-
it.
Please?
Do
You can use your uncivilized power if you say it.
it.
Can I use my manners power for thinking it but not saying it?
Sure.
Thank you.
I think you should have said it.
Boudica would not have reacted negatively. I promise. Please, please, please.
All of a sudden,
Yeah, just
Handed
I was gonna say, go ahead and make fun of the buff grandma's ex, late husband.
Ouch!
I mean, technically, yes.
former husband, perhaps.
Jesse James.
What?
Huh?
It's the finishing a John Mulaney quote.
Okay.
Y'all on some special energy tonight.
We like being goofy. We're chilling with the cables.
Cable
Nathan,
chilling with cables.
We got the floating grandma. It's cool.
Your magic's weird. Can you just make it do something electric? Get the
Asher's gonna
power
go
up?
back into the research room
Okay,
and see if he can take an actual closer look at what's inside there.
gotcha. Again, like a part. Are you wanting to check out the large machine where all the cables are plugged into with the cranks, or are you
Yeah,
wanting to
I'll
look
take
at
a look
the,
at that
the
too.
tables?
We'll start with tables in hopes that there is some reference to the machine.
Gotcha. Are you specifically trying to see what this machine is all about?
If he can, yes.
All right, make a mental check then for me at benefit 1, since you have the notes.
Okay. That's 3 successes.
3 successes. Looking at this, this machine, if you had to guess, was kind of like a 2-in-1, as you gather that this electricity powers many things in this place, and this large contraption not only holds electricity collected from the lightning rod, but also can produce it via like a generator system, just like with actual human labor, in case there is no lightning. Just it's a very like slow process to like wind up the power, but like in an emergency situation, Polydectes, you're assuming, could just crank the levers and make a little bit of electricity.
If I had to guess by slow process, how slow?
I mean, if like one person, like one normal person going at it would probably be like an hour to kind of be able to power some of the more basic things here.
What about a person and a buff grandma?
Who the hell knows what Boudica can do?
Hey, Boudica, can you come in here a sec?
Sure. Float 5 feet off the ground and just, float in.
Elon looks at you floating and is like, okay,
I'm gonna ground myself.
thank you. I believe that this here thing should generate more power if we spin these cranks and such.
Oh, alright. I like spinning cranks.
All right. From the notes and such, do I get that there's like a certain order this has to be done in?
No, it's just spin one of them as fast as you can.
Okay. If you spin multiple of them, will it happen faster?
Yeah, likely.
Okay. All right. You take this one. I'll take this one.
Alrighty then.
3, 2, 1, go.
All right,
I just whip it.
physical
Fast.
or spirit checks to both of you.
you know it's about that.
2 successes from me.
Nice.
Oh, there we go. What? That
Well,
did not.
looks like the steroids finally wore off for Boudica. That's unfortunate.
There we go.
Oh my god. It was
Oh.
worse though.
That is ghastly.
How
Terrible.
dare you imply Buff Grandma is anything but all natural?
She
So,
put all the energy into floating, and
yeah. I mean, this here's a little boring, Boudica, and you just carried a whole bunch of people. You've been traveling. Like, you're just kind of half-assing it a bit, while Alon, you're just like really cranking the mechanism as fast as you can. It will probably take you about, honestly, an hour to get this thing charged up. Are you just
I
wanting
feel like Alana's just panting. Are you are you, could you mind going a bit faster over there, please?
I'm doing my best. You have to remember, I'm 130 years old.
Yes, but you're
At the most convenient times.
I mean, yeah, but you're also like way stronger than I am, so if you wouldn't mind just
I just carried a bunch of people across a river and floated at the same time. That's a lot. You don't even know.
No, I don't. I suppose you're right.
I also suppose you're not a nerd, because you're really putting your back into that. Good job.
Thank you for the acknowledgement.
Oh my. But yes.
So, Elon, the regular 45-year-old man, just cranking away at this generator.
I think around the 7-minute mark, Neza will kind of wander in. What are you guys doing?
This thing generates extra power. We're trying to get it going.
Oh, okay. Should we wait out here?
Either that or send someone to help.
Do you want me to help?
Sure, if you feel like getting some exercise in.
Okay. And Agnes will go over and, like, grab kind of one of the, like, cranks and see. Oh, shit! You watch as Agnes, like, grabs it and just begins to absolutely, like, spin this thing faster and faster and faster. And Alon, you're like, what in the fuck? And you realize, like, she actually has some, like, muscle definition now due to her training with Tira a bit. And in a kind of shocking display, she begins to outperform both you and Boudica in terms of, like, the pace in which she's, like, spinning this. And Aoife, about 10 or 15 minutes later, you can hear, like, the beginnings of, like, a little hum start to come from the electrical hub in the other room, if you're over there.
Yeah, Aoife will just be chilling over there. And they'll yell, whatever you guys are doing, it's working.
Okay. And Agnes just is gonna keep going.
Yes, it was Alon.
Can I see the effort that everyone's putting in and, try again to put my back into it?
Sure, you can... Also, you can roll half the amount of dice that you would have
Okay.
otherwise rolled, rounded up.
Yes! Yes!
Alright, as you kind of, like, put your back into it and begin kind of cranking up this machine again, you're like, oh man, now I'm really getting to it. And then you turn and you can see, like, as you start to pick up the pace, Agnes is still going. And it's almost like this unspoken thing of she wants to be number one. And she still is, like, keeping a little bit of a pace ahead of both you and Alon.
Yeah, you're on par with the nerd.
Yep.
I actually just scrubbed your reputation of being a nerd, so actually I'm not. I'd never.
But about 30 minutes later, there is like this larger humming coming from the other room, and a few lights are beginning to flicker on, like these like glyphs along the walls start to like flicker. It's not like an actual mechanism, but like the electricity is powering some of the magic that has been infused here. And Aoife, you can see as the door begins to shudder and click as two different deadbolts open up, and the door raises, revealing kind of a set of stairs that go down even deeper. And at this point, there's kind of like this mechanism that locks the door in the up position. Are you telling the others on the generator that they can have a break, Aoife? Or are you letting them continue to crank away?
It would be really funny to let them continue to crank away. But I think I'll call. I think you guys can stop now. A door opened up, but it seems like it's gonna stay open.
Elon lets go of the crank, like bends over, puts his hands on his knees, and starts like coughing.
You can see Agnes just falls over onto her side and is just wheezing. And Agnes, Elon, and Boudica will each burn 10 stamina points for their efforts.
Okay, I'm going through the door now. You guys catch up.
Wait! Just a minute!
I don't think I can actually hear them.
No, you can't.
Nope, I'm going.
Is there something in the
Not
wind?
far, but I want to go through the door.
Okay, you heading down the
Elon
stairs
just
a little
starts
bit?
chugging water.
I would also like to go through the door.
No. And you can see Agnes just like looks over to you. Do you have any water to spare?
Sure, here you go.
You're a lifesaver. And she'll like take a long swig and like give it back to you. This day just keeps getting weirder and weirder.
You two keep drinking water. That's my secret, actually.
Is this another lie?
Is that how you float?
No.
No to which question?
I'm gonna start walking to the door.
Agnes is just gonna start to like cry a bit. I don't know what's going on.
Elon like starts grasping at his head and slightly pulling at his hair.
Alon, are we the only sane people here?
I don't know. I hope so, because if we're not, we might be the only insane ones, and I can't accept that.
I am sane. You just never ask me anything about myself.
See, Agnes gets to her feet using her boar spear and just like helps you up, Alon, if you want it.
Yep.
Okay, let's go.
Alright. And he starts walking. It's probably slightly swaying, but...
Oh no, Agnes is too.
Yep.
Like both of your arms are probably just burning at this point.
Mm-hmm.
You just did a full set at the gym.
Yep. I was on the rowing machine for a full hour.
Yeah.
Without breaking or stopping.
Mm-hmm. And as you continue on, Aoife, you begin to head down to a chamber, kind of followed by Neza and Boudica, and then Alon and Agnes kind of pulling up the rear, that has a little bit of water dripping from the ceiling, honestly. And there are a series of golden rods around the room that crackle a little bit with electricity as you kind of stand at the mouth of a fairly large interior chamber, maybe a little bit smaller than the room with the eels likely just above you. But at the far end of the room, where you're looking, you actually see that there is a pedestal, and there on that pedestal is maybe a 3-foot long, floating, crackling lightning bolt that's just occupying that space in the air.
Damn, you
I
guys look
feel
like
like
shit. What happened to you?
I think Elan leans over to Agnes upon seeing a lightning bolt hanging in midair and is like, "Am I hallucinating?"
No, no, I see that too, but I might be hallucinating as well.
All right.
She's just gonna just kind of pat Aoife on the back and then gesture up to it. I think that's what you were looking for.
Yeah, I mean, I'll take it. If none of you guys want it.
Go for it.
Okay. And I will. Hey, do I see anything around the pedestal, kind of indicating like a final trap or anything, or does the way to it seem safe and clear?
Looking at this, like there's a bunch of like puddles of water on the ground. There are these like golden pillars that are crackling with a little bit of electricity, and there is just like this general static in the room.
I'll avoid the puddles as I'm walking up to it, but I still do want to. Can I reach out like just a couple inches from it before I actually grab it, just to make sure I'm not about to like get got or anything?
Sure, well, as you're going forward into this room, the static feeling would just kind of increase as you're going, Aoife, until you kind of feel all of the hairs on your body begin to stand up straight. And then it's like all of the points of lightning in the room coming from these golden pillars suddenly like shut off. And as they do, Eklor, that floating bit of lightning, seems to burst out with bits of electricity. And as it begins to do so, you see the form of a creature beginning to manifest in front of you. A being made solely out of this lightning. And as you are approaching, like two eyes begin to look at you, Aoife. And then you begin to feel like this static charge beginning to radiate around your body as this cursed lightning starts to make its way towards you. I'd like everyone to roll for order. Okay. Let's see here.
7.
We'll get to you. Ilan, what did you roll?
8.
8, and then 7 from Neza. Aoife, what did you roll?
I got a 5.
5.
I also got a 5.
All right. Then I believe Boudica will take this because she is very strong. And then Agnes coming in with a... God, Agnes is rolling well. Okay. Beginning of combat is going to be the cursed lightning. And it is going to look at you, Aoife, and it's going to use its Dominus Bolt on you as it begins to charge up this well of energy and power and releases it in this basically beam of lightning at you. Let's see here. That is going to be only one success for 10 points of magical lightning damage, and I need you to make a spirit save for me.
Gotcha. I'll take the 10 points as just stamina first off. And spirit save. My ring does not qualify for saves, right? Just checks, or No, the Ring of Wisdom, that does qualify for saves, doesn't it?
I would have to look at the item.
Okay,
Let me see here. What does your item say?
I think
Because it... see.
I don't actually have it in my magic items folder, but I'll assume for the moment that it's just skill checks.
Okay.
Three successes for a spirit save.
3 successes. Then you avoid being, like, caught up in this static charge for the most part. That will be the Cursed Lightning's turn. It's Agnes's turn, as she is going to draw her boar spear and try and make her way closer to this thing. And she is going to get right here, and she's going to delay her action until the creature comes within striking distance of her. Alon, you're up.
Ah, hell. Okay, I'll move up one. I'll go ahead and activate Fighting Spirit
Okay.
and take a shot at it, I guess.
Gotcha.
Wow. Nothing.
You get a hero point, but as your bolt flies towards this thing, there's this crackle of electricity from one of the pillars close by that shoots out and deflects your bolt in midair.
Okay, that's a thing to keep in mind. I don't really have anything else to do.
All right.
So-
Who did you apply
Oh,
your fighting spirit to?
right. I'll give that to Aoife.
Nice. Then, Neza, you're up.
Gotcha. I want to clarify something very quickly.
Okay.
When it says the damage rating for the Ascendant power is 3 plus your power save, is that... So mine is 4, so that would be 7 total.
Correct.
Is that 7 for each success?
Yes.
Or 3 for... Oh, okay. Very neat. May I attempt to use it to attack this lightning, but kind of flavoring as an attempt to quell it?
Sure.
Thank you. I'll move right here-ish so I can get a clearer shot.
Very
So
nice.
that is mental, and I still have my extra 2d6 from my manners skill earlier.
Okay.
That is... Oh my god, that's really bad.
Cool.
Oh wait, that's still not awful. May I use a hero point?
Sure.
I really should have used my combat ability first, but that's okay. Well, I'll just take it. 3 successes, so 21 damage.
We'll take that on stamina as what does it look like as you're trying to attack this creature?
I think Neza kind of runs up here, kind of stopping short of whatever weird gross puddle this is, and then kind of panics for a second, going, what quells lightning? And then just attempts to launch more lightning at it.
Launching more lightning. Okay. Then the
But
creature is...
Almost opposite.
Okay. Opposite lightning. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Then the creature is just going to, like, move out of the way, and then it's going to look towards you, and it's going to kind of, like, flare its body as it looks like it's generating more and more electricity around the room. But is that your turn?
She'll use her combat ability on Boudica,
Okay.
and then that'll be her turn.
Then Boudica, you're up.
Alright, so what I'm gonna do is I'm going to move. I am gonna move to this point. Please, let me move, please, please. There we go. Then what I'm gonna do is I am going to use my whip
Okay,
and make an attack.
very nice.
Man, this is just man. This man.
Man. We're not
Anyways,
doing good tonight, y'all.
3 damage.
3. It will take that on stamina as it parts itself like down the middle, allowing your whip to pass right through it before it pulls itself back together.
This is what I get for being a little whippersnapper. It's what I get for being a little bit of tomfoolery I committed earlier. Anyways, that's gonna be the end of my turn.
Okay, then Aoife, you're up.
Gotcha. The aura this is around it, that is something visible we can see, right?
Yeah, it's like a static electricity field.
Okay, and it seems like I can gather that going into that probably would not be a good idea.
Who knows? One way to find out. Do you want a
Maybe
tango?
it might just make your hair stand up all funny.
I have a feeling it's gonna do a little bit more than that, but you know what? I am melee and I got a shit ton of stamina, so let's go.
All right.
Alright, and then I will go ahead and take a swing with the Broken Angel's Blade.
Very nice.
That is 3 successes. So I believe Fighting Spirit gave me +1 to my damage rating, right?
Yes.
Yes.
So that's 4 points of damage each, so that should be 12 total.
12. It will take it on stamina as you slash at this creature, and its eyes look at the blade, and as it does, there's kind of like this flicker of electricity that is shot out at you in response. You take 2 points of magical lightning damage per success rolled, so that is 6 points magical lightning damage towards you, Aoife.
6 points magical lightning damage. That is fine. I'll go ahead and with my background action, I'll use Fierce Nature to regain 3 of those points.
Okay. Very nice.
And that will be my turn.
Cool. Then, at the end of the round, there's going to be this burst as from the pillars, these little creatures made out of living lightning will begin to appear. And as they do, they will all start to move into range. That one's going to go here. That one's going to go there. One of them is going to take an attack at Aoife. And that is going to be only 1 success for 5 magical lightning damage.
5 damage, not a problem. That'll be stamina.
2 of them are going to attack Neza as their hands reach out as they try and like shoot these bursts of lightning at you, trying to like electrocute you. 30 points of magical lightning damage towards you, Neza.
I must take that on stamina.
Okay, as there is like all this electricity around you, you're ducking, diving, dodging, and this last attack is going for Alon. As the creature reaches out for 15 points of magical lightning damage.
Yeah, stamina.
And that will be their turns. Cursed Lightning is now up, and it's zappy time with Aoife. Yeah. Yeah, probably zappy time with Aoife. That seems to be the general consensus. As it will use another Dominus Bolt. Still terrible, but 30 points of magical lightning damage towards you, Aoife, and I'm going to need you to make another spirit save. As it fires this, like a secondary burst of lightning towards you.
Gotcha. And I did check, and the ring modifies my score itself, so I believe that number does actually
Yep,
apply to my saves.
it would.
Not that it matters.
All right, then you are going to be electrified as well, meaning on your next turn you can use movement or a background action, but not both. And that will be the Cursed Lightning's turn. On Agnes's turn, she is going to kind of look at you, Aoife, and then kind of look back at Neza, who's dealing with it. And she just kind of looks back at you, Neza. You'll be fine, right?
Got it.
And she'll move up and... No, actually, she would probably go all the way around towards the Cursed Lightning and try and poke it in the back. So she will take that attack, and oh my gosh, she's going to have a lot of dice here on this. Probably because of Boudica and Aoife there. So that will be... Oh my goodness. She will make an attack towards this Cursed Lightning, and as she tries to jab her boar spear into the back of this thing, it will just part down the middle again, and she goes, "Are you kidding me?" And let's see, apart from that, yeah, that's going to be all that she can do. Alon, you're up.
Okay. I'm there now.
Okay.
I didn't move there, I teleported there.
Lovely.
And I guess I'm gonna shoot the lightning again.
Cursed Lightning?
Yep, and I get bonuses from Aoife and Agnes being there.
Yep, and Boudica.
Oh, and Boudica? Cool.
Yep. She's got her whip out.
Alright. Re-up Fighting Spirit as well.
Okay.
Here we go. 5 successes.
Holy moly.
So that's 4 damage each. So I guess 20, I think.
Gotcha. The Cursed Lightning then will take this on health blocks. So this
Sheer.
has sheer. So we'll lose 2 as where are you aiming at this Cursed Lightning?
Well, I'm thinking about when Neza said, how do you quell lightning or electricity? I'm like, well, you ground it, so I shoot it in the foot. In an effort to sort of ground it with the bolt.
And that kind of does work as it goes through. There is this corporealness to this Cursed Lightning. As you drag it down, it is being like pulled into place, grounding its electrical field. Good shot.
And I will keep Fighting Spirit on Aoife, to be clear.
Very nice.
And I think that's all I can do.
Cool. Then, Neza, you're up.
I will use my. Oh, never mind. We established that the background action has to be on someone else. That's fine. If I use the Ascendant power again, would I still get the benefits from Aoife, Agnes, and Boudica?
Yes.
Okay. In that case, I will use it to attempt to make an attack on this guy again.
Okay.
Hope I did that right. 4 successes, so that is 28 damage.
28. It's going to burn another health block. What's your attack look like?
You know what else hurts? Well, counters electricity at least, is something insulating. So I think Naza just thinks... She thinks rubbery thoughts and hurls vague... The concept of rubber towards it.
What does that look like?
I imagine almost like a black smoke-like, yet kind of solid and clinging towards itself. Almost like raw rubber, but black. That's just kind of being flung towards it.
Okay. And as this manifestation, this Rubbermaid gaseous, consumes the area where the cursed lightning is in. It gives this kind of like low buzzing sound that just increases across the area as the two other lightning creatures closest to you are looking very angry.
She will then use her background action on Boudica again,
Okay.
and she will hope that if she stays here, she's not gonna just straight up die. Actually, I will move. I'll take the retreat penalty, and I'll move as about there if I can. Let me double check my movement. Yep, I'll go right there.
All right.
And that will be my turn.
Gotcha. Boudica, you're up then.
Alright. I got my whip.
That-
So I'm gonna go for this guy right in front of me.
Okay. Little man.
Ah, come on, why won't this work?
Well, those are
Come
coins.
on. I know. There we go. Finally, I didn't roll like poopy. Aw. Well, he gets 6 points of damage.
6 points. The creature will take that on stamina then.
Cool. Well, that's gonna be the end of my turn.
Okay. And at the end of your turn, Aoife, you're up.
Gotcha. The cursed lightning. Would I get the? I get the extra dice from Agnes. Do I also get one from Boudica?
Yes.
Cool. And to clarify, because I'm electrocuted, I still get an attack. I just only have my movement or my background action in addition to that.
Correct.
Okay, cool. Then I will go ahead and make an attack with the Broken Angel's Blade. That's not great. Two of those, because Elan's Fighting Spirit is on me, that's going to be 8 damage total.
8 damage total. Creature's going to burn another health block, but you will take 6 points of magical lightning damage as its electrical field is increasing in intensity.
I will take the 6. On stamina, I do also have Sheer 1.
Very nice. Then the creature will kind of give this screeching noise as your Broken Angel's Blade cuts into it.
Cool. And then I'll go ahead and take my background action, and I will heal 3 of those points back.
All right. In that case, it will be the lightning methods, and Dalton, you've been left in a little bit of a pickle with some of these
Yeah,
creatures.
I'm aware.
Some of them are gonna rush up there, and I think this one probably gonna go there, and they're gonna take both of these closest to Aoife are going to attack them because Aoife's been being a little bit of a problem.
Aw, it's my birthday. You wouldn't hurt a little birthday boy.
15 points magical lightning damage as one comes up from the back and tries to like shock you in your midsection.
15. That's fine. That's going on stamina.
And another 15 as one tries to like grasp like your chest near your heart.
Okay, that's a little bit worse, but I will still take that on stamina.
Okay. As lightning is crackling all around you. Next, the ones for Elan. We'll just roll both of these guys together. As they both are trying to come after him. only 20 points of magical lightning damage towards you, Alon.
Is that 10 from one and 10 from the other? Or...
Correct. 10 from one, 10 from the other.
Okay, I'll take 10 on stamina, but I have to burn a health.
Unfortunate. Then go ahead and roll 2d6 for me.
Okay. 10.
10. You fall prone from the pain of your injury. It takes an action to stand back up as the lightning courses through your body and you kind of like slide back against the wall and fall to your knees. But
Okay.
those will be the lightning methods. It's now going to be the cursed lightning. And they got options. Oh, honestly, I think it just wants to get away from Aoife. How bad you looking is the question. You looking tired?
Pretty bad now. I could not take another 15 points of damage. I could almost take that, but I could not take 15. Out of character, I have 14.
It's going to full send another Dominus Bolt into you. It's wanting, because you, with your sheer, it doesn't like that. And currently Agnes hasn't hit it yet. It doesn't know anything else. It's just gonna try and roll in. So that will be in a little bit extra. Here we go. 50 points of magical lightning damage, Aoife.
50. Okay, that's going on the health block.
Gotcha. Then, as it sends another Dominus Bolt into you, what does it look like as Aoife reverts back into a fox?
I think they had almost started to look confident, even with the amount of damage they were taking. But then, as Elon was getting injured, I think they kind of instinctively turned to maybe almost start to move towards him, and then that was when the cursed lightning struck them, and there was just kind of like an instant where their guard was down, and they just completely revert back into the fox and just kind of pop down on the ground.
Gotcha. Then, in that case, the Cursed Lightning will then, using its background action, for the first time it probably needs to do this, use its teleport to teleport to any one of these structures. It's going to teleport out. Where would be the best? Probably it will go behind here, as it will pop out, kind of remanifesting, going in to one of these pillars and coming out the other. That'll be its turn. On Agnes's turn, she's going to look at the situation, run up towards one of the closest ones towards you, and will roll to try and hit that one as you're being menaced over. Let's see here. That is going to be very sad. Only 3 points of damage towards this lightning method as she kind of swings the boar spear, but just doesn't. Actually, she's supposed to roll 2 more on that. I'm an idiot. Doesn't matter though, as the lightning method is just so quick and agile. But that will be her turn. Alon, you're up.
Those quick inject health potions that Florian gave me, those are a background action to use?
If it's a quick use, then yes.
Alright. I think Elan sort of slumped against that wall is going to be... Well, this is going to be a new one. Teleports here. Injects Aoife with one hand and uses heal 2 on himself with the other.
Okay.
So, Aoife, you get 20 stamina back.
Alright, much appreciated. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And is that your turn?
Yeah.
All right. And let's see. For you, Aoife, you will get detriment 1 on all your damage rolls and skill checks.
Gotcha. That is 1 less dice, correct?
Correct. But Neza, you're up.
Gotcha. You'll never guess what I'm doing again.
I will never guess.
It doesn't say what range the attack is.
Mhm.
Is there a range?
No?
Okay. Cool. I will do that then. For some reason, my stupid 10 is broken. What is it? The macro. Anyways, that is 3 successes. So it's 21 damage.
21 damage. Very nice. Then, how do you want to do this?
I think Neza is going to, as it teleports, she kind of almost like anticipates where it might go, and then as it appears, she has almost like a trap waiting for it of this like grounding material.
Very nice then. And as it kind of manifests and that grounding material erupts around it, the creature gives this screech as all its electricity is pulled into the material. And as it blinks out, so do the other electrical methods that it summoned around it. And in this moment, as kind of that static and electrical charge leaves the air, all of you are left in this space with a still crackling bolt of shackled lightning.
Ilan is on the floor, like, just breathing.
Oh, are you all right? And you see Agnes is gonna like rush over.
I'm good. I just need, like, minutes.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
And I feel like his muscles are slightly spasming because he just got electrocuted.
Yeah, probably. And Agnes is going to like reach back for like her canteen and kind of like offer you some water if you want it.
Sure.
And she's gonna turn back to you, Aoife. Are you all right?
I think Aoife kind of took a moment to polymorph back into a person, but they'll do so and say, yeah, I mean that hurt a lot, and my vision is still blinking in and out a bit, but yeah, the whatever Alana injected me with worked.
I think Ilan's just kind of staring at the ceiling like, y'all ever think about what our lives are like?
This is the only life I've known.
I am kind of thinking that the Kovrovians might have a point. That really did kind of feel like cheating.
I've been
Like-
around for a while.
Like a stream of smoke ejects from Ilan's mouth.
Alana, do you need a hint?
I'm good. I'm good. Hey, there's a Latinum boat over there. Do you want it?
I mean, I did a lot of fighting that lightning thing. I think someone else should go touch the lightning bolt.
I will go touch the lightning bolt.
Okay. Then, as you stride over, are you grabbing this item?
Yeah, while making sure that I have both feet planted on the ground.
Gotcha. As you grab hold of this particular kind of item. It's cold to the touch, honestly. And as you kind of hold it, it is constantly shifting and changing, but it never like shocks you or anything. It is, for lack of a better word, well controlled.
This isn't so bad.
Do you want it? Because I was interested in seeing it and in finding it to help us with Florian's thing, but I mean, I'm pretty happy with my dagger.
Elon will slowly stand up.
Yeah, I'll hold on to
I
it.
will say this. So I will put a screenshot of this item in the chat. Eklor the Shackled Lightning Bolt uses your mental skill instead of your physical skill for its use.
Okay. That is not good for me. I'm dumb. So-
Nathan, Alon, this sounds like a you thing. Or maybe Agnes. I don't know.
Hmm.
Elon, if you want it, it sounds right up your alley.
I'm considering.
Just imagine, you could be wielding the Thunderbolt, and then I can be lifting you up and carrying you into the clouds so that no one can see you, so you can rain hellfire on your enemies.
Is
Think
this what you
about it.
talk about often?
Yes, unfortunately.
I feel like in this moment, even Alon is like very troubled. Uh, I'm. Thanks for the offer. I think I'm good with that part. Um. So with Call Lightning, they only have to make a physical save of 1.
And its dormant form, yeah.
Hmm. 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 I'll hold on to it. I'll hold on to it.
Alrighty then. But if you ever want the floaty treatment, just let me know.
I'm good. Thanks.
That damage rating of 6, is that just for like cracking someone over the head with it?
For the use of it, yeah. So if you are using it to attack, then
Okay. So you can use it to attack without necessarily using a charge for it.
correct.
Okay.
That is just blasting someone with a lightning bolt. Or kind of
Very fair.
using it to lash out and hit someone from up to 10 feet away.
Yeah, I'll hold on to it.
Okay. Then,
So I guess I go over and pick it up.
yeah. Then, as you go and you take Eklor, it is here where we will end the session for today, as all of you can take a level up.
Level up.
Level up.
Let's go.
Correct. So, where we pick up, all of you have just gotten Eklor kind of standing in the room with it. What are you guys doing?
Should we head back?
Is there anything else in this room?
In this room, no. This seems to be the end of the hall.
Okay. Also, when we killed those things, did they just like dissipate?
Yes, it looks like the force that was grounding them had been like broken, and so the electricity just kind of spread into the surrounding air.
Alright, yeah, let's head back.
Alright.
On the way out though, in the room with the cranks in it,
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to check that out a bit more.
Gotcha. There are still all the notes in the room, along with the generator itself and the doorway, kind of on the opposite side of the room from where you come in.
I think I'd like to start by taking a look at the notes again.
Okay, yeah, sounds good. Can wander over and look at the notes. Notes of Polydectes.
Right, yeah.
And
Go ahead.
is there something you're trying to glean from these notes in, like, specifically? Or are you just
I
generally
guess
looking at them?
who's Polydectes? What was he doing here?
Looking at these with just simple notes, there's no way to really know who Polydectes was. Just kind of a name that was placed down on these notes and kind of is basically a watermark for all of these.
Okay, can I make out purpose?
Purpose? Make a mental check at benefit 2 because you've been through a lot of this place.
Okay. That's 3 successes.
3 successes. Then, as you're looking over these notes, in general, you think that Polydectes was trying to use electricity to repel a type of magic that is settling here in Lords. Seemingly something that's been messing with his equations, it looks like. And with the electricity, it appears like he is trying to like harness the power. You would also find in some of these other notes that he seems to be working out how perhaps the manipulation of other primordial forces other than electricity using his Torvian could create even more dramatic effects. Like he was trying to use lightning to manipulate the magic around Lords, but it seems like he has plans for the use of things like wind or gravity for the creation of these things. But it does not seem like he was working with those specific elements here. It looks like this workshop was specifically built around the harnessing of electricity, and it seems like his magnum opus was Eclor, like this shackled lightning bolt that could give him near infinite electricity and the manipulation of the powers within.
Okay. So first off, this person had a Torvian. Does it seem to me like this is one workshop of many?
Yes, it seems like this Polydectes makes references to other machines, other laboratories, or hints at them at the very least. And
Okay.
you would guess that this is one of at least 3, if not more.
Okay. Also, are there any more details about this sort of ambient magical effect?
Looking at kind of the ambient magical effects, it doesn't seem like there's a ton here. Like, it's kind of like asking, like, you're working with this weird X sign in mathematics. What is that? It's like, well, a mathematician's not going to explain, like, oh, that's a multiplication symbol when he's doing other work. From what you can see, it appears to be a bit of like a distortion effect where some of the known magical effects that Polydectes was trying to elicit via his artificing did not occur the way he was expecting them to. It's kind of like if you are expecting, okay, like gravity is this universal constant. If I drop something in about 9 seconds, it's going to hit the ground. And when it starts taking 8, like that's going to mess with your calculations, and that's what Polydectes was finding. And so it looks like this research is trying to figure out how to get around that distortion and learn more about it.
Okay.
Polydectes doesn't seem like a local name, right? Are we able to tell if this is like an alias or if this is someone who is not from Lords?
That's hard for you to know, Aoife, just because you're a fox who's not that worldly. It does not sound like anyone from Lords that you know.
Kind of jumping off of that, do the way these notes are structured at all remind me of how Florian structured his?
No. I mean, in
Okay.
general terms, it's like, okay, like there is like this scientific method through them, but you could pretty easily tell this doesn't seem to be Florian's specific style of structuring his notes. These seem like two different people.
Gotcha. Last thing then, I want to check out that doorway, because I never went through there.
Gotcha. Then, as you go over to that doorway and you push it open, you actually find on the other side what appears to be a small apartment here, for lack of a better word. You can see that there is like this small kitchenette. There are like tables and chairs about, a bed in the corner. You can also see that there are cables that come through the walls in this room and connect to various chairs. One connects to a pot, it seems, that has various kind of arcane symbols carved into its sides. It looks like...
Does
Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna ask, does that remind me at all of my own cauldron?
A little bit, yeah. Although from here it looks like the lightning that is harnessed from the massive lightning rod is used to power things in this apartment. Like perhaps getting the cauldron to boil by putting, heat into it, or powering different lights around the room. And there are likely, as you enter inside, Alon, many other magical wards and effects that are around. Like, for instance, Boudica, as you walk in, you can see various cables that are connecting to what appears to be a piano and a harp in the corner. And as you go over, you kind of look them up and down, and you think maybe when the electricity is sent through these instruments, they might play songs, just kind of idly around in there. You would also see that there is another red box in the corner of this room.
First off, does it seem like anyone has been in here lately?
As you look around, everything seems pristine. There doesn't appear to be dust here, but your gut feeling says probably no one has really come through this space recently.
Okay. I would like to check the red box.
Gotcha. As you go over, you can pop it open, and coiled up there is this kind of like dark pink cable with number 5 on it, kind of in the box.
Hey guys, there's an apartment in here.
There's a wondering.
Boudica will check it out. Obviously, seeing those instruments and being like, oh.
I think
Nice.
Aoife would have followed him in without being asked.
There's not like another desk in here or anything, is there?
No, this appears to be just a general like living space. Like for instance, as you're looking around, there is a bookshelf filled with what appears to be fiction books.
Oh.
So
I'll give the bookshelf a quick browse.
Okay.
someone lived here, not just worked here, but lived here. I wonder if there was just
Yeah.
only one person making this place.
And there's a lot here, and as you look through, there are many books around, and as you are kind of looking through, there are a few that you recognize, like kind of like old classics, books like The Spell in the Mist or The Oracle Upon the Wind, like just a bunch of classics, and then some more obscure stuff from authors you don't know. Like one book is called The Blood Marsh, and they seem to be well used, read over multiple times, the spines of some of the books falling apart. Like this is a well loved collection of manuscripts.
Can Neza take a few?
Yeah, definitely. Is there any kind of books in particular that you think Neza would gravitate towards?
She would probably, I think, one or two classics that she's already read, and then probably two new ones, just based on, like, the cover.
Okay. Gotcha. Then you would probably like looking for some of the most interesting covers. There is one cover with what appears to be like this two-headed like beaver on the cover itself, and the title of this book is Stork. It doesn't have an author name, but it's just a really striking cover to look at. Another cover that you look at is called like The God's Meadow, and it's this beautiful, what appears to be like watercolor painting of a meadow at either like sunrise or sunset. Hard to tell, but it is very striking and beautiful.
I think she'll take Stork, and then is there one that is almost, like, stands out with how well it blends in, you know? Like when you're at a library and you look and you see a book that's just like a black cover, no text, no like anything on it, and you're like, huh, I wonder what that is.
Make a physical check for me, please.
Oh, I don't suppose I can argue for mental? For looking?
If you're looking, you're using your eyes, right?
I was thinking my brain, pattern recognition and all that, you know?
Well, your eyes are attached to your skull with
Mhm.
muscles, right? Use them.
Yeah, it's probably gonna be a. I'll say, like, again, for this, you're trying to look for something that's out of the way. You can make a mental check if you would like. It's gonna, it might be a little bit higher to actually, like, find something out of the corner, out of the way, but.
Thank you. Oh, I should have added an extra dice. I forgot about that. 1 second. Okay. That is 2 successes.
Gotcha. With 2 successes, kind of on one of the top shelves, you have to kind of hop a few times to get this small white book with like this simple, almost stock black text on the cover that says The Journal of Atticus Moreau.
That is going in her bag immediately.
Okay.
I know that name. Not that name particularly, but the Moreau name.
Hey, Neza, could I maybe borrow some of those when we get a bit further in the breeding lessons?
Of course. Are there any... This is not meant to sound offensive, I promise. Are there any children's books on the shelf?
No.
Okay.
Unfortunately not.
Not in the scientist's underground lair.
No.
I wasn't sure if he had a kid. Florian has a kid.
I do be keeping
Not by
the
choice.
I do do be keeping the hungry caterpillar in my science bookshelf just in case a dumb bitch wanders in.
One day I'm gonna be a college professor. Gonna be like, hell yeah, my Dr. Seuss collection in my office for when a dumb college student walks in. This is what I
You're
need.
joking, but legitimately.
They're like, hey, can I have something, to read? Sure, here, read Green Eggs and Ham. Prove to me that you can.
I mean, this guy
Damn,
doesn't
I
have any
am.
old favorites like the Velveteen Rabbit or whatever.
No.
SMH. He needs to learn how to have a little fun.
He doesn't even have to have an active child to have children's books. He could just have younger relatives that visit sometimes.
In his underground science bunker.
He's lightning layer.
Maybe he bought them a gift and then died before he could give it to him.
Why would he plan
Isn't
for
that
that?
morbid? He wouldn't do it on purpose. People don't always die on purpose.
Also, we don't know this person's dead.
That's true. I apologize.
We're just intruding and stealing his stuff. It's fine.
Yeah,
You are
I-
stealing currently.
yes, that's true.
Just want to make sure you're aware of that.
Does it
And
look
you're cool
fairly
with it.
abandoned, Colin? Has this area so far, like, can we tell that it seems fairly abandoned, or is it just temporarily uninhabited?
What would make you think about this place that it was abandoned?
Something like things seem to have been left in one place for a long time. It would be dusty. It would be clearly like there's no um signs of someone living here, Like it just seems things are stagnant.
Well, things are pristine. They're not dusty. Seems like they're everything is in its place. It doesn't seem well lived in, but it doesn't seem dirty or forgotten.
Okay, this is literally just some guy's house.
You said it's not that. Does it seem like? Can we tell if there are any traces of people having come through recently, or does it seem like there's, I don't know, maybe one of his electric things, clean, like a fantasy Roomba or something?
Make a mental check for me, Aoife,
Okay.
for fantasy Roomba.
One success.
One success as you're
There, over in the corner. It's the fantasy Roomba.
right there. It doesn't seem to be like signs of people coming around here recently, but you're also not adept enough at artificing nor really understand a lot of the electrical stuff going on here to know if there are wards here keeping this place clean, or if someone is coming around every now and then and cleaning themselves.
Very fair. It was worth asking.
Yeah, it was. And Agnes at this point is also going to be kind of looking around, and she kind of sees the bookshelf and other things here. And I think, Boudica, you would recognize pretty quickly. She kind of takes out a bag and is going to start going through some of the stuff here and just putting it in the bag. Like, just collecting.
What
Hey,
you
baby's
doing
first
there?
looting.
Sorry, I thought... Should we leave things here?
Oh, I was asking why you were taking the specific things you're taking.
Oh,
Is it of any interest to you, or you were just copying our bad behavior?
I think I could sell these.
Like books, or
Yes, books and... I mean, there's a fork over here. And some other things.
fork have a fun little design in it?
No, it's just a fork, but I figure I could sell it as a set. Do you want a fork?
No. Carry on. You can keep looting. I mean, collecting.
Agnes is not even gonna bat an eye as she's gonna continue just throwing shit into her bag.
You said there was a kitchenette. Can I go through the cupboards, see if there's any food stocked?
Doesn't appear to be any food stocked in here, but there are like bowls, cups, of course, like silverware, plates, everything for if there was food here, but there does not appear to be food here.
There. Well, I'll help Agnes loot.
Okay. And she's gonna kind of give you a smile. Thank you. We're always short on nice plates in Lords. If you could just take some. I have some cloth here if you could just wrap them so they don't get broken during the travel.
Yeah, sure. And I will take the cloth and wrap the plates I find as best I can.
Gotcha. As both of you, if you are working in sync, could probably, take everything that Agnes is looking for in about 10 minutes, just going through this place. You have become the Roomba.
If this guy is a local, it's the feeling he's gonna find out his place got gone through when he walks into Agnes's shop and sees all the shit on the shelves.
He's like, man, I have that at home. Wait.
That has my initials on it.
Man, this shop makes me feel like I'm at home.
Right, anything else you guys are doing in here?
I'm chilling.
Don't think so. Is there like a nightstand or something, like a bedside table?
There is a small bedside table close to, like, the small cot that is in the corner of the room.
Anything on or in it?
On it, there appears to be like a small orb on a stand with a kind of cable attached to it. And if you tap it, there's kind of like a small spark. The orb will start to glow this pale white light. And then as you go and you look inside the kind of table next to the bed, you find basically a 2-foot long Bowie knife made out of this deep red steel within like the side of the bedside table. It's a pretty wicked looking knife.
Huh.
That's cool.
Hmm. Never before have I wanted to pick something up so badly, but also been so certain that it's probably cursed.
Do it. Join us.
I'll get cursed.
You can see Agnes kind of takes a step or two back. I stay away from cursed items. Thank you. Bye. And she leaves the room.
My advice was not in character.
I was in character.
I was not. I was encouraging Dalton as a player to make a poor decision.
I don't like doing that, though.
Join us. It's so fun, though. We
Uh,
should try it
Make the poor
sometime.
decision. Because I'll make the poor decision if you want.
No risk, no reward.
Uh, uh, can I make out what the orb does? Is it just an opener?
The orb on top seems to be basically like a night light. Like it's a
Oh,
light
okay.
that you tap and it creates light.
Okay, it's a lamp. Gotcha.
Yeah.
God damn it. I leave the room.
Okay, if he's not touching it, I'll touch the knife.
Gotcha. As you touch the knife, pick it up. Nothing bad happens to you.
Cool, souvenir.
Yep. You can add a dagger with Hone 2 to your inventory.
Oh, sick.
Damn it.
Do you want
No
because
risk, no reward, Dalton.
I mean, I'll give it to you.
He doesn't
I,
deserve it.
I have the Broken Angel's Blade. I don't think I can use both at the same time.
Well,
I have
you
a
can offhand with a dagger
Oh, shit.
technically.
Okay.
When is
Uh,
Buddha
still up
gonna
to you,
get
Dalton.
handed lightning bolt. I'm good.
Okay.
Damn.
I'm also not convinced that as soon as we fall asleep, that thing's not going to whisper to you in your dreams.
I could get a sick dream girlfriend out of it. You know, maybe there's a hot lady inside the dagger. We don't know.
I have left the room.
Imagine a love life so sad you're betting on a dream cursed girlfriend. You're
Man,
like,
I'm gonna collect all
Maybe
cursed
this
items
knife will
man.
love me.
Maybe one of them will have an evil entity that will be so in love with me.
what if I play the Uno reverse card on the cursed entities so that they
Isn't
can
that
date
just
me?
what most of Caleb's characters do?
It usually doesn't go well for them.
It does not. But they try anyway.
Mm-hmm. Can I actually? You said there was something that looked like it could generate music, right?
The musical instruments, yes.
Oh, musical instruments. Okay,
The piano and the harp?
I misheard something. I thought you had said something that there was something with electricity that could generate music, like a. I was envisioning like a record player or something. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Now, the actual cables are hooked into the instruments, and if an electrical current is run through, they will likely begin to play songs. But they are a piano and a harp.
Gotcha. Well, I suppose since I'm used to like dungeony stuff, can I just look around, see if there's anything that seems like a secret lever or like a false uh bottom of a cabinet or anything, just for funsies. See if there's any rooms we're missing.
Make a physical or a mental check for me. Up to you.
I will gladly do physical. May I add wild strength?
Sure.
Uh, not great for the amount of dice I rolled. 3.
3, as you look around, you kind of pass over bedside table. You go over, you've already been through the kitchen, kind of go over the bookshelf, kind of pulling out the books. Don't see anything there. It's just kind of now an odd bookshelf, and you notice the bookshelf itself is kind of shuffled out from the wall just a few inches, maybe. But the rest of the room still is in its own pristine condition. So you don't really find anything else.
Gotcha. The bookshelf being a ways away from the wall, that just seems like it's not damaging the wall.
Well, possibly. And I think as well as you're going through everything, like messing with things, probably you would notice like a little rat scurries out from underneath a chair and just and goes out from the room, skittering away. Looks like it was hiding in here.
Did
He's
it?
a spy. He's an actor.
Yeah, did it seem like someone else was perceiving through it, or did it just seem like a rat?
Again, like hard to say. I mean, it did seem like a rat.
Can I?
Hard to say if someone else was perceiving through it.
Can I polymorph into a fox and follow it?
Sure.
Cool. I won't go too far. I just want to see where it's going.
Gotcha.
If it seems like it's going somewhere specific, or if it just seems like it's trying to get away.
As it's going away, it seems to like duck into the generator room, and as you kind of look up, it seems to be like climbing up the side of the generator to get away from you.
I'll head back to everyone else and polymorph back and say, there's a rat in the generator room. It seems like it's a normal rat, but I don't know.
I'm really not gonna make a chasing squirrels joke.
I'm not a dog.
Yet.
If I was a dog, the first thing I would do would be to bite you.
There's
Yeah,
never
Nisa?
mind. Yeah, that's fair.
I'm gonna go to the dock.
Okay.
Alright, I'll follow him.
As will I.
Gotcha. Are all of you heading out then from this place?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Alright. And I'm assuming Boudica is going to fly all of you up? Or would you like to spend an hour figuring out another way across?
Man, you guys, I don't know how we're gonna make it past this. This-
Well,
Your wings
hang
on a
on.
timer?
Maybe we can. Hang on. Maybe we can chip the walls away until we have enough rock that we can pile it up and just sort of walk across.
Oh, I like that idea. I like that idea. However, let's try this, and then I'm gonna bear hug everyone and then float.
Fair enough. As you float out of the space, day is yours. It's about 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Is it still snowing?
Well, actually, it would be 2 a.m. in the morning, and it would be still snowing, yes.
2 a.m.?
Yep, 2 a.m.
About what time
Dang.
did we go in?
You went in at about 8 o'clock. Like, it was
AM or PM?
p.m. You went in
PM,
when it was
okay.
already dark.
I vote we sleep inside this house.
Sure. Maybe we should sleep back down in that room. That way, well, that is a bit of a trek, but that way we won't be vulnerable to people who know the house is here.
That's fine. We can do that instead.
Man, I just don't know how we're gonna cross that body of water.
Boudica, please.
What do you, Boudica, please? What do you mean? I'm innocent. I don't know.
It would have been really funny if Boudica did replace the fly power.
I
He
just
uses
lost my
it one-
mojo.
I don't know what you're talking about, Alon. I don't know why you're being like Boudica, please. I genuinely I did not spend my entire life building bridges. I mean, well,
I don't suppose Neza can use her illusion power to make it seem like the skies are darkening even more with the threat of rain.
It's already pitch
Boudica?
black out and
Yeah.
snowing. So,
Boudica, you flew us across literally 2 minutes ago.
I don't know what you're
Can
talking
you do it again, please?
I don't know what you're talking about.
It is 2 a.m. I am very tired.
He's feeling his age.
That's interesting.
Don't bring up age, she always wins.
Oh, are you feeling your age, huh? How
Oh,
old are you? All right.
please.
Let's go back across and I'll
Thank
like-
you.
alright, you guys get taken back down, and are you sleeping in the apartment tonight?
I guess, yeah.
Alright.
Do we want to set up a watch?
Probably a good idea, yeah.
There were some creatures down here, so yeah.
Okay. That can go first.
I can go second.
I'll go third.
Oh, was gonna say I want to go turd. Fine, I'll go fourth.
Are we gonna have 5 shifts?
You can sleep if you would like.
You get to be princess, I guess.
Are you sure? Seems like you might need it a little more, Boudica.
What do
You
you
know,
mean?
elderly.
I will not fly you across if you do not apologize for that comment.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, now go sleep.
You can see Agnes laughs with that.
Ilana is also laughing.
But it's all of you go to bed, get some sleep, and take your watches. Let's see. Aoife, are you doing anything in particular on your watch?
Nah, I'll probably keep half an eye out to see if the rat comes back, but I'm not gonna leave the apartment for it.
All right, make a physical check.
Cool. Wild strength.
Yep.
Six successes.
At about probably 3:30 a.m., the rat returns kind of at the doorway, quickly poking its head in before scurrying away. But
And I still can't tell if there was any, like, kind of human intelligence in how it acted, right? It still just seems like a rat to me.
make a spirit check for me, please.
Okay. One success.
It seems rat-like, but again, it's only peeking its head in for a quick second. It's hard to say. It was definitely watching you and wanted to see where you were.
Gotcha. Where I flushed it out from before, was there a nest or anything?
You didn't see a nest.
Okay. I guess Aoife would maybe just poke their head out of the corridor, see if they could see which way it went, and then just... Sorry, I just saw Jamie's comment. But Aoife will not leave the room, and will just, when waking up the next person, let them know that the rat briefly came back.
Okay. And Agnes will nod as she goes on her watch. But the rest of the night will pass pretty much without incident. All of you can take a complete rest, as you won't really know when dawn comes back around. It's kind of just your internal clocks waking you up the next morning.
Can you remind me, with a complete rest, minor injuries go away, correct?
Correct.
Cool.
How are we going to cross this body of water?
You can see Agnes
Are we
is...
at the shore when we're having this conversation?
Yeah, Agnes is just gonna jump on your back, Boudica. Mush!
Oh no, and like as she's like saying this, she's starting to slowly float.
Wee!
I have no idea how we're gonna make it across. This is a tragedy.
Boudica,
I-
this is animal abuse. The horse is already dead.
Man, I don't know what we're gonna do about this dead horse, and also the fact that I can't cross this body of water.
Agnes is
Man.
gonna let out just the most exasperated sigh.
Can
Out
Nasa
of
please?
genuine...
What are you doing, Nasa?
Can I attempt to use the Ascendant power to fly across, please?
Oh my god.
Go ahead and make a mental check.
It's
It's
gonna
okay if
fail
not.
halfway across and you're just gonna drop it to the electric eels.
That's okay. I have a backup plan.
Is your
I
backup
hope you mean
plan a new
backup character.
Watch it be just no successes.
Two successes.
2 successes.
Is that enough?
Let me check here. So, it's unnatural. It is
Unnatural +1 or +0?
+0. It's supposed to be unnatural, unnatural, supernatural reality bending.
Oh, okay.
It was copied wrong, but
Do you mind if I edit
yeah,
that
go
real
ahead.
quick? Okay.
Then unnatural. Technically, it's small. Let's see. For the duration, you could probably do it over the course of 10 seconds or less. Now, you are inexperienced,
But devout.
but you are devout. You are
So
very...
2.
So 2 is exactly what you needed, as you can, like, float your way across.
I
Just
think at
barely.
this, Nasa just gives a heavy sigh and almost, like, turns on a heel and looks like she's gonna fall backwards into the water, but then just floats across. Probably almost hits her head on the way because she's not looking.
Gotcha.
But then she rights herself and actually starts looking where she's going.
So much for respecting public transportation!
Elon looks at this situation and just slowly looks at Aoife.
Oh,
I know you want to turn into a bird and fly over there too.
Alon, don't
Do you want
worry
me to
about
turn
it.
into something big enough to carry you? Because I can do that.
I was gonna carry you. I haven't gone across yet.
Wait, if all of you could get across on your own, why did we spend so long
I
last
can't.
time?
I can't.
What?
Shut up.
Do you wanna lift? Alon,
Yes, please.
my favorite scientist, my favorite doctor.
Okay, well, if Elon's getting a lift from Boudica, then I'm just gonna turn into a songbird and fly across.
Okay.
Also,
I kind of picture like Elon in Boudica's arm, almost like Princess Carrie, and he has like his arms crossed, like pissed.
around the road. And then Brutus just said, "Oh yeah, about Nasa. Don't worry about that. I bit her last night, so now she can fly."
You can see Agnes kind of looks to you. Can you bite me?
It doesn't work if you ask.
Oh.
You know that like thing in Squidward does the like future, and he
Yeah.
Elon's doing that motion, just like
Fair. But all of you make it to the other side, get up the rope, back to your wagon. The day is yours. Are you beginning your trek back?
Might as well. We got where we came for, and we need to go and see how Florian's doing.
Fair enough. Then let me roll something real quick. Nice. Is there anything you guys are wanting to do during your roughly 7 days of travel back?
Nasa, could you check in with Bear and just see if everything's okay? If the town's on fire yet?
you know, I thought that being the only one in the party not able to bitter about.
Sorry, don't you
Because
cut
I'm
out for a
up.
second?
Sorry?
You cut out for a second.
What? Oh, it's just I realized in the same moment as Alon that the only one in the party who can't fly?
Up until 2 minutes ago, Nasa couldn't fly either.
I mean, she always had, well, for longer than that, has had the capability to do so. She just didn't
That's
apply
fair.
herself.
You just gotta apply
You know,
yourself.
Alon, if you wanted to fly, I've got a great place you
No.
should visit.
Oh.
Elon, if you want to fly, you can ask me anytime you would like. Because I have two options for you. One, I can either float with you, or I can throw you.
Thanks.
Hey, Colin,
Yeah?
are any pelicans I've seen, have they generally been, like, normal pelican size in comparison to our world, or have I seen any, like, super big pelicans?
There, you've seen, well, let me see here. With where you are, have you ever been near the southern coast? The Prime Ring?
Near the southern coast? Probably not. Tira and I probably stayed kind of northern and at most like central.
Yeah, so I don't think you would have seen a pelican
Oh
before.
damn.
Unless you went to, like, a zoo.
I mean, going to a zoo could have been fun. For anyone else, that would bring up weird moral questions, but Aoife would have a blast.
It feels like Aoife would be the one having moral.
Yeah, I feel like
You would think
Aoife.
so, but Aoife's basically lived in like weird domesticity like the majority of her life, so
Aoife's a pygmy.
God.
Oh,
Okay.
God.
I was just curious if I had seen pelicans that could fit people in their mouths.
No. No.
Alright.
You've seen pelicans that could fit halflings in their mouth, though.
I like that you've implied that they are distinct from people.
Mm-hmm. Because their pelicans do grow big enough where they can scoop up a small child in their mouth.
Neat.
Mm-hmm. Bird facts.
Bird facts.
Bird.
Alright, that's all I had.
All right. I'm assuming you guys are taking the same route as last time, skirting the Church of the Neverborn, and then heading straight to Lord's. Just on the
Yep.
most direct path. Yep.
Yeah.
And
While we're traveling,
oh, go ahead.
sorry, I was muted.
Mhm.
Nasa would like to first check in with Bear to see how things are going.
Gotcha. As you would attempt to check in then, over time, first day you probably wouldn't get anything back. Second day, Bear would respond, "Oh, hi, Nasa."
Hey, how's it going?
Oh, it's gotten a bit crazy over here.
Why? What happened?
Oh, well, Mr. Van Rome got broken out of jail. And,
Oh,
Right.
wow.
yep, he's gone. And, while he was escaping, there was some damage. So,
What do you mean, damage?
well, I'm still trying to figure that out. We all are. There was an explosion towards the south of town. I think they were probably trying to head for the wall and jump over it. And because of the explosion, I mean, there was a little bit of property damage, but also Lucille Moreau was caught in the explosion.
She alive?
No.
Sorry. Dalton's made a sound that sounded like a laugh, and that sent me off. I'm sorry.
It wasn't a laugh at all. That is not at all what that
It is
was.
not. That's actually very, very, very unfortunate for all of us. And I will just respond, oh, that's not. I'm sorry.
No one else was injured though. That's a good thing. Um, they're having a funeral service for her today. And then, well, I think that Arno and Ocean are going to be talking about what's going to be happening now, as you know, you can't have an aristocracy with only two people.
We can plant someone on there. That's out of character.
I was just thinking about that. Birthright or something. I don't know.
No wonder. No, that would cause a lot more issues for you than that's worth.
How are you coming back soon?
We are. We're on the road. We should be back in. At this point, it's 5 days, right?
Yep, thereabouts.
We should be back in about 5 days.
Okay.
I found, that topic, I found a journal by someone named Atticus Moreau.
Okay.
I just think it's interesting. Do you know anybody? Do you know how old that might have been?
Are you talking about the fiction book, The Journal of Atticus Moreau?
I take it back. I'm sorry. I didn't realize it was fictional. I'm not
All
from
of the
around
books in
here.
there were fictional.
Yeah, but I thought somebody might have stashed their real journals somewhere in a book of fictions. They had genuine, like, what's the word? Deniability. Be like, that's not my journal. That's a book of fiction. Liz will just say, oh, um, essentially what she said earlier. I take it back. I'm not from around here. I didn't realize it was fictional. I haven't opened it yet, so that
Oh,
would make sense.
uh-huh. Well, it's a good book. I've read it. It's really nice.
I've picked up a few others too, if you want to borrow some.
Oh, okay. Um, I'm gonna get back to collecting some firewood now, but I'll tell you if anything else goes on.
Okay, good luck.
Okay. See ya. And the
Bye.
connection kind of severs.
That's fair. So, apparently, there's a lot of chaos going on right now in Lords. Um, he did end up getting broken out, which is good. But on his way out of the city, there was an explosion, and the Lady Moreau was caught in it and died.
I think Elon like breaks a part of the cart. His arm was flat and he just breaks it.
Gotcha.
Agnes, I do have a question for you.
See, Agnes kind of looks to you. Yes?
Did you ever let Tira see those letters?
No?
Okay.
You wrote them for me, yes?
At the time, yes.
No, I wouldn't share something that personal that you wrote for me.
I was just making sure. She's very, anti-cult, and so
And you're very pro-cult now?
I wouldn't. It's a very complicated issue, I think.
See, Agnes will just kind of give a slow nod, but won't say anything more.
And neither will Neza. We're good.
Okay. The
I think
tension hangs in the
just
air.
holding that piece he just broke off and staring at the sky.
It continues to snow. Anything else you guys are doing on the travel back? Or any other conversations you would like to have?
I think probably one of the nights we're camping, Aoife will come to Neza and ask, I know it's a little late, but do you have the time for a reading lesson right now?
Sure, I don't have any of the. Well, I don't have a ton of the materials, but we can go over letters again.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Neza will pull out her notebook and attempt to teach.
Gotcha. And you can continue teaching Aoife the letters and going over reading materials, things like that. And, at this point, Aoife, you've been going for a while, so I think you've developed at least a little bit of basic literacy. Like, you're reading at a first or second grade level at this point. Which, big steps for you.
That's almost chapter books.
Yeah, I mean, considering I've never been to school, I skipped kindergarten.
I mean, how long did it take the 6-year-old to get there?
Exactly. Never mind that I've been around longer than a 6-year-old.
And have a fully developed brain. Theoretically. It's unknown.
Very theoretically.
Well,
Hey, big steps for me. At least I can kind of parse out some of the words on a book page now.
Yes, congratulations.
Thank you.
got some of the words, some of the times.
Fox spells. Neza does really have to fight the urge to lie and tell Aoife her name is spelled Fox.
I mean, I think you taught them enough that they would know that's not true.
Yeah, but it would be really funny.
You should have told her at the beginning. Well, yeah, I mean, at the beginning there would have been a better chance, but now Aoife knows better. Yeah, fuck them dogs.
Fuck them dogs. All my homies hate dogs. Right. Then, after the reading lessons, anything else as you are continuing your journey back? If not, then you arrive about a day ahead of schedule, given your pace, and nothing stops your movement, apart from a little bit of wet and slick ground from the snow of the winter. But as you are arriving back again in your beloved town of Lords, you would see there is, of course, a little bit of snow build up as the lands around have been taken over by the winter frost. I think as well, you would be able to tell Boudica that a few of the houses appear to be in a little bit better condition, and there appears to be some work around, especially along Main Street and Gold Street, by workers who are beginning to repair houses, it seems. Like a little bit of industry is coming back. But also, along you would see kind of towards the south of Lords, there is still a little bit of smoke hanging in the air above. The site of what likely was an explosion. But are you guys going to drop Agnes off and head back home?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Then, in that case, as you drop her off, you start making your way back, parking the wagon outside, and on kind of the porch, along as you pull up, you see Aspasia, who kind of smiles at you. Hi, darling. Welcome back. Lots happened
And he
since...
walks inside and hugs her.
Oh, I'm assuming by that reaction you didn't have a great trip.
It was long, let's say that.
Right. I'm not sure if you know, but some things happened while you were away.
I know parts.
Well, I'm glad you're back and that you're safe. Diana and Chloe are doing well. Coming along good with their studies. They've been enjoying the snow. People been coming in with sniffles every now and then. So it'd be good
Okay.
to have you back.
Right, yeah.
And here, I've been saving a good pot roast for you for when you came back.
Oh, thank you, darling.
Come on, take a load off. And that goes for the
Yep.
rest of you. Come on, I got a fire going.
All right.
And
Well,
what are you doing, Aoife?
oh, I was just gonna say, Aoife will polymorph into a fox and happily curl up by the fire.
Okay. Very nice. And Boudica, as you enter into the home, you would also see coasters flying about the home. Your knitted coasters moving all about as you kind of look and you can see Chloe peek her head out from behind a doorway. Oh, I've been practicing these.
Oh, they're lovely.
And she kind of goes and pulls out another like really rough bit of yarn that almost looks like a worm that you think she might have tried to knit herself. It's really rough, Boudica, but Chloe puts it on the ground. You watch as this little red worm inches its way towards you.
Oh, my goodness. Given life to that little thing.
It's a facsimile, but you know, yeah, it can move a bit. It can't move as well as yours. I'm not great at what you do.
Would you like to learn?
You can see Chloe will give a small nod. Yes, please.
Then I'll teach you how to make some. I assume you want to make some little creatures, yes?
You can see Chloe's face lights up. A rabbit. I want to make a rabbit. And then a
Then
dog.
I'll teach you how to make some stuff like that soon.
After she does her homework.
After you do your homework and I take a nap.
And you can see Chloe will nod and will run upstairs to go do her work. And as you all come in, begin to chill out, Alon, you are very quickly hugged by Diana, who comes running around the corner to see her dad. As Aoife, you go and curl up by the fire. Boudica goes take a nap. And Neza, what are you doing?
I think she's going to go try to track down Bear.
Okay. Gotcha.
With,
In
if possible, she will try to make a small serving of like 2 bowls of soup, because I imagine she's fairly hungry from having, eaten mostly like on the go road food.
fair. You would find Bear in his little hovel. He is wrapped in his blanket with a small fire, and he kind of looks up at you. Oh, hi, Neza. Welcome back.
Hi, sorry, I didn't mean to intrude.
No, it's fine.
And she'll pass over the warm-ish soup.
Oh, thank you.
I imagine she was trying to keep it warm walking over with the Ascendant power again.
Mm-hmm. And he'll begin to spoon it into his mouth. This is really... and he sneezes a bit, and then he smiles. It's really good.
Are you doing okay?
Oh, just got a little bit of a cold, but it's par for the course, you know.
How have things been?
Oh, you know, a little rough, but the funeral was nice. Generally kept out of trouble. I had an idea I wanted to run by you and everyone else, though.
Do you mind if I go ask if it's a good time for you to come over?
Oh, sure, okay.
That way we can all talk at once.
Sounds good.
I'll be right back.
Alright.
Liz will hustle back over to the house. And she'll, I guess, probably run across Eva first at the fire.
Probably everyone's by the fire at this point.
Oh, excellent. Hey! So, I know that we don't want Bear finding out about Chloe and all that. He says he has an idea he wants to run by all of us, and also it is bitterly cold out there, and he's still without proper shelter.
Okay, I know I missed a session, but I thought the plan was to tell him that Chloe existed, but just not about the other stuff.
I think we. I think we talked about telling him Chloe existed when we got back, but we were not telling him anything before we left. Except for we told him about the key. But we agreed to tell him about the key, but not about Chloe yet, and then we would handle Chloe when we got back.
She's currently upstairs, right?
She is, yes.
Okay, yeah, you can come over.
Okay, and I don't mean to push, but is there... And I want to be clear, he didn't ask, this is my own asking. Is there any... Do we have a plan for the attic room?
I don't think so. I mean... I guess...
I think Eve.
Chloe and Diana are bunking, right?
Yes.
Not literally, because as we see it, banned bunk beds, but
Mm-hmm.
so I guess not.
Yeah, and I'll Aoife will polymorph back into person for this conversation. Then she'll say, I I guess we can finish up the attic for him as long as we just tell him that Chloe's. I mean, can we tell him that she's like I don't know, a niece of yours or something, Alon? Something where it's slightly less weird that we just have a child out of nowhere?
I will just say, wouldn't it be a bit weird for me to suddenly have a niece here?
We could have adopted a child. You both, I mean.
From
In
where?
Rasmusia.
I
The
I wasn't
streets.
I wasn't thinking she already lived here. I was thinking maybe sent to live with you, maybe because it's a quieter out here. I don't know.
You see, I might have gone with that before I knew about the time dilation.
Right.
I don't think that any of my family's going to be sending anyone here.
Out of character, Baron knows about the time dilation, right?
I
Yeah.
was under the impression that everyone knew after Tira told everybody.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, right.
I mean, Bear would have gotten a little bit from Agnes because Bear doesn't really interact with Tira. He tries to stay as far away from her as possible.
Fair enough.
As he should.
Um. Right. Okay. I just wanted to clarify that Bear was already aware that we were aware of the time dilation, and we couldn't just pretend we didn't know about it.
What?
I don't know. I just think we should have some kind of cover that is not, Florian was seen with a child, and now we are seen with a child.
I mean, our cover could be that we're fostering.
I
See,
We
the
are
issue with
kind of fostering. It's not a lie.
that is factual. The issue is still, though, from where?
I mean, do we have to? We don't really have to specify, do we?
Suppose
He's
not.
never.
We
He's
can
never
say
asked prying questions.
we can
No,
say
he hasn't.
we can say that we would prefer not to say.
That's kind of the assumption I was operating under.
And she has a. We could just say it. It's very, very sensitive past, which it is.
I feel like the most straightforward and accurate way to do this is tell him that there's another child in the house, that we needed our help, and we are providing it.
All right.
Okay. I'll be
Yeah.
right back. And she's gonna jog back over to Bear's den.
Okay, he is now finished his soup.
Oh,
And I
honey.
imagine Nasa left her bowl there too, just in case he wanted it. But she didn't say that.
Oh,
It
he
was
hasn't
just more
touched
of
it.
a, like,
He's kept it by his fire, trying to keep it warm for you.
oh, it's a good time. But we have a disclaimer that we're gonna kind of address as a group there. Just
Okay,
please don't let them know that you kind of already know.
okay. About the girl?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's a lie, though. Shouldn't we just be honest?
Maybe. I'm just
Honesty is the best policy, Mesa. And I don't need to say that you told me. I could just say that maybe I already knew, you know? Or maybe I saw her. I can
No,
take
that's a
it.
lie too. It's okay.
But
Let's go. We can. I guess we can tell him.
I don't want you to get in trouble. It's just that I know that I feel bad when I lie to people about things, but I don't want you to get. You've always been nice to me.
I don't mind. It seems very important to you, so I'll. And you're right. We should say it eventually.
Okay. Well, here's your soup back.
Oh, thank you.
He kind of gives you the bowl. And he'll
And
take his.
she'll take it and eat on the way back.
Okay. Then, as you both walk back, Bear enters in, walks into the living room.
Hello, guys. Welcome back.
Hey, Bear.
Hey, Bear.
Oh, I guess you already know about everything then.
Yeah.
Yeah, Neza told us.
Yeah. It's a crazy thing.
And Bear kind of looks over at Neza and then looks to you guys.
Neza already told me about Chloe.
I do want to
Alright.
clarify. I never told him the name in
Oh,
character.
sorry. Then you'd say, uh, I have to. It's hard because you did it over text, but you'd say, I know about the girl.
That's fair. I don't think I did do it over text. It
I-
was during that one time where,
Dude, you send me so many fucking private texts.
I know it was not over text though. That one was in session. I'm almost certain of it because that was a verbal slip that I had.
Because I know that you said Chloe. So,
Oh, then maybe I did.
yeah.
That one might be true, but it was definitely verbal.
Because I have it in my notes that he knows about Chloe. So, I'll have to look through, but that might be a mistake on me.
Either way, the effect is the same. But yes. I mentioned that we have a child named Chloe living here with us.
Yeah, alright. Was there something you need to talk to us about, Bear?
Yeah, I had an idea that I wanted to run by all of you. It might help things out. I don't know. So, they're choosing new members of the aristocracy, and I was thinking that we might have someone who could be one of those members of the aristocracy, because they have a family member who was part of the aristocracy. Because Neza's a descendant of Naomi Dukas. I mean, Naomi technically never released her seat, so therefore a descendant could take that seat. Same thing that Arnaud Bouchard did with his father and what Oceane did with hers. So, just
Would that go over well?
well, that kind of depends, If we get enough support from the townspeople, I mean, they're calling a town hall in 3 days. If we get enough support, and the townspeople support it, I think we could get it done. I don't know. I'm not as connected to the townsfolk as you are, I'll be honest. But I think they like all of you. I think Neza could do some real good in the aristocracy. Or Boudica, because if Neza passes the seat to someone else, I mean, Boudica's mentioned she ran a company before.
Hmm. I think I'm slightly confused. To be part of the aristocracy, you don't need the sort of buy-in money if you have blood connection.
That's how you get your family in, but then it's just a blood connection.
Mm. Hmm.
People can buy their way in, but, you know, usually you would pick someone that also has a lot of money, so there's not pushback, you know.
Right.
But again, Naomi technically never gave up her seat, and Naze's well liked. All of you have done so much for the City of Lords, and they are looking for someone. There's not really any great candidates
And
around.
it's not too suspicious that we know about Naomi because we did also talk to Clement
That's
and he
true.
told us everything.
And I think
Yes.
either
How
you
are you
or
related again? Cousins?
Cousin,
Second cousins?
well, distant cousin. She's a cousin of one of my, I believe she's my dad's cousin.
think
Hmm.
both you or I think could be pretty good candidates for this. Like Bear said, I did briefly run a company, but I also I've done a lot of civil engineering. I could really help lords.
Yeah. Good one. Hmm.
Also, they probably wouldn't object to me because my family's loaded. Anyway.
We could both try.
Yeah.
Well, if you can get the support of the Lady Alair, then you could just both of you outvote Arno, and we could get Boudica on as well.
Okay, that's not a bad idea.
Hmm.
And I know 3 days isn't a ton of time, but if we can get the support of the Lady Alair with the plan and a lot of the local business owners and maybe even the Briarhearts backing us, then it will
I don't
likely
know.
be enough.
I don't know that the Briarhearts will back us. Tira gave me a very, very dirty look.
I mean, there are more Briarhearts than just Tira, but
I
also
mean,
isn't
that's true.
Tira Aoife's old friend?
And this is just looking at Aoife for that.
I mean, she's my old friend, yeah, but I mean, if I don't know what I would do about that if she doesn't like Neza.
So we don't know why she doesn't like Neza. She might not like Neza because of her involvement with Agnes, as far as we know.
I mean, that's what. Actually, Colin, does that seem to track um for Tira, where she might be resentful of Neza, like because she hurt Agnes, or does that seem like it'd be like a little bit? The best word I can think of is like petty for her. Like, does it seem like it could be something deeper than that?
Do you think that would
Or
be petty for her, Caleb?
She does care a lot about her loved ones. I think it could track that she's just upset with Neza for hurting Agnes.
Or a warning not to try anything while we're on the trip.
Well, that might be a bit more of a. I think she would trust Agnes more than that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I was already going to talk to her. I could see at least what her thoughts on the whole aristocracy voting thing are, but I I can't promise I can get her to vote for you or get her support for you. Boudica, maybe. She seems fine with Boudica, but
Well, hey, that's still pretty good. And we know it's not like we need to get everybody, but all of you have helped a lot of people around, so I hope. And if we have a bunch of friends, they might be able to speak for Neza and eventually Boudica. And we can finally start making the town maybe a bit better. I know the Lady Alaire recently has started some projects where she's revamping some of the houses, so that might be a way to get an in. But whatever the case, I think that it's likely that Lucille's key is in her personal mansion somewhere, so
I was thinking about that too.
it would be a lot easier if someone was just given the mansion. And plus, that's a nice upgrade.
It would be. I feel like. I feel confident that I can at least convince Bouchard to support me as well. My only hesitancy is if he is completely tied to the notion of Naomi. Then that might hurt the chances. But he seems to like me as a person. And if I can somehow manage to convince him that we are two different people, then maybe.
Maybe. Hey, it's worth a shot, you know?
What time is it, roughly speaking?
Let's see. Right now, it is about 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
So we missed our window with Lady Alaire.
I mean, if you want to go and get her when she's more than a little bit tipsy, then
We'll wait until the morning, I think. if if that 3-day window is still holds true, then that is fairly limited time. I could go talk to Bashard now.
Maybe. Might be
Should
good.
both of you and Bud go?
I don't know that he's gonna support Boudica. I thought it was a more of a sneaky thing that we get Boudica on afterwards with Lady Alaire and I outvoting him.
Why do you think he wouldn't support me?
I'm not sure. I'm just going off of what Bear said.
I didn't think that he wouldn't support, but I think that Arno wants to keep some semblance of control over the aristocracy. You know?
Mm.
And if the aristocracy is deadlocked again, then it would mean bringing on even more members of the aristocracy.
And if I. It seems like he, at this moment, kind of thinks of me as just some college student. So if I can manage in this conversation to convince him that I'm still a stupid college student, it would. He'd be more likely to agree, because he thinks he can. Essentially, it'll be like an extension of himself, he'll feel, I think. Does that make sense?
I think so. It might work. You'd have to, I guess, talk him out of whoever he thinks he's gonna try and support as well.
Who wants to bet it's gonna be Tira?
I
Ah, damn.
think that's probably gonna be who he will want.
I
That
think
or
our one saving.
Pascal.
That's fair. I think it's possible.
But hey,
What do you
you know, I have faith in you. You're the
think?
best candidate around. Maybe only second to Boudica.
Yeah, I was gonna say Boudica is much better. But I'll try my best. What do the rest of you all think?
I mean, I think you should go for it, frankly. Both of you.
Okay.
Exactly.
Can go. I think I'll go talk to Bashard then.
Oh, that's good. And I just want to say, you know, thank you for everything you've done for Lords so far. Genuinely, I think that you guys would be the best choice, even if you weren't part of the devout, or we hadn't become friends. I mean, all of you are very wise, and I think you do a good job for this city, and your hearts are in the right place.
And thank you for everything. Fair.
I haven't done anything. I'm just kind of a guy who hangs around, really. But thank you. Maybe if you could just dial back a little bit on the persecution, if you guys become part of the aristocracy, that would be really nice. But I
Was
promise
part
that's
of
the
plan.
only favor I'll ask, you know?
Yeah, oh, that's definitely on the list.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Well, and I don't know if you are technically part of the aristocracy, and there are. Oh, that's a reach. I don't know if we're anytime soon close to being able to have Naomi not be burned every day, but it's still a dream.
That's also on the list. But maybe a long-term goal.
Right. Well, I'll let you guys get to what you're gonna do. If you need anything, you just call me. Um, You know, I'm not much with schmoozing people, but I'll do whatever I can these next few days. Whatever you guys need.
Can Nisa try to shoot Alon a very quick telepathic message?
Sure.
Tell him about the attic room.
I don't think you've ever done that to me before.
I don't think so either.
Well, you were part of the. Oh no, you weren't part of the group call because you weren't here.
Yep.
I think, like, his eyes start welling up a little bit. Hey, Bear.
Are you alright?
Yep, fine.
Do you need some water?
Fine, thanks.
Oh, okay.
Just wanted to say, that attic room is still there if you want it.
Oh, like, what do you mean?
What I just said.
Like,
We're still in the process of fixing it up, but it shouldn't be more than, what did Aspasia say, like a day's work?
Something like that. Elon goes over and gets a glass of water.
And it gives us an excuse to talk to Rouge as well.
maybe.
And
I don't want to. If I move in, though, what if people think badly of you guys?
I mean,
I
no
can
offense, but we already consort enough. It's not exactly, a secret that we're hanging out. I don't think.
I don't draw a ton of attention to it, and quite honestly, I don't think Agnes does either. I don't know about other people, but
And how would they know?
I don't know. It's a small town. Word travels. I guess I'm just a bit paranoid.
If you'd rather wait until after the town hall, that's okay.
Yeah, I don't. For the first time in a long time, we're so close to making things a lot better, I think, and I don't want to be the one that lets everyone down, you know? The Church of the Devout looks to me for guidance, and I'm supposed to help protect them, and I can't fail them on this. But once everything's safe, I would love a room. But I can stand a few more days of the cold. I've done it for long enough. I can do it some more. But thank you for the offer.
And Bear is going to give all of you a nod and begin to head out. And with that, as he leaves, what are you guys doing?
Sorry for scaring you, Alon. I forgot I
Warn
hadn't
a
done that
guy.
before.
God.
I mean, it kind of defeats the purpose of a secret message if I say, hey, heads up, I'm gonna send you a secret message.
I guess, but still, that was out of nowhere.
I know, I'm sorry, and it was louder than usual, too. I'm sorry.
I don't like when she does it either.
Sorry.
Ugh.
I'm still new to this whole magic thing.
Elon's like shaking his head, like, ugh.
I'm gonna go talk to Bouchard if that's alright with all of you.
Yeah, alright. I'm gonna go open up the practice, see if anyone needs help with a cold or something, and he walks outside.
Okay.
Oh, Bear needed help with a cold.
Why don't... Okay.
I'm gonna teach a child how to crochet.
I'm gonna go
Cool.
talk to Tira.
And and then Elon goes back outside. Bear,
You can see Bear kind of turns around as he's walking down the street. Oh, yeah?
need a hand with that sniffle?
Oh, yeah, much appreciated, Doctor.
Yep, come on. And he goes back into practice.
He'll trot over back to your practice. And he's got a pretty, like, simple case of, like, the flu. Just
Yeah, okay.
brought on from being outside.
Yep. Um. Do I have any? I know I already gave him one, but do I have any extra blankets I could give him?
Yeah, you probably would have, like, one extra blanket that you can give him.
Yeah, I'll hand him the extra blanket. Uh, how much do you charge for firewood again?
Um, uh, well, I usually ask for about 5 lira for a bundle.
Uh, I hand him 30 lira, and I say, "Here, take this and use it on yourself."
Oh, okay. Thank you.
No problem. Uh, hmm. Meanwhile, I'll see if I can get Boudica to knit you a hat or something.
Thank you, Alon. It's very kind of you.
Yeah, of course.
I'll be a lot warmer with this.
And he seems like genuinely happy that he got a new blanket. You know, he'll wrap himself up in it.
It's comfy.
And it's not that comfortable of a blanket either. Like, it's kind of like a scratchy old one that you got, but Bear is overjoyed. And
Happy for him.
yep, he'll begin to make his way back to his quote unquote home with a new blanket and a little bit of treatment. And let's see, Aoife, you are going to go and see Tira?
Yep.
Gotcha. Are you heading to where the Briarhearts usually practice, or are you trying to head to her apartment?
Time of day. This is about the time of day. Would the Briarheart still be practicing? Probably.
They'd be practicing, be out on patrol, things like that. This is kind of like their working hours. But it's also winter, so who knows how their schedule kind of changes.
That's fair. I'll swing by there first to look for her. If I forget, did she directly tell me where her apartment was?
She, like, told you, like, the area that it was in.
Gotcha. I'll head towards the Briarhearts first. Catch up with them a little and ask where she is, and then go from there.
Yeah, Gregory kind of look at you.
Oh, yeah, the boss hasn't been feeling well for the past few days, so she's at home.
Oh, is she sick?
I think she just kind of has an ear infection.
Oh. Well, I was gonna talk to her anyway, so I'll see if I can get her to come see Alon.
Probably for the best. Good to have the doctor back.
Yeah, he's glad to be back too. We all are.
Good to have you back. Come train with us when you have the chance.
Yeah, we'll do. Good seeing you again.
And Gregory will smile and go back to drilling the other Briarhearts.
Cool. And I will head off to the approximate location I was told Tira lived.
Gotcha. As you're doing that, Neza, are you heading to Arnaud Bouchard?
I think she's taking about half an hour to like generally make herself look presentable.
Oh,
So that
okay.
not in a weird way, in like a I am coming to ask you about a candidacy for aristocracy, so I need to look the part way. So she's
I,
kind of
in a weird way, did I? Are you? I don't want to even think about that.
okay.
Oh
I'm sorry.
God.
I thought your surprise sounded like horror for a second. I apologize.
No, I didn't think you were gonna honeypot Arno.
It
Well,
it did
I'm
also
not.
sound kind of to me that that was what you thought.
Oh dear. No. I just was like, oh, like looking nice, looking the part.
She's doing some like uh just simple makeup. Nothing like crazy. And she'll probably break out like the hair clips and earrings and her specifically though her fancy blue cloak that she keeps very very carefully like she takes very good care of that she got from the capital.
Karyakin.
Yes. Yes.
Gotcha.
And then with like she'll probably leave the big pack of things at home but keep like a notebook and a little spare bottle of ink and a quill. Very very well sealed ink.
Okay.
And start to head over.
Gotcha. As you head over, you make it to the gate outside of Arno's manor, and you can actually see he's outside amongst his garden. He seems to be putting some seeds in like a nearby bird feeder as birds are coming around and eating. And he kind of gives you a wave. Oh, welcome back.
Hi, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. Well, as well as could be expected. I'm not sure if you've heard the news, but
I have, and I'm deeply sorry for your loss.
it's the loss of lords, really. Lucille was a dear colleague and one of our most cherished administrators.
I'm sorry that we couldn't be there for the funeral. I heard it was lovely, though.
As funerals go, it was very nice.
Do you mind if we have a chat inside? It's a little cold out here.
Oh, my apologies, my dear. Oh, of course.
And he will open the gate and kind of like escort you inside.
And once we're eventually sitting somewhere-ish, she'll, um, so I have a question. It might be a little bit more of an odd question, but I was talking with Clement about the history of Lords. This has to have been months ago at this point, at least a few weeks. Um, and I noticed that, well, there's no simple way to beat around the bush. Um, I know that I'm descended from a previous member of the aristocracy, and I heard that there was questions on how to proceed with only 2 members left right now. I was wondering, if, no, I'm not really sure what this is like, but the speech you gave during our interview about how the aristocracy is here to serve and support lords, protect, it's all I really want to do, and if you'd be willing to help me go through the process, kind of figure everything out, um, I would be willing to give my all to Lords.
You can see Arno thinks about it for a moment.
I did assume that you had connections to Naomi, yes. I mean, you do look strikingly similar. But
Is that so?
in many ways, yes.
suppose good genetics would be my guess.
I have been told that I look like my father, so
Ah, well, in that case, but serving lords is one thing, yes. If you would like, I would be more than happy to take you under my wing for the next few years, or honestly, until I croak, and show you how Lords works, gets you up to speed with everything that goes on in the town, and once you're ready, I think that we could potentially put you up for candidacy in the aristocracy within the next half decade.
that that does sound reasonable. I'm just worried because it feels like, especially with the time dilation that I'm sure you've heard about, it just feels so long. And I'm not much of a politics person, but I do know that with only two people, it's gotta be difficult to get anything done. I'm I'm just trying to make a change as quickly as possible. And it seems like you've got Lord's best interests at heart. I mean, you've done so much for us and for the city as a whole. It would
Yes.
be nice to at least formally have the power to help you do what you need to do to protect Lords.
Neza, I understand that you certainly have the heart. You do not need to convince me of that. However, like you said, you are a college student, yes?
I imagine at this point, it's honestly, I've been gone long enough that they probably presumed me dead.
An ungraduated college student, but one with more experience than, albeit almost all of your classmates, I must assume. But our position is much more than that. I and Lucille and Oceane were trained from a very young age to be able to handle what this job is. And all those that come after are accepted based on the merit that they have and proven success. Now, with you, I think that there will be no doubt once everything is done and you are brought up to speed and we teach you how everything works in the system, and you will be a great member of the aristocracy one day. But I think your inexperience frightens me a bit.
I suppose I understand.
At
It wouldn't
least
be.
for today. For right now.
Mhm.
But again, with time and with the direction Lords is now going in, I think that if this is a path you wish to pursue, that we should begin tomorrow. And I could not be more excited, as with you and Oceane and, well, we haven't quite gotten to talking about who our next candidate would be and who even is interested, but I think with all of the support that you will have access to, certainly that you will be a member of the aristocracy if you devote your time and, quite honestly, your life to it.
I wonder if Boudica would be willing. I mean, I heard her family used to be very influential.
Hmm.
The old
Perhaps.
burn mine. And she's been around the block a time or two. Truly, I think she is very one of the best, most experienced candidates.
Let's see, Arno sits back as if to consider. And at this point, we cut back to Aoife as you are going through. Are you looking for Tira's home?
Yep.
Gotcha. Then, as you go and looking for it, you find the general address that you know to be Tira's. And it kind of goes up the stairs up to an apartment door with snow falling around you. A very peaceful environment.
Cool. I'll go ahead and knock on the door.
Gotcha. And as you knock on the door, there is kind of a moment of hesitancy. Then you hear footsteps coming from the other side, and Tira opens the door, and she kind of has these dark circles underneath her eyes. Oh, hello, Aoife.
Hey, Tira. Hi, is now a good time to talk?
Yes, it's fine. Please come in. And you can see, like, she almost kind of had to strain a bit to hear you. But
Gotcha.
she will lead you inside. And it is here where we will end the session for today. As next time, we'll pick up with all the shenanigans that are likely to come.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Level up?
Nope.
Ah!
I found that last second music cue a bit concerning.
What? Concern? No need for concern.
Is Tiro a werewolf?
Yeah, a werefox. There's nothing to be afraid of.
I feel like there is.
This just might take some time. It might be 5 minutes.
Well, I'm also scared because I planned on potentially saying some things.
Oh, yeah. See, I wanted a forum for that, you know? Because there might be some time for some juicy bits. Juicy tidbits. Who knows? I'm going to talk about a few things, likely. Figure out where Tira's at. And, you know, just have... This conversation might loom over next session. Who knows? Just turn to everyone and be like, I talked to her.
Don't worry about it. Only good things were said.
Only good things were said. We'll see. Depends on what you get her talking about. I got 4 pages of notes here. Cause Tira's got a lot to say about some things.
I have 4.5 bullet points.
Oh my.
Well, granted, some of them are long bullet points, but of things I want to potentially bring up.
Interesting. Alright, are you ready then?
I suppose I am.
Hey, no time like the present, right? The present is a gift, Caleb. That's why it's called the present. It's a little fun fact for you right there. But as you are led inside Tira's, basically her apartment, it's relatively clean, with sometimes loose dishes or piles of clothes or just like sheets like thrown over like some of the old upholstery. It's almost like a college student's apartment. Like, not absolutely rancid, but not like picture perfect cleanliness either. Somewhere in between. And she kind of goes and she sits down at her own kind of kitchen table and looks at you. What's going on?
Well, first off, are you feeling okay? Gregory told me you weren't feeling well.
I don't know. It's the back of my mind. It's just this noise. It's not a ringing in my ear. I've been hit hard in the head more times than I can count. You know that. This is something different. I started hearing it for the past few weeks, and honestly, it started to give me a rather large headache. I'm guessing you can't hear it.
I don't hear anything, right?
Nothing. Go figures. I don't know. Maybe I'll take a few days, go clear my head beyond the city limits where it's quieter before all this mess begins to happen.
Uh, do I recall when we went to the tomb? Does this seem at all similar to how she acted or mentioned feeling?
A little bit, yeah.
Does this doesn't have anything to do with the tomb we went to before, does it? Is it a similar feeling to that?
Yes and no. It's... Look, I didn't really bring this up often because whenever I did before, people looked at me like I was crazy, but I've always been able to hear things better than others, but those things, they're not just there, they're inside of things. I don't know, You're gonna think I'm crazy now, too. But
I don't think you're crazy. I don't get it, but I want to.
everything sounds a little bit different, Aoife. Like, everything has its own little noises that it always makes. And sometimes when I listen really, really hard, I can hear just a bit of that noise and even sometimes change it a bit. I changed how you sounded when I was young.
When you turn me into a person, you mean?
Yes, but it was more than that. I mean, when I turned you into a person, it was not just that, it was changing something more. You weren't... Sometimes things sound simpler than others, like this cup. This is... It's like monotone. It doesn't do much. It's just a cup. It barely has any noise to it. And even a bird, it's small, and it most don't have much, little more than a cup. But when I reached into you and I used my magic, I didn't want you to be just a cup or just a fox or anything like that. You were my friend and I wanted. I don't. It's not even helping. I don't know what I'm trying to say. I just. I added some things. I don't know how or what, just things that I heard from other people that looked like they were friends. I'm sorry if that was wrong.
I I don't know if it was. I guess I really don't know how. Well, thank you for telling me.
But now it's like I can hear this sound all the time. It, even when I'm trying to sleep, it's clear, and at first it was really quiet and I could barely even perceive it, but it's just gotten a bit louder enough where after all this time I don't know. It's not bad. I'm getting a migraine from it.
A few weeks ago, do I know about where, like, in the timeline of the things we've gotten up to, where that might be? What was going on around town around that time?
Few weeks ago, I mean that was about when Chloe came over.
Oh, hmm.
And all that began happening. So that's Chloe, that's you guys coming back from the trip. That's honestly quite a lot of things happening. This was, also around the interview, probably with Arno, while you were away talking to the Sentinel, and honestly, your trip with the Sentinel. I mean, you've been doing a lot of things recently.
There. Right. Well, I'm sorry. I hope the migraine goes away soon.
That's why I'm going to take some time, probably, or just spend a day outside of the walls to get my head about me. We've had a busy last few days.
Yeah. What has happened the past few days? We've heard bits and pieces, but not really a lot of actual details. We were just out of town for it
Yes.
was what, like, a week total?
Um, it was about a week and a half. You were away for about 15 days. Or 14 days, thereabouts. So, in our world, about 2 weeks.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, we were gone for like a week and a half, and I guess a lot of things happened. A lot of things did happen, I hear.
Well, trial was coming up with Florian, and I mostly stuck to keeping guard over him during the day, and I was with him when the aristocracy was questioning him. It was intense. There were a lot of accusations getting thrown around. Honestly, it was like some of those towns we used to go to where you would walk in and everything would just seem off and people were on edge, and he would always say, "Let's get out of here," and we would leave. And a few times I was thinking about it myself, but of course we both just can't leave this place anymore. So I stuck around while the noise, it wasn't growing, just was kind of grinding on me a bit. And then, you know, one night I was heading to bed, and, some of the guys were on patrol. Of course, we had a guard or two on Florian in the town hall. And then I woke up to the explosion. It was right before sunrise. And then, well, Gregory rushed on the scene. He was the first there, and he found Lucille dead in the wreckage about a block from her manor. Circumstantially, we were able to eventually piece together that one of the guards who was guarding Florian had been knocked unconscious, and Florian had been broken out of prison that same night when everything went wrong. We were just trying to secure the area for the first few hours, keep everyone calm. It's probably the cult. God, I hate them. I don't know why. Trying to spread chaos. Florian feels like a cult member. The activities, necromancy, strange experiments. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe I'm just chasing leads. I don't know. From what I got talking to Florian, it doesn't sound like he'd be the type of person to go and randomly set off an explosion. But maybe Lucille confronted him in the street and something happened.
Alright. Well, I know Florian's not a cult member. I'm certain about that much.
How?
I just, I don't know. The group of us have spoken to him before. We've worked with him a little bit with his experiments, and I, I don't even, those necromancy accusations weren't right either. At least we never really saw him do any necromancy.
Well, when we combed through it, we were able to find trace amounts of necromantic energy while we were there. So there was necromancy in that building. And I don't know what else. Look, people know that you were interacting with Florian. I kept the investigation away from you all, but be careful what you go around and start saying. Because he's obviously not who you thought he was.
Right. Well, we'll be careful.
Okay.
Thank you for helping us. I didn't know you did that.
What else was I going to do, Aoife?
Still, it was nice of you.
Well, you helped me so many times before, and Aoife, I care about you. Even though you hurt me, I'm always gonna care about you.
care about you too, and I'm really sorry again for hurting you. I know that nowhere near makes up for it, but
I was pretty harsh as well. I, after getting here, I know you probably didn't mean to leave so long, and it's what made things bad, but I'm just also confused why you left. Just up and gone. I don't. It's just still not making sense. But we don't have to talk about that now. It's. I'm just happy that, honestly, you came over. Would you like some food? I have some berries that Agnes bought.
yeah, some berries would be nice.
And Tira will go over to her cupboard and pull out a bowl of what seems to be fairly fresh raspberries, wash them, and put them down in front of you, and pop a few into her mouth. Yeah, so basically, just been cleaning that whole mess up, and uh, we doubled our guards, of course. So all the mercs are exhausted, and we took on a few more volunteers, people who have just been passing through. But otherwise, I've just spent the past day and a half in here trying to get some sleep, which hasn't been going well.
Um, the aristocracy. Do you know what they're going to do now that Lady Moreau's gone?
The aristocracy. Well, I had a conversation with the Lady Allaire. She was a little drunk at the time, but it seems like they're looking to appoint someone new to join the aristocracy. A lot of people who are trying to throw their hats in the arena, but looks like they can't run the government with just two people. I believe they're going to have a vote in the next 3 days, on the 11th.
Who do you think should join the aristocracy?
Hell if I know. Honestly, I don't care as long as we keep getting paid and we get the ability to keep protecting the town. I mean, Lucille, from what I understand, was pretty good with the money, so there's that. Maybe we'll get someone who's a bit, I don't know, more active in the community. That'd be nice. I'm trying to get some more money to honestly go after the cult. I've had a plan I've been trying to run by Arno. With the Briarhearts getting stronger, I want him to approve a raid on their little church out east. Perhaps we can get some valuable information, see what they're up to. If the perpetrators of the attack are there and we find Florian, then we can bring them to justice. We'll see. He's a bit hesitant, but I think after the recent attack, get the right people in power, and we might be able to be more active.
Do you think the people at the church over there were really part of it? I've been there once, and they just seemed like people. Now, I guess it was a little bit strange in comparison to the towns we've been to.
They all seem like people, Aoife. Look, some of the towns we went through on the Prime Ring, they had some of these people trying to get us to join their little groups. They always seem nice, but Arno gave me a little bit of a history lesson on them. How they grew more violent, more radical. How they've been out in the woods around lords recently. They're always out there beyond the limits of the town. They're watching us, Aoife. They had been waiting for their opportunity to strike, and now they're moving. I don't know what, but look, I know this type. They remind me of so many bad people on the Prime Ring, and if I could just get my hands around one of them, oh, I could find out so much. And maybe we go there and maybe we find nothing, but I bet you we find something. Plus, it's winter. Lady Alaire's practically pulling her hair out, trying to figure out how she's gonna feed all the satyrs and continue her projects, mending some of the roofs. She's been meaning to go and talk to Boudica with helping the building operations. Word went around at how good all of you are at chopping down trees, and this town sure needs the lumber. But whatever the case, I just feel it. And if I could just get the opportunity to go there and listen, maybe I could figure out more. Or out what it is they're up to. Maybe I'm just irritable, though. I haven't been sleeping well.
And the cult, you do think that whatever they're up to is going to be strictly bad news then?
Well, honestly, if I haven't met a good cult. Besides, they tried to overthrow the town. What, less than a decade ago? Well, maybe a little bit more now, depending on how much time has accelerated or not. But they're not good. Maybe they've been waiting, biding their time, but probably going to do something again. Look, now that we wiped out the northern goblin camp, the necromancers seem to be generally keeping to the south, although some of the reports from the miners talk about increased undead activity. I'm not sure what that's all about, but it's something we have to keep in mind, and maybe eventually we head over there and do something about it. Right now, though, the cult is the closest target, and again, maybe they've mellowed out over the years. But I don't want to wait for them to punch us in the mouth. I'd rather hit them first. That's what we did with the hobgoblins, and it worked like a charm. We'll do it with the cult next. You don't happen to like this cult, do you?
No, I don't. I don't trust them, but I don't know. I'm worried. I'm hearing a lot of different things from a lot of different people, and it's confusing. I thought when I came out here that things would be simple, that we just, we'd help lords, we'd go find Estelle, and then, I'd come back and you'd be happy with me, and we'd. But I don't know. Everything's gotten so much more complicated since we came here.
Make a spirit check.
That is one success. Could I use a hero point to try another dice?
Sure.
Okay, that actually was another success. So that is two successes.
Tira gets no read on you. You get no read on Tira, as she just looks at you and will nod, but you're not sure if, like, what she's thinking behind her face. It has gotten a lot more complicated, I won't lie. I wish things could go back to the way they were. You were just going along town to town. Aoife and Tira, the terrible duo. It was fun.
It was. But when I left, it was because I really missed that, and I felt like we were drifting, and I was stupid and petty. But I thought that if maybe if you realized how much you missed me, maybe we could. It would be easier to get back to that. I. But now it feels like we've gone too far, and even I don't know. Even if we'd left now, it just wouldn't be the same.
Maybe. But then again, maybe we could try. We've already done so much for this town. And look, you're right, Aoife. I always assumed you'd be my pet, right there by my side. I mean, you were there when I didn't have anybody else, and I was there for you. And I loved having fun, settling down for a bit, but things happened when you were away for those 3 years. I don't really want to talk about it, but I do want to be free, like in the old days. And I wouldn't mind at all if you were free with me again. We could even take your friends along, I suppose. Maybe leave one or two here. Seem to have it good, but we could go on adventures again. A little bit bigger of a group. A family. A real, true family. And we don't need to stick around where all this mess resides. We can come in, we can help like we always do, and then we can leave. No strings attached.
I really wish I could say yes, but I just feel like there is something that's going to happen. Maybe soon, I don't know, and I don't know what it's going to do, but there's below the town. Um, you can get down there through the well, but there's a locked door, and behind that locked door is a stone, and there are people who are trying to get to it, and I don't know what's going to happen when they get there, but
Which people? Aoife, give me names and we can go stop them or at least interrogate them right now.
I really don't want to do that. I just like maybe it would be good if you just kept an eye on the door, made sure no one tried to unlock it.
No, I'm not going to wait around again for... Look, I get that you're trying to be careful, but I can handle myself. I'm stronger than you. I'll protect you.
I know you will. It's not just you I'm worried about though, and it's not just me. There are people who would get hurt one way or another if we acted now, and I don't want anyone to get hurt. I think if we just stop that door from being unlocked, then maybe I don't know, maybe everyone will give up and we can just go back to normal.
This is not how this works, Aoife. Look, I promise I won't do anything rash. But please just tell me the truth and... Here, let's play a game. And she sits down, like really like facing you, looking at you. Let's play a game where we each ask each other questions and we answer honestly. Everything we know. And then by the end of it, we'll be able to trust each other. Aoife, I'm on your side. I've been trying to keep you safe. I've been trying to keep this town safe. Look, at the very least, whatever I'm gonna do, it's not going to hurt my friends or you or Agnes.
I I don't know. I mean, if I gave you names, what would you do?
For right now, I wouldn't do anything. I would talk about what I wanted to do with you. Unless there was someone actively trying to, at this moment, murder another person, then I probably would do something. Otherwise, you know, I would try and remain as calm and amicable as possible. And I guess I would want the same from you.
I can be amicable. I just I really, really don't want anyone to get hurt.
Well,
Even
Lucille Moreau is dead. So someone's already hurt. Your friend Quinn, they're dead. Agnes, I mean, I've seen the hole where she got shot, so she got hurt. No thanks to Neza. So people are getting hurt. And we might be able to stop it.
Fine. All right, I'll try the game.
Okay. Do you want to ask the first question?
Right. Okay, you said that when you changed me, you added things that you had felt from other friendly people. What were they?
I don't know exactly. Things to make you loyal, friendly, so that you could think, you could talk. I made the music longer so that you could live longer than normal. I didn't want to bury my pet. I still don't know everything that I did. I just made it. I made you more like other people that I saw on the street.
You called it music. You didn't say it was music before.
It's not even really music. They're sounds, but when you hear it all together, it's like how if you hear a single wind chime, it's just a noise. But the more you hear it together, it sounds like actual things, like it's planned. But not everything. It's difficult. They're not even instruments that I'm hearing. But yet I know it is musical. But my turn. You said people were trying to open the door. Which people? Give me names if possible.
I know that is what the cult members want to do. Uh, the ones. I think at least part of the desire does come from the people at the actual church. Um, relayed by someone to. I promise you won't do anything rash, and please don't tell them I told you this.
She just looks at you, like very flatly. I already promised I wouldn't do anything rash.
I know, but Nisa has been speaking with the cult, and I don't. She's working with them. I don't know that she's for them, but I I don't know. They've been telling her, us all really, a lot of things, and I don't know. They're different than what, like, Bouchard, for example, have been telling us. Like, according to the cult, they were, they didn't attack anyone. Their profit was just attacked in the night, and they fled. They left.
Well, that's a lie. I knew something was wrong with that girl.
She's still my friend, and I don't think she's a bad person. I mean, she's been
Not a
teaching me how to read.
not a
But
bad person. Do you know what she did to Agnes?
I
Look, I've heard some of the stories that Agnes has tried to paint in a good light. She treated that girl so badly. Then she arrives with a bunch of letters that honestly made Agnes so depressed. I'm not even sure what's in them. I didn't pry, but she emotionally manipulated her. Tell me, how did Naza treat Agnes on your trip?
she was cold. She didn't really want to interact. But I I I don't know. She didn't go out of her way to be cruel or anything. She just kept her distance.
Make a spirit check.
One success.
Alright, let's see if Tira buys it. Tira just kind of frowns a bit. Alright. Based on how I've heard, I'm guessing it was a little bit more than that, but you have the next question.
I do. Technically, you asked two of them.
It's true.
Look, you said things happened in the 3 years I was gone. I don't want to pry too much, but I mean, what happened?
I woke up and you were gone. I searched for you for I don't know how long. I must have covered every inch of wilderness in a 10-mile radius from where I woke up. I was so hungover that morning I could barely walk straight. I tried to find you for a long time after that. And I obviously couldn't. I didn't know where you were. And I don't know. It just... I lost myself for a long time. That's not a good enough answer. After I went on a bit of a bender, I joined up with a group of people, and I was their leader. I tried to fill the hole that you left, and you did leave a hole. And I realized that I had a lot of people around me, but no one who really knew me. And I tried drugs, liquor, sex, lots of fighting. And through it all, I did not make good choices in that group. I also made a lot of mistakes. One point, we all went into the lair of a dragon, and I'm the only one who came out. And it just kind of got worse from there. I was in charge of those people, and I failed them. I mean, they weren't good people at all. They were bad people. And she kind of just clutches onto herself. And there's a lot there that remains unsaid. You can try and push more, but no check required. Tira went through some shit. Your loss destroyed her. And through it all, you got exactly what you wanted, Aoife. Tira realized how much she needed you, but she couldn't find you. And your loss was a bigger hole than anything else could possibly fill in her heart. And you left a broken, orphaned girl in a cruel world without the one other piece of family she had. And God only knows what happened.
You don't need to go on. I'm sorry, Tira.
I'm sorry I wasn't good enough for you. Alright? I know I changed, but so did you, Aoife. We weren't kids anymore. I was just trying to find myself. Like any young person does. It was normal. And was I a bit too much? Yes. I know that. I'm sorry.
You weren't too much. Really, I really, really regret making you feel that way. Um, does she look like she might want physical comfort, like a hug or something, or does that seem like it would be overstepping at the moment?
It's impossible to tell right now. With a person so shaken up, and she's only half here right now. The other half of her is on the prime ring, scattered across 50 different memories.
I think Aoife will kind of move. Is Tira situated on like a couch right now
At a table.
at a table? I think Aoife will scoot closer in case she wants to reach out, but we'll let Tira hopefully decide if she wants that or not.
I think eventually she'd look up at you and just reach out a hand across the table.
I'll take her hand.
And she squeezes it tight. So tight.
That's fair. I'll squeeze it back and I'll say, I'm really sorry I made you feel that way, and I can't leave town, but anything else you want, I want to make it up to you how I can.
I just want to be your friend again. I know it can't be the same, but life was better with you in it.
I want to be your friend again too. I think we can do that.
I know that you're your own person now. The noise in you, it's changed even more. But I didn't do a thing this time. You did it all on your own. I don't. I don't know. I just know that if things go back to the way they were, I won't survive it.
I won't leave you again. I promise. And
You know I won't leave you.
I'm really, really happy you're here in Lords now.
Thanks.
You when you go sit outside the city, maybe I can come with you, or if that would be too noisy for you, we can do something else together later.
I'd love for you to come with me. Like old times.
Like old times,
But new.
but no. Did you want to go now, or?
No, I still have questions. Things that I need to answer. And she kind of wipes tears from her eyes. the cult and Neza. What do they want with the stone? What are they trying to do?
There's some kind of ritual they think they can do with it called the Meroviglia? Uh, Something like that. They say it's supposed to rejuvenate lords, but uh, another source has told us that it can't be unlocked at all costs. That it
Which source?
someone close to Florian, which is why I really don't think he's part of the cult, is because he and his source both do not like them at all.
Wait, Florian was working against the cult.
Yes. So, I well,
So
I
they
don't
set
know if
him
he's
up?
working. I I don't know. All I know is that he had been working on a cure for the disease that's been going on, infecting all the animals. And when he was arrested, he asked us to continue his research. But when we spoke to his source later, his source is the one who mentioned the stone and that it needed to remain locked away.
Hmm. I see. So, Florian is doing something with the disease. And the disease, if he's doing that, is the disease connected to the cult?
When Bear told Neza that the disease was like beneficial, did Neza relay that to the rest of us, or is that just Neza's knowledge?
Yeah, she related to the rest of you.
The cult seems to think it's beneficial, or that they the hyperaggression in the animals. They say that's because of some kind of natural defense mechanism kicking in now that Estelle's gone. There were a lot of science words used, um, but they seem to either be confused about it, or some of them have said that it is beneficial, and it spreads through the Estelle flowers, so I guess there is that connection.
So that's why we burn them. So he was trying to work on a cure. Also knew about this stone under the well. And
Under
then
the well. Yeah.
what? What changed? Why would they go after him? Unless how it's soon there. That's when the noise started. And you can see Tira's eyes are kind of getting slowly wider and wider, like she's beginning to piece her own pieces of a puzzle together inside her mind.
What
Okay.
What are you thinking? What's going on?
So, Florian was up to something. Maybe he made a breakthrough, maybe he did something else. And the cult did something. And when they did that something, they planted evidence on Florian. And after they did that, Florian took the fall. And now the cult can work in peace, and when Florian got out, I don't. Maybe he fought, or maybe that's why Lucille was out. Maybe Lucille was a part of the cult too. Maybe it's a conspiracy. Who knows how many people are part of it? But I mean, Nisa comes and she's part of the cult, trying to manipulate Agnes. Oh,
She wasn't part of the cult when everything with Agnes went to. Well, we had brushed with the cult before, but she hadn't been as devoted to them at the point with Agnes. I think everything with Agnes was just Nisa being kind of a bitch, honestly.
that tracks. Okay. Gosh, I don't know exactly what's happening. But if we can rip up the cult roots and all, maybe we can find something. Maybe this noise will finally stop. Or maybe I'm getting carried away. Maybe we just get your friends and everyone else. We just get out of here. Why are we even staying? You're not exactly going to look for Estelle.
I don't know. Maybe I could talk to the others, get them to, take looking for Estelle back up. And if we do that, then we're, I don't know, that gets us out of Lords at least. They don't really want. They seem to really like it here, at least. Ilan and Aspasia, they set up their practice. Uh, your daughter's happy here. Naza's got her new ties here, and Boudica's hard to read, but she seems happy here.
Why did you come here today? And you see, like, Tira looks at you very slowly, kind of questioningly.
We haven't spoken in a while. I missed you. I wanted to talk. And my Nasa was. There are certain parties that think Nasa should become part of the aristocracy.
Tira's eyes go wide. So that's their game. They're trying to make a power play.
Yeah, I wanted to maybe get your advice on that also. I mean, even if, like I said, she's been worrying me, and I don't know that her joining the aristocracy will make everything else a lot more complicated. Even putting the cult aside.
Tira will nod. Yes, it certainly will. God, who knows what she'll be able to do to Agnes? Who knows what she'll be able to do to me? Fuck!
Hey, she's really not trying to hurt anyone. She was stupid and careless with Agnes, but I don't think she set out trying to hurt Agnes. And I don't think she'd hurt you either.
Can see, like, Tira gives you a look. If that's her effect when she's not trying to hurt someone, I dread to think what will happen when she actually starts. She literally told her girlfriend she wasn't good enough.
I... She...
Look, that's not the point, though. The point is, if she is connected to the cult, and I don't know what would happen. All I know is that she can absolutely not become part of the aristocracy.
I agree. I don't think she should become part of the aristocracy either.
Alright, but she's the only iron in the fire that the cult has, right? So, do you know if the cult has any other members of the aristocracy?
Members of the aristocracy, I don't know about. I know Arno is staunchly against them. I don't know a thing about Lady Alaire.
If she was a member of the cult, she'd be fairly useless past 10 a.m.
11 on a good day, but yeah.
Yeah.
No, and I mean, she was close with Quinn, and Quinn didn't seem to like the cult. At least they burned flowers every morning, which...
That's right.
I mean...
They can see, for a moment, like, Tira gets to thinking.
Quinn's death wasn't related to the cult, though. That was... They were trying to fix our screw-up. And they paid for it.
Did you check the body?
We recovered the body and brought it back to town. And we handed it over to... Out of character, we handed it over to Gregory, right?
Yes.
To my knowledge.
To your knowledge, yes.
I don't know, we brought the body back to Gregory. I don't think there was anything abnormal about the body, aside from the fact that it was... Well, you know, there were a lot of hobgoblins attacking them.
You can see Tira's just thinking. Your friend Alon was kidnapped, right?
Yeah.
Why didn't they kill him?
I don't know, I guess...
Quinn was going on a rescue mission. And honestly, from stories I've heard, a lot of the deaths by the hobgoblins are honestly incidental. They scared a lot of people. But even Agnes, she told me the story about when the hobgoblins were going and seeing you for the first time. They didn't hurt her. They were trying to kidnap her. Aoife, something feels rotten here. I think more has been happening beneath our noses than we previously thought.
So they're okay. So they're kidnapping people. I don't know. Maybe they just wanted hostages to trade. I well, I don't know.
But the hostages never came back. Or if they did, I'll have to talk, but I don't know. They'd never been able to take the hostages, or not to our knowledge, because the people never came back. But they were trying to take Quinn. And everyone left, as they were taking him, swarming him. I mean, Gregory tells me that they knew that Quinn was dead, but how?
Would they not have seen Quinn be killed? I mean, I don't know. I guess I assume that, when you go in sword swinging, you're gonna get attacked back.
I'd be likely to believe you, except for one important detail. They were an Aether soul. We're able to shrug off wounds that would kill other people. And Quinn had suffered many such wounds before. Maybe they thought they were dead, but why kill Quinn then? Are the hobgoblins working with the cult? Did something else happen? Because even then, if this is a power play, the Lady Allaire has her person in her ear that was trying to keep her away from the cult is gone. Now Lucille is dead and the cult is trying to put Neza there. At the same time, this noise is growing and things are moving. Florian's run out of town. Please tell me you see it too, Aoife. One or two coincidences, okay, but this? It's a lot more. So much more.
Thinking back on it, the body of Quinn, were all the wounds made by weaponry, or did there seem like there were some injuries of other causes?
On a cursory glance, they seemed like weapon wounds. But remember, the body had also been decayed a bit. And I don't think any of you exactly, heavily looked. You were like, yep, they're dead.
Yeah. That's fair. You're right. There's something going on. where do you think we go from here?
I'll follow your lead, but I would want to go and root out every known member of the cult in this town and put them up against uh, the other members and question them on what's really going on. I weave up a spell to tell if they're lying or not, and we'd see exactly what's going on. Expose them all, but that's probably something that you don't want to do.
It's not. I. Nasa tells the rest of us a lot. Maybe if we just. If we start interrogating people, even aside from the fact that I don't like the idea of interrogating them, the rest will know something is going on and they will hide. They'll take precautions, I think. If they suspect nothing is wrong, and if they keep trusting my friends and I, then I think we can potentially get more information as distorted as it's been.
Okay. Gotcha. Then... shit. I'll have to be on guard. I'll start stationing a few more briar hearts near the actual well. When... why doesn't the cult just open it now? Like, how will I know when they're about to open it?
There are multiple keys the cult needs to unlock it. And the members of the aristocracy, I believe, held them before. We have one of them and are looking for the others. I don't really know how you would know if someone's about to open it, aside from, I guess, people watching the well. But I think Nasa's going to be the one to open it, so I can keep an eye on her progress and keep you updated.
No.
That'll at least give you time to prepare if anything needs to happen. If I can't talk her out of it.
We'll see. Maybe I need to be keeping a closer eye on Nasa from now on. And any other cult members that we can eventually find.
Right. Just please don't let on to Nasa that I said anything.
I won't. At least not directly. I don't like her, but I won't talk to her, say anything. Although if she attacks me, I'm not giving her a second chance.
If she attacks you, of course I wouldn't ask you not to fight back, but I really don't think she will. I mean, when we all first came to Lords together, she wasn't even an Aether Soul. She's not a violent person. I think she's just been talking to a lot of people, and she's been
Talking to a lot of violent people?
not violent people, no. She's still not a violent person. All we've really fought are, a couple undead and some hobgoblins and some other weird animal things. Um, but really, I don't think she would hurt another living person.
And see, Tira just nods. I hope so. I'll keep my eyes out then, and I guess you keep your ear to the ground and let me know what they're up to.
Well,
I don't know. I guess. What do we. Should I try and work so that Neza doesn't get on the council? On the aristocracy?
I think, yeah, if you can do that subtly, I think that would be good. Maybe uh, speak to the Lady Alaire. Maybe mention you heard Neza might be running. You don't think she's really fit. Young and experienced. Whatever you want to say. I think I'll also see if I can try to talk her out of it. Um, but I think keeping her off the council is a good start.
Okay. I can do that. These next few days are going to be big for us, huh?
Yeah, guess so.
Thank you for coming, Aoife. I don't
Thank you
know
for seeing.
everything that's going on, but I do know that I'm going to do everything in my power to figure out why the cult is trying to open this door and what they're trying to do. And she's gonna kind of stand up, walk over, and she'll extend her arms for a hug.
I'll hug her back.
And she'll just hug you tight and let you go. If you need anything, I guess I'll leave my bedroom window open a crack. I'm sure that you could turn into a bird and fly through it if you get any new information.
I will. You mentioned Quinn's body. Do you think maybe we should ask Gregory if we can get a look at it?
Can see Tira thinks. We don't know who's a part of this and who's not. If you're down, I'm willing to walk to Rayleigh's Park and get a look at it myself with you.
Yeah, we can do that. I guess I don't know if the body is. It's probably in Rayleigh's Park now. When we had the actual funeral, there had been no body yet, so it was an empty plot. But I assume Gregory must have interred the body after we brought it to him.
Right. Okay. Here, I have a shovel. We can go quickly dig it up. It's getting late now, so if we move fast and we keep to the dark, nobody should be able to see us. In and out. Quick.
I wish it was under better circumstances, but it's nice to be getting into trouble with you again.
It is. And I think Tira's gonna run, get her pack, and pull from it like this small trowel that she has and kind of look to it. It's not much, but it will do in a pinch. And are you wanting to go try and dig up a body?
Why not?
Okay. Make a physical check at benefit 1 then, as you two are trying to sneak over to this body. You're in the dark and kind of keeping to the shadows. Okay.
Cool. Do I get wild strength for that?
You would.
5 successes.
5 successes. Okay. Then, Tira is a person, but you as an animal, like if you're going along, giving like yelps and like calls, rustling bushes, basically you can make it so that you and Tira make it to Rayleigh's Park completely unseen.
Hell yeah.
And as you head to the park, eventually you two, probably towards midnight, can go and find the gravestone of Quinn Hayes. I guess we get to digging.
Yes, so. Sorry, Quinn. We'll try to make this quick.
Hopefully you can do one last thing for all of us. And Tira's just gonna begin to excavate dirt.
Cool. I'll help dig, and probably keep, an ear out for anyone who might be approaching.
Gotcha. And keeping an ear out and helping to dig. Not really anybody passes by, as it is lightly snowing, the ground's a little bit harder. Tira, though, at some points would use her magic to kind of excavate larger amounts of dirt to make the process go a little bit more quickly. And eventually, kind of getting ready, she hits something hard and looks at you and begins to clear away bits of dirt and soil. And as she brushes everything aside, she looks down and beholds a sealed coffin. She kind of looks up to you. All right. I've got it. Would you like to do the honors?
And Aoife will nod, and I think they're normally not very careful when they're doing things. I think their motions are generally quick and careless, but as they're opening the coffin, they will put a lot of extra care into doing so.
Gotcha. As you go for it, you kind of stop. You look down, you realize, like, the coffin is locked shut. And, like, it's like a fully sealed coffin now. Are you trying to, like, pop the locks off?
I will do so. And side note, is that seems weird, right?
A little bit, yeah. Like,
Okay.
you don't really need to lock a coffin. Unless
Not
you're
many-
expecting grave robbers or undead.
I guess they could have been. Does it seem how recent of an addition does the lock seem? Does it seem like it's been there, or like it maybe was added when the necromancy allegations came up?
Make a physical or a mental check.
I will do physical. Wild strength.
Yep.
Can I add my umbral adaptation to get an extra 46 since it's dark?
Sure, go for it.
Ouch. 1 success.
Hard to say. Hard to say. This might have been there since the start. Could have honestly been put on when Gregory, re-entombed Quinn or at any other point. Hard to say. I mean, it's been buried underneath the soil for the last few months.
Very fair. Alright, then I will just try to pop it.
Gotcha. And as you go down, you pop, pop, eventually, like, start, like, breaking off the different locks. And as you do so, you slowly and carefully open up the coffin. And as you look inside and behold, all you see is a single Estelle flower where the body should be. And Tira just looks to you. Aoife,
Yeah?
did you see the body get buried here?
No, I didn't see it. I trusted. I didn't think Gregory would not bury it.
Where the fuck is the captain's body, Aoife?
I think there was someone else who knew we brought it back.
Who?
A man named Brillian.
And with that, it is here where we will end this private session. The stroke of midnight. As you look over an empty grave. We are picking up the next morning on the 10th of Orfel. The day is yours. Tomorrow is the election. But you got all this time on your hands. What are you doing? If anything.
Genuinely, would anyone object if I started work on the attic?
No objections. I would like to talk to people, though.
First, I was saying this, but then I forgot I was muted. I was thinking about going to the kitchen and making coffee because Boudica specifically wanted to make a cup of coffee for Neza so that she could speak to Neza.
Okay.
Cool.
Then
I do
y'all-
enjoy coffee.
Then we can start with that. As Boudica, you make a pot of coffee for you and Neza.
How did you sleep last night, Neza?
Fine.
Good.
It was no worse than normal. How about you?
Slept well. I just wanted to talk to you because I wanted to make sure you were truly okay with me being the person campaigning, and I know it might be a little too late to change our minds because we did push for me, but I know this is something that when we started talking about it, it was originally for you, and I want to make sure you are truly okay with it.
Actually, I was going to talk to all of you about that later. I do think it would help if we diversified a little bit and didn't put all of our eggs in one basket. I was just thinking about how Lady Alaire said that she was worried you and Pascal were a little similar, and I would prefer to run as well.
Good. Oh, I actually feel better about that. So it's less pressure on me. If I'm honest, I would be happy to run against you.
I'd be happy to run against you too. He's gonna kind of offer out her hand.
And Boudica will give like a handshake that's a little bit too firm because she wants to mess with these. with
Enemies.
that. Enemies for now, in a way.
For now.
Enemies in the way where we need to appear like we are enemies, but in reality we have the exact same stance. In a way.
Yeah. Thank you for the coffee.
Oh, I hope it's to your liking.
I'm probably gonna head over to Lady Alaire's to plead my case.
Do you want to go alone, or would you like me to go with you?
No offense, I think I'd like to go alone.
Oh, I wasn't gonna take offense to that. Well, good luck.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you, enemy, rival, opponent.
See you later, Grandma.
See you later, child, grandchild.
I don't know that that was insulting.
It wasn't, and I love you.
Oh. Thank you.
And Boudica will go off so that she can go and show Sophie how to crochet.
Who the fuck's Sophie?
Sorry, Chloe.
But you can take
Dementia's already hitting.
She's too old for office.
No, I'm so young. I'm so
Age
confident.
limits. Age limits. Age limits.
No.
I was gonna say, even if she had dementia, I don't think she'd be too old for office, judging by our current standards.
Yeah, literally.
She's almost double Joe Biden's age.
She.
Yeah, but does it really count?
Soda!
You can take a hero point, though, for niceties, Boudica.
Yay. I'm so good at politics.
You're so good at politics. And, Naze, are you then trotting over to the Lady Lair?
I think so.
Alright, and I'm assuming you're doing that pretty early in the morning?
I think she's leaving around 8.
Gotcha. Very cool, very cool. Then, as Naze is leaving, Alon, what time are you starting work on the attic?
He's probably waiting until everyone's awake, just so he's not a dick about it.
That's fair. Aoife, when are you waking up?
Aoife's, since we didn't have any plans, just shared plans, I should say, they probably slipped back into the habit of waking up more around like 9 or 10.
Very fair. We'll say like 9:30.
He will ask if Aspasia would like to give him a hand with it. If she has other stuff to do, then...
Immediately you can see Aspasia kind of wheels around on you. Darling, are you a home improvement project?
Sorry?
Yes! Yes,
Yeah, okay.
I would love to.
Alright. Just thought I'd ask. Didn't know if you had anything else to do.
I have cleared my schedule. Just now, in fact.
Yeah, alright. He starts walking up to the attic.
Do you want me to help with that too?
If you'd like.
Sure.
And
Any hands and light work and all that.
And you can see Aspasia is already kind of like scrambling back off to your guys' room to like get her working trousers and things on, as she does love a good home improvement project.
Alright.
But so you guys gonna be doing that. We'll say, what are you mainly trying to focus on? You trying to kind of like clear up the attic? Are you trying to remove all kind of the rotten and decayed wood primarily and make it so it's a more livable situation?
Like, what is your
I feel
general
I feel
goal?
like that's the first step is just making it livable. Yeah.
Gotcha. In that case, I'd like.
Not gonna invite Bear to live in our house and give him a room that's as bad as the abandoned building he's sleeping in.
Very fair. In that case, each of you can make either a physical or a mental check at benefit 1 to help with the repairing of the attic. It's just that everyone there will just need to be at least one physical and one mental, and I think Aspasia will probably be making a physical check here.
Okay. At benefit 1, you said.
Yep.
Okay.
I'll do physical if that's all right.
Yeah, go for it.
I'll go ahead and
Cool.
do mental.
All right.
Does wild strength qualify?
It does, yes.
Benefit 1.
Phew.
7 successes for me.
And
Very nice.
2 from me.
And 2 for Aspasia. So, Aoife, during this process, you are a whirlwind, moving anything and everything that needs to be moved as, Aspasia is moving along at a solid pace. You are just on another level today, though. What's got you moving so quickly and spry?
I think Aoife has just been very stressed the past few days, and so she is just happy to have something to do that's physical and probably involves a lot of like ripping boards up to be replaced. A lot of I think they'd be gravitating towards anything that lets them like hit things with hammers or like break things or at least violently put them in place.
I see. So all like the tearing out of the rotten wood and the hammering that needs to be done, like all of that you got.
Yeah.
Fair enough. And Elon, it's incredible as you are going over and kind of looking through some plans and mapping things out, kind of organizing. You're like, I think we need to rip those boards up, and then you turn away and then they're all gone. As this kind of half rabid woman is just running around this attic doing basically everything in an instant.
Elon just sort of looks down to his checklist, check, and moves on.
There are only so many issues we have time for today.
What a trio. And Boudica, you are with Chloe, correct?
Yes.
Gotcha. Then you find Chloe, and she is at this point like finishing up some homework that Aspasia had her doing, and she kind of smiles at you. Hello.
Hello. Would you like to practice some crochet once you're done with your homework?
Yeah, I would love to. And like she'll kind of like push it over to you. This is technically tomorrow's homework.
Oh, wow. Getting ahead.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, what animal would you like to start with?
A frog.
All right. And Boudica will go ahead and check through her things to see if she has some green yarn. Some green and some white yarn.
Yeah, you got that.
So she just kind of starts showing Chloe how to start off with like a magic circle and, start doing the crochets into it and, how to pull it closed. And she's making sure to really slow down and show each part of the process and also showing her how to maintain tension in the thread and just letting her start over and over again until she has it correct.
Yeah. And your explanation is very thorough, and Chloe's a great listener. And it's almost a little impressive how you show her something once, and basically she can do it. Like, not necessarily mechanically perfectly, but like she has this photographic memory and is basically following along step for step with you during the process.
Goodness, you're an incredibly quick learner.
Um, Thanks. Well, my dad kind of, I, I, I had to learn fast.
Well, you're certainly going to be an incredible crocheter in no time.
Thank you. Um,
And there's so many things you can do. You can make your own clothes, you can make presents for other people, you can make many more little of these stuffed animals, pillows, and just anything you can really think of.
I want to make a few for my mom.
Oh my goodness, that sounds wonderful. I'll help you with that.
Miss Boudica, do you know where my mom is?
I can't say that I do.
I. It's just, it's. I'm. I'm just kind of worried about her because I don't know where she is, and I know she's somewhere around, but Mr. Florian was helping me to find her and get back to her.
And I'm sure he'll continue to help you from wherever he is.
Okay.
But until then, we can practice crochet and we can make a whole zoo to show your mom.
I'd like that a lot.
Alright, well, let's get started then.
All right, and as you are continuing the process of crocheting, we find you, Neza, walking kind of to the Lady Alair's house, and today of all days you see that the briar hearts are still burning the prophet's burn, and you can see Tira is going around and seemingly putting like another like layer of oil on everything for setting it all alight. A rare double burn this morning.
Very interesting.
Are
I
you
will make a mental note of that,
all right?
but I feel like it would not be well received if I actually. Neza will approach someone who is not Tira.
All right. Do you want to approach Gregory, or just a random briar heart?
If Gregory's there, I'd love to talk to him.
Yeah, he's there and kind of notices you approach. Oh, hello, Neza.
Morning. How are you doing?
Good. Good. No, same as usual.
It looks like you're, can I just ask why the second burn? Or late burn, I can't really tell.
Oh, no, well, the commander is, guess she's just being thorough this morning. You know, I haven't really asked. She hasn't been getting a ton of sleep recently, kind of been agitated. Basically, you just say, yes, ma'am, and you burn the damn thing again.
Oh, I see. I was just curious. Thank you.
No problem. Besides, keeps us warm out here in the snow and not like crispy over there, minds. And he nods over to Naomi on the pyre.
I'm sure. Say, that reminds me, does anybody... I don't know how much of a tradition wintertime baked goods are, but does anybody ever bring you guys, like, muffins or cookies as a thank you?
No. I mean,
I'll see if I can
I
stop
wouldn't.
by within the next week or two for some.
Oh, hey, that would be great. Thank you.
Of course.
Yeah, no. I don't think we'd mind that at all.
It just sometimes. Is it true? Okay, out of character, is it like, is there the equivalent of bringing someone Christmas cookies, like the fire department or the police department? Is that a thing? Like a reasonable equivalent in Kovarov?
Yeah.
Okay. It's just that where I come from, there's we usually bring people that we really appreciate what they do for our city and generally the country too. We usually bring them baked goods in the wintertime just to show the support. This
Oh,
is my first winter here in Lords, so I thought, why not? If it's not already a thing, why not make it one?
well, hey, I don't think we would mind that at all. It's a pretty good tradition.
I think so too. I do have to run, but I
Oh,
was just curious about the burn.
of
Thank you, though.
course. Yep. Well, good luck. Keep warm.
You too, thank you. Hustling away to Lady Alaire's.
Gotcha. Then you hustle over and you make it to the Lady Alara's house about 9:30. Going and kind of knocking on the door. Hear her voice. "One moment, please." And like after a few moments, the door opens and you can see the Lady Alaire kind of regard you. "Ah, Neza, right?
That's right. Good morning.
Hello.
Is this a good time?
Of course. Please come in." And she will open up the door and lead you into her sunroom.
These will follow.
"How are you doing, dear?"
I'm doing well. I actually wanted to ask you the same. I haven't gotten a chance to say sorry for your loss yet.
Mm,
With, Lady Moreau.
yes, she was a strong woman. It took all of us, of course, by surprise, but we just never thought that Florian could be capable of such things.
It, honestly, I never thought so either. Seemed like a normal, well-intending guy.
He did, but I suppose that necromancers can hide anywhere. And I suppose for once, now that we have a real direction in the city, now would be the time to strike.
I suppose. Do you know what will happen to his lab? Or has already happened?
Right now, it has been shut down and condemned. Ideally, someone new will move through here and buy the property. But that is maybe wishful thinking. So far, it stands empty. But who knows, with the refurbishing project that I have going, we might knock the property down and build something new.
Potentially. And I'm sure that there's a lot of, uh, dangerous would be putting it lightly, things in there. If you ever need a team to, like, go through and make sure everything's take care of things in there before knocking it down so that there's no like surprises or anything like that. I'm sure Elon and Boudica and Aoife and I'd be happy to help if the Briarhearts are busy.
It's not a bad idea.
I know we were invited. Now, Florian was a little bit more conservative with who he invites in, of course. We're lucky enough to be able to see a little bit of the interior, so we could probably find our way around easily.
It does sound like a lovely idea. You make a good point. Perhaps it would be safer for all of you then.
Always happy to help. Speaking of, I did want to talk about something while I'm here. It's my understanding that Boudica was here yesterday, as was Tira, and didn't want to, you know, crowd you too much, but I was thinking of running for that position that's open, and there's no like a polite way. I don't want to say polite. There's no natural way to say this. So I do know that I am related to Naomi. And so therefore do have that connection. I It's my understanding that she never officially gave up the seat. And to my knowledge, both Pascal and Boudica don't have the money required to open up positions of their own.
All of that is true, yes.
I was just hoping to seek some guidance on running for this position, and if I can somehow, I'm not gonna beat around the bush. I am trying to sell myself a little bit too, but overall I would just like a conversation, if that's all right.
Of course. Then let's have a frank one. You, I'm sure, know of the captain of the Briarhearts, Captain Tira.
I do. We've met before.
She came to me yesterday as well, and alerted me that you might have plans to run for such a position. And she voiced a number of concerns about you and your character.
May I ask what those concerns are?
One, you are young and inexperienced in this position. Another being notable character flaws in terms of openness and truthfulness. And then other rumors regarding an extremely close connection with the cult of the devout.
Oh my, that is a serious accusation.
It is, yes.
I can understand why she might be worried about that, after all, with everything that happened with Naomi. But I assure you, we are entirely separate people. I do not follow the same path, nor do I intend to. As for the others,
Make a spirit check for me.
yes, I would love to. Let's see how this goes. Elon didn't give me his magic brew, so that's okay.
No, he did not. You didn't ask.
That's very true. Oh, 2 successes.
Okay. She kind of raises an eyebrow. We might touch on that fact later. It does seem rather peculiar that you would have zero connection to Naomi and the cult, but let's focus on other things for now, huh?
Of course. As for the other flaws Tara mentioned, I definitely can't deny that I am young. That's not something that's debatable. I do, however, in spite of being young, have a. I'm not sure how the state of formal education here in Lords is, but I do have a number of years in the Hall of Voices in Ramiborg, back on the Prime Ring. And I believe that that will serve me well here. Additionally, even though I'm not quite sure what Tira means by being, I don't know exactly the words she used, but misleading, I assume, would be one.
She used the words self centered, passive aggressive, uh, prone to outbursts, and not having the right temperament for the aristocracy.
I assure you that I do everything in my power actually to be the opposite of that. Although what I suspect happened is, I'm sure you've heard about Tira and Agnes.
I don't tend to keep up with town gossip these days, I'm afraid. But
That's
is it relevant to this situation?
it is. As far as I understand, they are in an established relationship together. Um, and I will admit to having uh, been in also a relationship of some kind with Agnes, although we were terrible at, I was admittedly terrible at communicating. You know, I, the young and inexperienced doesn't just apply to Tira's concerns about my ability to do this job, but it does definitely apply to that situation with Agnes. Because of this, though, Tira has a, uh, how shall we say, she is very biased against me right from the start. There's, in fact, I suspect nothing that I could say or do to Tira to convince her to see past that initial flaw.
Make a spirit check at benefit 2.
I would love to, thank you. Three successes.
Lady Lair will kind of nod knowingly. Ah, so you have yourself embroiled in a lover's quarrel.
Unfortunately. But I believe that's where a lot of Tira's criticisms come from, is concern for, well, I don't even know if it's concern as much as vengeance. But all of that being said, I do still appreciate everything Tira's done for the community. I think she's an incredible influence here, and I really am glad that she's here. If elected, I know that we'll have to interact a little bit more, and personally I'm willing and have been willing to set aside our interpersonal conflicts entirely. So you don't have to worry about that.
I see. Then let's throw away Tira's concerns for the time being. You've made mention multiple times that you are young and inexperienced, something that both Pascal and Boudica are not. If you get into the position of the aristocracy, you will be amongst some of the most influential people in Lords. Why should you be trusted with this type of power?
Pascal, now I can't speak for Boudica's knowledge yet, but I know from what I understand, Pascal has been here a very, very long time. And, sorry, one second. Sorry. From what I understand, Pascal has been here a very long time. And I'm worried that he might be a little close to the problem, some say, to be able to see like a wheelbarrow in a rut, you know? When you walk it across the same path every day, it'll eventually wear itself down into such a path that it's hard to get out of again.
Hmm.
I think that even though I'm young, I can bring a fresh eye to some of the perils and situations that Lords faces. Not only that, but my training as an anthropologist has given me in very, very good ability to listen and absorb people's perspectives and their needs and desires, and the culture of the community as well is something that I've been looking at and studying and trying to pick up on. I think that I can bring a balance of both outside perspective and concern for the people in Lords as well.
Hmm. I see. I'll be honest, Neza. Lords does need a new perspective. Things must change, else I don't know if we'll survive. But at the same time, we don't want to lose what makes us special, what makes this town worth protecting. I am currently focused on the rebuilding of Lords. Now, I know Boudica was focused on this as well. Do you support the same?
Of course I support it. I I had a conversation with Mr. Bouchard a while ago, and noted that there were no real schools, and I think that once we get the rebuilding a little bit more underway, that could be something that we look at as well. I value education very highly.
Hmm.
In addition
Absolutely.
to the physical rebuilding of Lords, though, I also feel like it almost needs a spiritual, like a morale boost. And I think that learning, rebuilding not just the physical town of Lords, but maybe getting Clement to tell us more stories of the history of Lords and our just our town's history and its journey and the people that came before us and our place in that story can really help the people feel almost a sense of pride of being from Lords. Something that no offense, I feel like we really need.
No role necessary for this one. You can see Oceane kind of is nodding to herself. If I'm being honest, that's something that my father always wanted to do. I think that your head and heart are certainly in the right place. I won't lie, it is a difficult decision between you, Boudica, and Pascal. All of you are both qualified and have your weaknesses. It is certainly not a decision that I take lightly. Now, I do have a question, though. Could you be independent from Boudica if you become part of the aristocracy? And
Absolutely.
hmm,
We don't always agree. While
do,
we do have similar views on a lot of things, I'm sure you've noticed by now I'm a Kovarovi, and I'm very, very strong on a sense of independence.
hmm,
I don't like being correlated with other people inherently. And while I do respect and value Boudica's judgment, and I will admit that I might seek her guidance on some matters, as I think it's important to seek guidance from as many people as possible on matters of great importance. I still believe that at the end of the day, I am my own person.
no role needed, but you can see Oceane kind of smiles at this. Good. Lords needs to be independent. We've long such been so, and I think we need members of the aristocracy who can stand on their own 2 feet. I will not lie, I've had my own struggles as of the last few years. But, much the same way, it's important to have a person that can get back on their feet, that can think for themselves. You are truly impressive, Neza. And your point about your lineage is an important one. Although people still might question your connections to the devout. At the town hall, would you be willing to denounce them? I think it would put my heart at ease.
Can you explain what you mean by denounce?
Call.
Just say that I'm not their puppet?
You're not their puppet, that you disagree with their motives, their plans, that you are not affiliated with them. Denounce them.
Privately, between you and I, of course, I am a little nervous to do that because I truly think that this whole mess could be resolved if we all just listened to each other and uh, quit the fear mongering. But, and because of that, I'm very hesitant to uh, contribute my own piece to that fear mongering that I said. If it's something that is necessary, I'd be happy to say that I am not doing anything like this on behalf of the devout, or I don't believe that their methods that we've seen are excusable. I'm a little hesitant to imply, though, that they are this great, terrifying force that should always be feared and attacked on sight. Truly, I think that we just need to. Somebody needs to figure out what really happened and what is going on here.
What do you mean, what really happened?
With from what I have heard, the cult seems to think that Estelle is she fled and created a new garden, is that right?
I don't know, I haven't been in contact with the cult, have you?
No, or at least not that I know of. In my time trying to do research, though, I've come across people that have, and they tell me, well, they tell me what they believe.
Hmm.
But my point is that I don't believe an entire group of people can be all bad. It sounds to me like there's something going on, that a big misunderstanding. However, if it comes to light that the cult really is as just as bad as it seems, I would have no problem denouncing them.
I see. It is a
Additionally, oh, I'm sorry. I was going to say they are, from what I understand, a large part of our history, too.
that is true. Hmm. Your view is very moderate, and it is wise beyond your years. I think the proclamation that you've said is enough, and it might give us an avenue to heal our communities. If I am trying to rebuild Lords physically, it sounds like you are trying to rebuild it mentally and spiritually. And honestly, in someone of your position, you might actually have a chance to do so. To mend the rift between the cultists and the town itself. Hmm. Make your argument well at the town hall. If both me and Arno are convinced, then it will not go to a popular vote. And who knows, maybe we can find space for both you and Boudica and Pascal, if we have the votes.
From what Clement and Mr. Bouchard have told me, the aristocracy used to be much, much bigger.
That is true.
If we did it once, hopefully we can do it again.
Let's do it again. You can see Oceane kind of extends a hand towards you,
Neza will shake the hand.
and she'll smile. It's been good talking to you, Neza.
Thank you. It's been good talking to you too. I hope we have the opportunity to do it much more.
I think we shall, no matter what happens tomorrow. We both want what's best for Lords. And she will see you out of her manor with a smile on her face. You can take 2 hero points. You did damn good.
Thank you.
And are you heading back home?
I think so, in a roundabout way. I would like to see if the prophet is still being burned,
By
and if
about noon, she is still not, she's not being burned anymore. The Briar Hearts have basically cleared out and have gone about their regular duties.
gotcha, then yeah, she's probably heading home.
Okay. Then about noon, you head home, and Attic team, are you guys breaking for lunch?
Yeah, probably.
Sure. I'll eat.
And Boudica, are you and Chloe breaking for lunch as well after your crocheting lessons?
Yes, it's time for snack.
Gotcha. Then, so you guys kind of all meet up for lunch. Is there anything you're doing or talking about?
How did it go, Neza?
It went very, very well, I think.
Oh, that's good to hear.
I found out that Tira had specifically not only campaigned for Pascal, but against me. Um, and Naze is casting a joking, like, side eye towards Aoife. But I did manage to clear it up.
Oh, wow. And then Boudica's gonna cover Chloe's ears and say, "What a two-faced bitch," and then she's gonna release Chloe's ears after that.
I could
I think
still
you
hear
both would've-
that.
No, you did not hear that.
I think Aoife for a second would have looked noticeably uncomfortable at the side eye before processing that Nasa was joking.
Yes. Anyway, Sophie, darling, do not repeat what Boudica has
Who's
said.
Sophie?
Who the fuck is Sophie?
Chloe, guys, please.
You can
Oh,
see
why am I
Chloe's
bringing
just looking at you with the biggest kind of doe eyes.
Chloe,
Is Sophie your daughter?
no, I don't have a daughter.
Chloe, when I was younger, not even my grandmother, but just everybody in the family would keep calling each other the wrong names until we eventually got it right.
Oh, okay.
It happens.
Right.
My
don't-
grandmother also taught me my first curse word.
I'm a bad
What was
influence,
it?
Don't. Oh no.
I'm not repeating the same mistakes she did.
I will, and then Boudica's gonna suck in a deep breath.
Hey, Boudica, if you wouldn't, I'd appreciate that.
And then Boudica will wink at Alon and start floating into the air.
This again.
I think Chloe's heard me say fuck more than once.
Yeah.
God.
What was that, Alon?
I said God stopped. As one should around children.
Boudica is now floating on the ceiling like a balloon.
How are you doing that?
My old person powers,
Where are you channeling from?
my kidneys that don't work anymore.
Your kidneys are a dimension? And you can see Chloe looks like absolutely horrified.
Yes, bad things happen to your body when you get older.
Chloe,
Actually,
Chloe.
her stomach's a dimension.
Chloe,
Bottomless.
Chloe.
Chloe's
The
gonna
genuine
run,
answer.
like, out of the
Chloe?
room.
Hey, Chloe.
She's gone.
Gosh. Yeah, Elon walks upstairs.
She is flipping through her textbooks.
Hey, Chloe.
How? I don't understand
Fact
how
of the
she's
matter
floating.
is that she doesn't know how it works, and neither do any of us. The kidney and the stomach thing were both jokes.
Wait, she doesn't know either?
No, she doesn't. She has no idea. Or she's been messing with me this entire time, knows exactly how it works, and just refuses to tell me.
I'm gonna figure it out.
Alright.
And she returns back to her textbooks with even more vim and vigor.
Do you want lunch? Do you want me to bring it up to you? Or...
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Alright, yep. He goes down and makes a plate.
Boudica's still
enough.
on the ceiling.
Boudica, can you get down from there, please?
She just kind of has her arms crossed up there. Why? It's great up here.
How are you gonna... Do you want us to, like... How are we gonna get your plate of food up to you?
God, they called me the immature one.
I'm not immature. I choose to float up here because I want to. And Boudica will just occasionally float down and just take a bite of her food, but like just with her head coming down first.
Okay, so she's eating like a deer or something? Just sort of
Yes.
leaning her neck down.
Yes.
God, I wish
Alright.
social media was a thing so I could tank the campaign.
You like Photoshop Boudica's face onto a deer body, and you're like, do you want this in office? Elon brings a plate of food up to Chloe.
Gotcha. And she currently is going, like, full little kid detective mode. She wants to know how the old woman's floating.
Good luck, kid. If you figure it out, tell me.
Okay.
then I go back downstairs and eat.
So wait, can you explain to me why can't I say like fuck in front of her? Like things aren't gonna start being like set on fire if I'd say like bad words.
No, that's true. I don't know. Well, actually, come on, think. Well, see, there's some layers here. A main issue I have is that I don't know how her mother feels about it, and I don't want to just like when
Out of character, I feel like the maiden would celebrate.
I don't know about celebrate, but I think she said curse words in front of us before.
That's fair.
I don't know. But basically, my concern is I don't know how the maiden feels about it, and I don't want to just end up teaching Chloe and it's worth of curse. It just feels improper.
Well, then let's teach her curse words in a language the maiden doesn't know.
I don't know.
I have no
Apparently, there's
idea
some
what
kind of-
languages she speaks.
I was gonna say, apparently, from what Elan tells us, she's some kind of divine being, so I'd be surprised if there's any she doesn't speak. I guess we could make one up.
I could teach her summon Fox, but I don't think she has the vocal cords for that.
Can
Hang
you
on,
teach
I have
me
a
some
genuine
words in
question.
Fox?
That is a genuine question. Foxes have their own swears?
We have our own language, yeah.
That's a thing.
I don't know
Okay.
actually. Out of character, I don't know how like diverse the languages are, but I do know that different animals have different languages because I have specifically the fox language.
What's the fox word for purple?
I think Aoife will polymorph to, I think they start to make like a choked like barking noise, and then they like polymorph to repeated like in their fox form.
Caleb, what is the word for purple?
Well, you see, I have human vocal cords, so I can't do that.
Cop out, cop out.
Absolutely.
What's your closest
actually-
approximation?
You know, my daughter's first curse word was taught to her by a rat. So yeah, I guess it's true.
So is this purple?
We're like,
I think
Yeah.
I was gonna say I think that's purple and seal.
Well, I'm something of a multilinguist.
I believe in you.
Elon is just eating his lunch, listening to this barking.
Buddha is still on the ceiling, by the way.
I'm aware.
What a group.
Is Boudica,
Nope.
is she
Elon
kind
is-
of in the... Oh, go ahead.
No, it's just Elon is thinking to himself, I need to make more brain medication.
Is Boudica, like, basically in the same spot, or is she kind of drifting around?
Kind of drifting around like a balloon.
Okay, I think Aoife will just kind of use, like, a spoon to, like, bend it back as, like, a little slingshot and try to fling some food at her.
Yes, like a little hibachi place where they try to like get you like to catch the shrimp.
Oh, to
2
have
sessions
uni-
in a
like-
row.
I was thinking
To
more like
be in
target
a-
practice, but...
2 sessions in a row where Caleb and I shot food at somebody.
to be in a universe with the ceiling fan.
Boudica gets stuck in it and
No,
just whirls
she-
around and pops.
Yeah. No more grandma. She died because she got caught in the ceiling fan because she was messing around and floating.
No
We
capes.
told her don't float, please.
Okay.
That sounds like something, like, a parent would genuinely tell their kid to get them to stop, like, trying to jump and touch the ceiling fan. Like, don't you know what happened to Grandma?
Don't forget what happened to Grandma Boudica. What happened to Grandma Boudica?
I was gonna say this sort of scenario involves that there has to already be a dead grandma.
I was gonna say it would be easier to invent an Aunt Boudica. Don't you remember Aunt Boudica? No, who's that? Exactly.
He also wouldn't stop messing with everything.
She got popped so hard, all traces of her got erased from existence.
That's
Except
why we
my
don't have
memory,
any
because God
photos
wanted to teach
either.
me a lesson.
Yeah.
God struck her down for her hubris. Modern
Exactly.
day Icarus.
You'll hear whispers of her in the ceiling fan. Listen.
I feel like I don't know if we should tell Boudica about the legend of Icarus because she might take it as a challenge.
Wuss couldn't handle the sun.
But at this
Guys.
point, lunch is.
I can take the sun.
I am built different.
But at this point, lunch is about over. So, are you continuing to want to talk, or do you have other things you wish to get done?
I must consult with my local holy man.
But the
I'm gonna go visit Bear.
yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. For a second there, I thought you meant you were gonna go talk to Clement.
The other holy man.
Yeah. Percentage-wise, where are we at the attic?
About, honestly, 50%.
I think after lunch, Boudica will go and help with the attic, but like as she goes from the attic, she doesn't walk up there. She just like starts to like float in there until she gets to the attic, where she will finally stop floating and start working, because it's no more messing around.
You find halfway
Like an elevator?
Yeah.
You find halfway to the attic, Chloe is just following you, taking notes.
Boudica's still floating.
I don't understand
sort of-
you.
I sort of take a knee next to Chloe, and she can carry at least a person's weight while she's doing that.
I can carry multiple people's weight while doing this.
There
Huh?
you go.
I don't understand myself.
Chloe runs back to her room.
This just happened one day.
Is that genuinely true? Do you not know how you're doing that?
I'm gonna say in character, yes.
Alright. Okay. Understood.
Once again, through God, all things are possible. You too can unlock supernatural abilities.
I already have a few.
You
And
said
That was
didn't
out
need
of
to-
character, by the way.
And I didn't need to accept nothing.
the reason was I decided to take a feat one day because I thought it would be funny if Boudica could fly, and then I forgot about it for a little bit, and then and that's the reason. But I would like to say, like in character, she has no idea. She just can one day.
An ancient, powerful deity known as Shannon just granted the power one day without her knowledge.
Because Shannon thought it would be entertaining. And Shannon was right. Look at all of the entertainment we got out of it so far.
So much entertainment. But if...
This is only the beginning.
Correct. But if all of you are working on the attic, you could get it done by the end of today. If you would so like. If all of you are dedicating yourselves towards it.
I'd like to work on it.
Yeah.
Gotcha. This wouldn't be like furbishing the attic, but it would be completely cleared out of all junk and completely livable. Like if you were to throw down a sleeping bag there, you could be like, all right, Bear, you can live here. So I'm assuming that's what you three are doing today?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. And
Aoife will...
Hmm?
I think Aoife would... It's only about 1 p.m. I think Aoife will help them for now.
okay. And you're going to go see Bear, right, Neza?
Yes, I have a matter of utmost spiritual importance.
Okay. You find Bear round his campfire with his multiple blankets on. It is winter, so he's just, trying to stay warm. He's got some additional firewood and stuff on there. Kind of smiles. Oh, hey, Neza.
Hello. Can I, out of character, Colin, can I attempt to use the Ascendant power to make it feel like a fall day instead of a winter day specifically in this cabin?
No.
Okay. I was just curious. Thank you. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing good. How are you doing?
Doing well. I did decide to run again. I spoke to Lady Alaire this morning. She seemed fairly on my side.
Oh, that's good.
I do have a question, though.
Yeah, go for it.
If she mentioned that at the town hall, because of the connections that people are going to make between myself and Naomi, she mentioned that people may want me to denounce the devout. And I was wondering if that's something I can, like, lie about and say I'm doing and go through all the motions but not actually denounce them, or if going through all those motions will actually be a binding contract.
No, I mean, I never encourage lying, because, it always kind of has a rebound. Um, and also, I mean, eventually we would kind of like to not be persecuted as much, but
Well, that's what I kind of said. I didn't officially denounce it to her, but I did give her the speech that I believe that we should move to stop the fear mongering, and so I wouldn't be. It wouldn't be my immediate reaction to denounce because I would like to not contribute to that. But if it's something that is absolutely necessary, I would not be unwilling.
I mean, it all kind of depends. I mean, just saying, yeah, the devout are bad. I mean, if you gotta, then go for it. I mean, a lot worse has been done. Um, I mean, quite literally every morning. So it happened twice this morning.
I know, I was gonna ask if you saw that.
I did. I was a little disturbed.
Apparently, it was Tara's orders. The Briarhearts didn't really question it, they just went with it.
I'm
Apparently, she's.
I'm sorry, but I don't really like that woman. That might be a little strong, I know, but
No, it's okay. It's important to, get things off your chest. I don't like her much either. I agree with you.
but she's just doing what she thinks is right, and she's probably not a bad person.
Probably.
Although sometimes it feels like she really turns to fire pretty quickly.
Very. She has helped the lords a lot, although I'm a little worried about what that help means in terms of the townsfolk's relationship with the devout. But yeah,
Well, what's true is what's in your heart. Try not to lie as much as possible, but I understand if you have to make promises not to support bad actions, or if you, at least, I would prefer you not completely denounce the devout,
I would also prefer that.
but
I think some of the wording I was thinking of saying that it feels like there's a lot of tension on both sides, and it feels like this is something that should be resolved with conversation and connection rather than more anger and fear and persecution.
Oh shit,
And
yeah,
so,
you say that.
okay,
Yeah, that's great. I like that.
I'll do my best then. I'm not sure how the really strong anti-cultists will be, but I'm sorry, does it I don't mean I'm just curious. Is it offensive to kind of mention like how other people view the devout as a cult? I just default to the word cult because it's what everybody around here uses. But
I mean, it's the local kind of term. I mean, in my heart of hearts, we're not a cult. Like, we don't coerce. Um, we're I think we're just as much of a church as anything else here. But yeah, it's a complicated situation. We refer to ourselves as the devout and followers of the Ascendant power, but everyone else here refers to us as a cult.
fair enough. Thank you. I just wanted to get some guidance from the eminence of wisdom.
Follow your heart, and if you need guidance, turn to the world, turn to the land. Estelle's power is everywhere. She is the Ascendant power now, trying to help right lords. And if everything goes right, then we can help her do that. But I trust you, Neza.
Thank you. Well, we'll see how it all goes tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. He kind of gives you a big smile.
Big smile. I'm probably going to take a walk around town for a bit. Um, but I suppose I'll catch up with you after the town hall.
Sounds good. See you around, Neza.
See ya.
And you can go and begin to take your walk. Is there anything else you are doing on your walk?
I don't know that she's specifically like campaigning, but she's just keeping an eye out for anything interesting or of note that's happening.
Not really, as it's winter time. In this afternoon, it's snowing. A lot of people are inside. You have a lot at Germain's Inn who are just drinking and generally trying to have a better time. But mostly it's a very quiet winter afternoon in Lords. Plus, it's about 38 degrees Fahrenheit, so not a lot of people are out.
That's fair. Eventually she'll head back home.
Gotcha. Can head back, and generally around sundown is when everyone finishes the attic. It's in tip-top pristine condition. A little bit chilly up here because it's so far away. But once kind of the insulation begins to kick in, the heat rises up, should become more than toasty, and kind of the first leg of your home improvement is finished. And honestly, this room is nicer than some of your rooms that have yet to be completely refurbished. So overall, a good day's work for the lot of you. And is there anything else you guys want to do? Anything you want to talk about at dinner or beyond?
Boudica at dinner will be asking Neza about what her platform is going to be.
I don't want to give you a chance to prepare your argument against me.
Okay, political rival slash friend. I was just a bit curious, but fine. Have it your way. Have your secrets. I didn't even want them to begin with.
Spiritual and mental rebuilding of lords, in addition to the physical.
I see. Mine is more just basing on the physical, because I know that that's a tangible thing. People can see it and want that, but I really enjoy the idea of a spiritual and mental rebuilding of lords, and I'm sure the people will like that as well. I will stick with what I know, and I know how to best rebuild physically.
Are we going to invite Bear to sleep? Oh, let's back up a second. How'd the attic go?
Finished.
Oh, that's awesome.
Not furbished yet, but it would be ready with a sleeping bag.
Yeah. It fully repaired, I'll put it that way.
Are we going to invite Bear to sleep over tonight or wait until tomorrow?
Didn't he say he didn't want to be here until after the election was over?
That's why I was wondering. I don't think there's harm in inviting him, but
Oh, but at the same time, I feel like we should respect his wishes.
I agree.
I guess that does bring up, though, what's the sort of general plan for tomorrow?
Win.
Yeah, what time is the town hall?
Town Hall is going to be taking place at noon tomorrow.
Okay. So, not sleeping in.
Aoife visibly deflates.
Yes, nice. If you call, you guys may call noon sleeping in. I call that a coma. Jesus. I don't say Jesus because who is that?
My dad, anyways.
Kaseya.
eh,
Sometimes you just find a really nice sunbeam.
um,
I feel like it's probably best if we arrive separately.
Probably.
I'll probably try to get there closer to maybe 11:30, 11:45.
Yeah. I will be there at 11.
I'll be there at 10.
I will be there at 9:30.
It sounded like you were going to keep going. Um I'll sleep there tonight.
alright,
Oh,
both
you
of you
will?
stop. Generally, I would recommend that either of you get there at noon, because that is a bad look. Not to mention, being people who are actively taking part, I have a feeling they'll want you to do something before the thing starts proper. So, I get there an hour or two early for both of you. Now, debate within that range.
10.
9:59.
You're not a part of this debate.
10:30.
You can get there at 10:30. I'm gonna be there at 10.
I thought that's what we were doing.
Okay.
I believe that's what we call an agreement.
Fine, political rival. I suppose we agree on this one thing and many other things, but this is the last time you shall see me agreeing with the likes of you.
Can I still have some of your cookies later?
Yes, you can.
Thank you.
Because I love you.
Thank you.
You're welcome, grandchild.
So,
All right.
Now
Was there anything else?
If not, are you finishing dinner?
Oh,
And-
I do have something I would like to do after dinner.
Okay.
I had one thing, pre-dinner, or uh, during dinner. Do you think that part of this is they're gonna ask people to like speak for you or like give votes of confidence or something?
oh,
Like, do you think part of
probably.
it? Hey, anyone in the crowd want to like some reasons as to why this person be a good fit, etc. This is my first election here. I don't know how it works.
I feel like that's not entirely impossible. I guess that does mean we should figure out who's speaking for who.
Frankly, I'd feel a bit awkward speaking for either of you.
Fair enough.
From a standpoint of, I don't want to speak against either of you, and also, I feel it might cause a tad bit of awkwardness if the town doctor started making political statements.
Yeah, that's reasonable.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of how this is going to actually work in a practical sense. Like, did anyone tell either of you if there was going to be like a debate or something?
No, I guess we should have asked. We're kind of going in blind.
Well, I'd recommend both of you, if you have already, prep some words. I don't.
I already have prepped a few ideas. I suppose I should prep an actual speech.
Well, again, I have no idea how it's going to work. They might just ask for speeches. There might be a debate thing. There might be some other method by which they determine the fitness of a person. But
They might want a dance battle. Oh gosh.
you know what?
You would crush
Yeah.
me in a dance battle.
Exactly. I'm saying, oh
Who
gosh,
knows?
we have.
They could ask you trivia, or maybe they could ask you to bench press. I have no idea.
I could be so good at both if the trivia is about muscles and their locations.
Anatomy is a useful skill to know.
This is where the bicep is, and she'll flex her arm. And point to her bicep.
It would be really funny if you pointed to like the tricep or deltoid
Yeah.
instead.
Just pointed to the traps instead, and then Alon's like, you are so lost. This is the bicep, she says as she points at her sartorius.
I don't know what diagrams you've been looking at, but I think they were wrong.
Also, though, I feel like it's. Sorry. Also, I feel like it's important to mention that Lady Allaire did tell me that if both her and Bouchard are convinced, it won't go to a popular vote. So there is a
Alright.
way to avoid that section of it.
Okay.
Well, it seems like we both can adequately convince Lady Allaire. I worry about your ability to convince Bouchard because he has already shown concern about your age.
I was a little unprepared in that moment, but I feel more
Actually-
prepared now to answer those concerns.
That actually brings up another thing. Do you think Bouchard will be off-put by the fact that he told you not to run and you're doing it anyway?
He might see it as a sign of tenacity.
Yeah, maybe.
Exactly. Determination, miss all the shots you don't take. etc., etc.
He might, but to sort of play devil's advocate a tad, he might also find it indecisive, um, possibly a bit snakish.
I don't know if he would see it as snakish because he only offered his advice.
That's fair.
He didn't say, you know, don't run, and then Nasa said, yes, of course I won't. It was mainly saying, I worry about your ability, and I could train you, and then Nasa said, that's certainly something we could do. I assume this is how it went, Nasa?
More or less.
Alright, well, that's fair enough. Just. Actually, that brings up a question. Boudica, did you ever talk to Bouchard?
No, I never spoke to that man.
Hmm. That may have been a thing to do.
Fine.
Well, I mean, it's tomorrow. I don't know if you're gonna have much time.
I'm not gonna. I'm probably just gonna have to go in without speaking to him.
Probably.
And that's just gonna be to my own detriment. That's my own whoopsie, but I'll have to deal with that. I could convince him, maybe. I just need to
Oh
make
no,
sure.
I'm sure you could.
I just need to make sure my platform's airtight.
Yep. Also, I would give both of you some liquid help. However, I have a feeling that thinking about it from a practical standpoint, stopping in the middle of a conversation to chug a liquid does raise an eyebrow. Or it could.
I think you should do it. Just make sure it's an opaque bottle. That'll go.
Maybe a paper bag.
A jug with 3 X's written on the side of it. Lady candidate, what would you do about X, Y, and Z? Hold on a second. Chug, chug, chug.
Just need my liquid courage before I answer that question. I was asking you if you thought we should keep it illegal to kick puppies, you know?
Hey, Lady Alaire might approve.
I was gonna say, if you say that, they might thinking that you're just drinking on the job. Or drinking at the interview, at least. I think that one might be worse, actually.
It's like, why are you drinking on the interview? Because didn't you know beer is mostly water? I care deeply about hydration.
Like, yeah, but I mean, it's still alcohol. Did you know that basically, when you think about it, all drinks are water? All of them.
You really don't need to call me and my Red Bull addiction out.
I was about to say.
God put all drinks on this earth for us to enjoy. Who are we to scorn what he wants?
God put
Ah,
Red
yes,
Bull
the
on this
natural
earth.
rivers of Red Bull.
Did you know Mountain Dew
I mean,
it's harvested from the fresh dew of mountain grasses?
if the materials to make the thing are here, therefore it is his will for us to create Mountain Dew.
Exactly. Either he condones it or he is powerless to stop it.
Exactly.
So we all agree that Red Bull is a front to God.
Yeah. No, the Monster Energy drink. There was like a huge thing against Monster because they were like, it's demon energy. Anyways, no, not Dead by Daylight. Dungeons and Dragons.
Wonder.
Wonder, yeah.
Wonder.
That's not even the system we're playing.
So,
as you all finish up dinner, Aoife, you had something that you wished to do?
Yeah, once it's pretty solidly nightfall, I think Aoife is just gonna kind of try and slip out under cover of dark. Probably, probably at the back door, polymorph into a crow. And I think they're gonna fly to the window Tira indicated before.
Okay. Then, as you go there, you would find that Tira is still up, and as you peck at the window, she goes and opens up it for you.
Cool. I'll hop inside and then polymorph back into a person.
And she'll close the window and draw the shades. What's going on?
Right, couple things. Neza is back in the running, and
Damn it.
yeah, she spoke to Lady Alaire, and apparently it went well.
What do you mean it went well? She was basically out on Neza.
I don't know. I didn't even know she was gone because I was helping do house repairs until she came back during lunch and told us she'd gone.
Damn it. It's alright, we still have Pascal, who seems to be the other individual who's gaining votes, and Boudica, both two non-cult votes, or candidates. So, if we can steer the aristocracy towards one of them, it should be good.
And there was one other thing. And can I relay what Elan found out through scrying? Could I relay that to her?
Yeah. And she'll kind of, give kind of some wide eyes. I don't like that at all. I don't like that at all. I've been searching everywhere, but looks like I'll have to double the area. Briarhearts are going to be on full alert tomorrow, but now I'm nervous.
Yeah. I don't know. It concerns me. It all does. I just hope this ends soon and Pascal wins, or I guess Boudica would be fine.
Who do you think we have a better shot at getting on the aristocracy? Pascal or Boudica?
That I don't know. I know Boudica's well qualified apparently, but I don't know a thing about Pascal.
He's been in Lords for years. Well-respected member of the community, businessman. Of course, likely some connection to Boudica given the last name, but otherwise I don't know.
The last name?
Well, he technically owns the new Byrne Mining Company.
Ah.
Boudica's last name is Byrne. There's likely something there.
Yeah. I
Alright.
don't know. I figured if I was pressed on it, since we're publicly friends, I would support Boudica.
That's fair. Do you think Neza could manipulate her?
I don't know. I think Boudica's headstrong, but she tries to be fair. She listens to all of us.
Very fair. Alright, we'll see which way the wind blows tomorrow. Good luck and be safe.
You too.
And she'll give you a hug.
I'll hug her back.
And she'll kind of discreetly open the window for you.
Yep. And I'll turn back into a crow and fly back to near our house, somewhere in the backyard, and slip back inside.
Gotcha. Anything else you guys are doing tonight? If not, then
Getting a good night's rest.
all of you can take a complete rest as the following morning comes, the 11th of Orfel, time for the election. Is there anything you guys wish to be doing before heading over to the town hall? And I don't know when you guys are heading over.
I
Boudica
believe. Yep.
Boudica will go ahead and spruce herself up so that she looks as presentable as she can, and then she will be heading over to the town hall at around 10:15.
Elan would have gotten up early as per usual and made a hearty breakfast for both of the candidates.
Okay.
And Boudica will thank him profusely.
Neza will also thank him profusely. And she is also kind of taken about 2 hours to get ready, sprucing up the appearance,
I think
wearing
Aoife,
fine
oh,
clothes.
and I think Aoife would have smelled the food and reluctantly dragged themselves out of bed and thanked Alon for it.
Now, the way to get Eva out of bed is to cook bacon, and then she'll like do the cartoon thing of hovering out of bed, dragged by the scent fumes.
No, that's
Exactly.
Boudica.
Oh, that's Boudica.
No, Boudica wakes up early in the morning still.
No, she hovers out
Yeah,
of
but
bed.
Boudica's the one who can float. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, Boudica can float, but she floats pre the bacon fumes.
See, Aoife has the fly power. It just is only it only works when they're smelling
It's
bacon.
triggered by bacon.
Boudica's fly power is triggered by nonsense and silliness.
True.
And baby, it is always on.
Yes. That's why you should vote for Boudica. There will be silliness and goofiness to be had.
Fair enough. Alright, then. Anything else before you guys start all heading over? If not, then...
Neza's gonna double check with Aspasia to make sure she looks fine.
Darling, you look... Well, hold on, that's a little crooked. There you go, you look perfect.
Thank you.
Chin up, you're gonna be fine.
Thank you. Good luck. With, I don't know,
For
your whole
with
day.
what?
In general.
Nasa, that sounded kind of ominous.
I mean, you've got... I hear that Chloe and Diana are an absolute handful.
They're wonderful children.
They
They're
are!
really not.
They are so well behaved.
Okay,
Chloe
Jesus!
spends 90% of her time with her face buried in a book. It's fine. That's
I'm
what
sorry,
she enjoys. I'm just saying.
I was just remembering bunk bed incident. Or the
Uh,
theoretical
uh,
bunk bed incident.
The theoretical bunk bed incident.
The quantum bunk bed.
Schrodinger's
Schrodinger's
bunk
bunk
bed.
bed.
It is the bunk bed is present until you open the bedroom door and then it is not.
Schrodinger's bunk.
The children are a joy.
Hey, Neza, I
Yes?
feel like I should have asked this before. How are the public?
You cut out. What?
How are you with public speaking?
We're about to find out.
Okay.
Did fine in my classes.
All right. Do a lot of presentations in those classes.
Did I do a lot of presentations in those classes, Colin?
No.
I mean... Well, class discussion counts, right?
No.
No, that was in character.
Okay.
You'll be fine.
It'll be better than Boudica, who's just buff.
Yeah, fair.
Oh, she can
Boudica.
publicly speak all right. I just don't know how convincing she can be.
Boudica arrives. She thought this was a bodybuilding competition. She just gets up on
Aw.
stage and starts flexing.
Then she gets elected.
Yeah. Everyone's standing around nodding. You know, that's a good point.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
I have my votes for you.
All right. Then, with Boudica and Naza looking their best, Aoife and Alon, I'm assuming you're also heading over there as well?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Then,
They are leaving at separate times, though.
yes, I'm assuming it is a staggered departure. But I think Aspasia would also run by it that she would like at least herself, Diana, and Chloe. Well, probably not. She couldn't take Chloe. That's the problem. So, yeah,
I was gonna say.
Aspasia would stay back.
We could always ask Bear to watch the kids for a second.
No, I think you want. Don't you want your like spiritual mentor or whatever there with you?
He's not coming.
I was gonna say,
Yeah,
you
that's-
are trying to sabotage me, and I know it.
Well, no,
I
you
love
don't know
Bear.
it. That's the thing.
That's fair. Out of
Neza has no
character, I know
idea.
it. I meant I know it, Nasa doesn't. I love Bear, but the town does not.
I still don't think you should babysit.
I mean, I already said I wasn't going to be making any statements. I could stay behind.
We'll just say, Aspasia is fine staying home watching the kids.
Alright.
But as the time rolls around and everyone begins making their way into the town hall itself, it is a large space, perfectly able to accommodate all the townsfolk that arrive. As you all enter, you can sit about the place, although Lady Alaire kind of gives a motion to both Boudica and Naza to kind of sit more towards the front, as she knows that all of you will be making your cases. As you enter as well, Boudica, you would see that Pascal gives you kind of this side-eye look as you enter in, and he kind of has his jaw set a little bit, and he's not necessarily looking that happy that you're here.
Monica has no idea what it's about, so she'll just assume it's like competition.
Fair enough. Then, as everyone starts to sit down, be seated, the Briarhearts will also enter, as does Rouge and Agnes, Germaine, basically everybody else in town, as now is the time. Eventually, though, as 12 o'clock begins to roll around, Arnaud Bouchard makes his way to the front of kind of the town hall. Hello, everybody. Welcome. It is here where, in front of all of you, that we hope to induct a new member into the ranks of the aristocracy. The process will begin with potential candidates making themselves known. Us accepting the candidates we believe have a chance for aristocracy. After which we will hear statements of the candidates, and then those sitting members of the aristocracy will vote. If our votes are aligned, mine and the Lady Alaire, there will be no need for a majority vote. But if me and the lady are deadlocked, then it will go to a vote of majority with those who are here. With this being said, I would like to begin with the petitions for those who would like potential candidacy, and kind of goes about this formal process of like looking at each person in attendance and asking, do you want to be up for the aristocracy? Most people answer yes who are in here. Some, like Tira, would answer no, but I'm assuming Neza and Boudica, you're answering yes.
Yes.
Correct.
And Alon and Aoife, you're answering no, right?
That is correct.
It would be a little funny if I didn't, but I am gonna say no.
Okay. Then, with many people left, Arno and Ocean quickly huddle up, kind of have a meeting and say, those who we believe are worthy of potential candidacy are Pascal Bellamy, Neza Kovac, and Boudica Byrne. Please, all of you make your way to the front.
Go ahead and do as he says.
Same.
At this point, I would like to ask each of you to give a statement of why you believe that the aristocracy and the people of the town should vote for you to be inducted into the ranks of leadership. Pascal, you may go first. And Pascal will nod.
You know me? My name is Pascal Bellamy. I have been your blacksmith for many years now. I have successfully ran Bellamy Bellows, and I believe I've personally supplied each and every one of you here. The Lady Moreau was incredibly responsible with the town's finances. I believe I can do the same. I would say that I know each and every one of you. I know this community, and I will do everything in my power to make sure we are successful. As for my opponents, Neza, while a sweet girl, is just that, young. And her lineage is questionable. As for Boudica, I personally know of her. Miss Byrne is a destroyer, a terrible woman, and should not be let anywhere near the aristocracy. She is one of the worst people I have ever met. And my sole plea is that if you do not think me fit, then do not elect her. And Pascal sits down. And at this point, a general silence kind of settles over the chamber. Miss Byrne, you are next.
Hello, everyone. My name is Boudica Byrne. If you elect me, I promise to help improve the infrastructure of Lords and help to bring more wealth by improving roads, housing, and creating more jobs. I would like to help the Lady Allaire in her
What do you
efforts
mean
to
create more jobs?
more projects.
All you've ever been good for is destroying jobs.
I believe it is my turn to speak, Pascal. You have had your chance, and you have done nothing but lie about me instead of impress as to why you should be on.
That is a blatant lie in
am.
and of
Now
itself.
let me speak.
Let you speak? You speak nothing but lies anyway.
You know nothing of me. You know nothing of what you speak.
I know nothing. I know how
Yes.
you destroyed the old Byrne Mining Corporation.
And do you want to know why I did that?
I know why. You saw problems
know?
in it. Instead of fixing it, you destroyed it. Because it was easier for you.
No.
And
I
then
shut
you
it.
and then you got an
I.
animal
This is my
shelter.
turn to speak! This is my turn to speak. I shut it down because it was corrupted from the inside. I did what I could to right the wrongs that it did to its people. And you are continuing to benefit from a system that treated its people horribly. I don't know what changes you've made to it, but that is what it was when it was given to me, and I did what I thought was best, which was for the people. I liquidated it and gave the wealth back to the people because it was stolen from them for too long. And if you want to sit here and argue against me when I just want to do what's best for Lords and her people, you're immature.
Immature.
You are not right for this position.
Not right.
If you only want to argue against me, you're trying to interrupt me when I'm trying to give my state of address. I think I scare you.
You
I
do.
make you nervous. Because all I want to do is help these people. I care. And I want to make everyone happier, healthier, more secure.
Do you honestly think that's why you make me nervous?
You know nothing correct about me. You've never spoken a word to me, and that you talk about me as if you know me personally, yet every time I've been in your presence, you've cowered away from me and not shared a word with me. So really, you know nothing about me. You only know lies told to you from someone else that was twisted. So do not come up here and speak about me as if you personally know me, as if you personally know what I've done.
I do know
Because
you.
I have spent my entire life serving people. That is my only purpose. That is the only thing I will continue to do for the rest of my days, is to serve people. That is what I have done for over 100 years, I might add. It is the only thing I care for. I don't care for arguing. I don't care for these debates. I just want people to be happy. I am not here to be petty. I am not here to tear down my fellow opponents. I think all of us want to do good. All of us want what's good for the people of Lords. We all just have our different methods. I am
You-
not here to defame anyone.
You watch as Pascal's skin begins to burn, starting to catch fire as gasps begin to kind of echo throughout the inside of the town hall. You say I don't know you? And Boudica, in but a few moments, you see your son's face staring back at you. Mother, you say that I don't know you? You think I'm afraid of you
Yes.
because of the company alone? You took away everything I had. You took away my grandparents. And now you've come to take away my new life. Why are you here?
Why are you here?
What does that? I've been here for years. I've made a life here.
There are things you don't understand, son.
That's what you always said.
Because I did what I had to do. And you treat it as if it's a slight against you, as if it's something that I took away from you. You're looking at it from the wrong perspective, and you still are.
Look what you're doing here
You
now.
are not fit for this position. because you can only think about how it benefits you.
Me.
Yes, you. You think about it from, I deserve the wealth, I deserve the prestige, I deserve the power.
Do you think any of this is about prestige or power? No. I came here. I made a life.
And that's great, son. I'm proud of you. You didn't need to abandon me and your father to do that.
Abandon.
You could have done things your own way, and I would have supported you. Instead, you blame me.
The
You blame me
lies.
for taking something that you never even had to begin with.
Stop lying.
I am not lying.
You are.
You feel entitled to a reality that is not this one.
I feel entitled to see my grandparents.
Then you can.
You.
They are selfish people, though, so
Stop!
I question your company that you keep.
They are good people.
We have different definitions of good people.
You have not changed in almost 100 years. You, who brought me into the world looking like this. You, who took away a chance of normalcy. You're a shitty mother. You're an even worse businesswoman. And your son, Oisin Byrne, will sit down. Say your piece.
I've said what I needed to say. I want to bring up the quality of life, and I will do it my way. And my way does not include any sort of exploitation or petty lies. And I hate that this needed to be done in front of all of you. I apologize. This was a horrid display. It was immature. And I did not want that to happen like this. Thank you for your time. I know you will all do what is right for this town. And Boudica will sit down.
Make a spirit check for me.
Oh, no. I'm gonna use a hero point to reroll one of those.
Okay.
Well, I'm gonna use one more hero point to reroll.
Lovely.
Yes! Okay.
All right. There is a beat, as there are definitely whispers going through the entirety of the chamber before Arno stands. Silence! Silence! We must move on. Neza, please speak your piece.
Of course. Hi, everyone. My name is Neva Kovac. Well, I'll admit to being a little bit newer to Lords. I've been here not nearly as long as Pascal has, and he has brought up concerns about my age and lineage, both of which I'll answer. I will admit that I am younger and maybe not as experienced as those two, but I do have a formal education from the university, the Hall of Voices in Ramiborg, back on the Prime Ring. And it's part of this training that I think it does make me qualified for the role. I have developed a great ability to be able to listen and analyze problems well, not just from an outsider perspective, which I do bring to the table, but from the perspective of multiple different people. I every day attempt to learn more about the history and the culture of Lords, and I am fully dedicated to her service. I Because of this, I'll be able to approach problems that Lords has not just from the perspective of someone living in Lords, like Pascal, but from the perspective, a fresh perspective, as well. I should address this immediately as well, as Pascal brought up questions of my lineage. I am descended from the an old aristocracy member known as Naomi Ducasse. That may ring a bell as the prophet that is burned every morning.
There are definite whispers that go through the hall as you say this.
However, I would like to emphasize that we are entirely separate people. I don't intend to go down her path. I, to be honest, never even knew or met Naomi. Ever. And I didn't even know about her until coming here and learning a little bit more of the history of Lords. I've. I don't intend to take the same path that she did. Additionally, because of this link, though, I am one of the only ones up here with a real claim to the aristocracy, as I believe it's it's a large sum of lira to be able to secure a spot for your family, but once that deposit is paid, that spot remains open until it is forfeited. As far as I remember, the Ducasse spot was never forfeited, and I'm not sure that anyone else, honestly, even in this whole room, has the money to open a new spot, formally speaking. While I cannot deny that I am descended from the prophet, I can promise that we are different, entirely different. As for what I would want to do if elected, I think that focusing on the rebuilding of Lords is very important. Not just the physical rebuilding that we already have underway, but additionally a rebuilding of the soul of Lords as well. It feels like we've become very stagnant in a sense, and I want to revisit the history of Lords, analyze its culture and the past and the present, and how we might move into the future. I want to make us proud of being citizens of Lords again, and I think that is one of the most important things I can think of. Lisa will step backwards, having completed her speech.
Make a spirit check at benefit 1.
Will do. I almost rolled incorrectly. Oh lord, I'm using 2 hero points to reroll both of those.
Okay.
I'm gonna keep burning those hero points. So that was 2. This is 4. Okay. 3 successes.
Okay, that's a lot of hero points burned. There is kind of a moment, and a few people will begin to kind of clap in the audience, while others are still just kind of stunned. And Arno looks back to Lady Alaire and everyone else. We must take a few moments to decide what is next. And all of you watch as Arno and the Lady Alaire huddle for a bit. And it seems like both are having a rather intense disagreement. There's a lot going on there. And as this is happening, they kind of like halt, and Arno will look back at you, Neza, and he'll kind of motion you to approach them in kind of their huddle.
Very, very nervously, Neza will approach.
You spoke well, Neza. I must admit that. Very well, very well. You should feel proud. Me and the Lady Alaire have disagreements on the individual that should be going forward. We are attempting to broker a deal between the two of us. The Lady Alaire has her support for you. I have support for Boudica at the moment, but you have spoken very well. Are you willing, if we induct you into the aristocracy, to then vote with us to induct Boudica and perhaps Pascal into this aristocracy?
Of course. I believe that we can aim to be a little bit more like the aristocracy of old in size.
Very well, very well. And you can see, like, Arno's trying to play it off, but he doesn't like this arrangement at all. But also looking out, he doesn't want this to go to a popular vote. As with everything, it looks like you probably have a slight majority when it comes to the popular vote, Neza. So the Ocean kind of nods over. Go sit down, dearest. We'll make the announcement. And will you do so?
I was muted. Sorry. Neza's gonna kind of awkwardly half bow and say thank you, and then she will go sit down.
Alright. Arno kind of teeters his way to the front. Upon decision, we have decided to induct Neza to our aristocracy. And a bunch of claps go up and around the interior of the town hall. And Aoife, you catch Tira's face. And it's a dark face as she is staring daggers into Neza. And also, upon review, we would then like to call for a vote to also induct the well-established Miss Boudica Byrne into this aristocracy. I shall make the motion, and I shall vote yes. And her eyes look to you, Neza. Do you vote
Um,
yes?
Yes, Nisa will also vote yes.
You can see Arno Bouchard is kind of standing there and he frowns. And he'll follow suit. But it's clear if you would have voted no, he wouldn't have voted yes. And Boudica, do you make your way to the front?
She does.
And Arno kind of makes his way up to you and goes to shake your hand. Welcome. I am sorry about all that has happened today.
Boudica meets him with her hand and says, "It's not something that can be helped. I can explain more, but
No need.
for a later day, for a later time."
A later time. And he kind of looks over to your son, who is now kind of standing up, looking at you. I would also like to extend an invitation to Pascal. Do I have your vote of support?
My vote?
Yes. We must start out on good terms, yes?
Boudica will look at her son. She'll just sort of look at him for a long time, because this is the first time that she has seen him in a very, very long time. And this is at a time where she, doesn't need to defend herself or anything. She can finally, just take in the sight of him. He's a half Aasimar, half tiefling. Probably staring daggers at her, but her face probably was dark as she walked up to the stand, but now it's softened. You have my support.
And he'll nod. Then I would like to... Don't bother. Don't bother. And you can see Oisin looks to you, Boudica. I'm not here for glory, pride, or prestige. I made my home here. You can have it again. And you watch as he heads to the closest window, throws it open, and Elan, you watch as one angelic white wing and one red infernal wing extend as the man you formerly knew as Pascal leaps out the window, begins to fly off into the sky, leaving a stunned town hall behind. As the aristocracy grows to 4 members. And it is here where we will end this session for today. As all of you can take a level up.
Yeah. And you know where
Let's
Cool,
go.
but cool. So, hey y'all, what the fuck?
Don't worry about it. We'll talk about it later.
Can you repeat his name?
And it is there where we pick up after all of this has occurred. So at this point, people are slowly beginning to exit out of the town hall after all of this has gone down. Still a bit of shock in the air. Boudica, you would see the Lady Allaire begins to approach you. Are you all right, darling?
I'm not great right now. I wasn't expecting any of that to transpire today, and I don't think anyone was.
Certainly not. I'll be true. I expected some fireworks, but Not that kind.
No.
How...
I'm sorry that that had to happen in front of the entire town.
Stop, stop. And you can see the Lady Alaire kind of puts a hand on your shoulder. You don't need to apologize. In fact, I think you showed true courage, and why you were an excellent option to join the aristocracy. I'm sorry about what happened. But you showed yourself to be strong and capable.
Thank you.
Do you need a protection detail for the time being? I know how difficult family matters can be.
No, no. My son, he certainly has no kind words to say about me, but he would not hurt me, I don't believe.
That's good. I do have some things for you. And she kind of reaches over, kind of where she was sitting, and pulls out a small box and kind of opens it. She passes you what appears to be a fairly standard door key. This is the key to Lucille Moreau's manor. We believe that it should likely be passed to you,
Yeah.
as technically Neza would have claim to the land that was once Naomi's. And that is something that we will all discuss with her at a different time. But also this. And as Lady Alaire reaches her hand in, she pulls out a cylindrical key, like a stamp attached to a chain. This was Lucille's family's crest, and in general it is a crest of office. This is important, Boudica, so keep it safe, if you would. Again, something more to talk about at a later date, but Lucille kept this in her personal vault. That's where me and Arno found it. That's where I found it, at least. Arno isn't much for physical exertion in his old age, but all us members have one.
Thank you.
Hmm.
Thank you. And I'll take the key and the crest.
And please give my thanks to Neza, and also my delight that she's joined us. At some point, perhaps the both of you could join me one morning to discuss what comes next, as you have joined our little aristocracy.
Yes, of course. We'll be doing that very soon, I'm sure.
Very well. And if you need anything, Boudica, please let me know.
I will.
And
Well, thank you for letting me into this esteemed group.
you are
I hope
worthy of
that-
it.
Thank you. I hope that together we can make Lords shine bright.
I think we can. But good day. And the Lady Alaire is going to kind of curtsy a bit. And as she begins walking out, you can see a member of the Briarhearts passes her a bottle of wine, which she will uncork and now begins to drink. And she will also give you a nod as she passes you, Neza, and a smile.
And Asa will smile back.
Gotcha. As this is occurring, Aoife, Tira approaches you. And she just kind of like gives you a look and a frown. From what you've said, Nasa can't remain in the aristocracy.
So, what do you suggest?
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe stay away from them for a while. And Tira is going to quickly leave.
I live with her. Okay.
But at this point, what are the rest of you doing?
I guess Boudica will be finding her way towards Neza.
Okay.
What a coincidence, because Neza was trying to find Boudica.
In all honesty, I probably headed home.
Fair enough.
Congratulations to you!
And to you.
And Boudica will offer like a fist bump.
Neza will do it. And if Boudica is willing, pull her in for a hug.
Yes, I go for a hug.
Big hug.
Yes.
So, what now?
Well, I just got done talking to Lady Alaire, and I have the key to Lucille's manor, and I also have this, and I'll hold up the crest to show Neza.
So we've
But-
got 2.5.
Let's discuss more when we're at home. Let's. Oh, right. Alaire mentioned that we should go talk to her a morning together to discuss what happens next.
Okay. Do you want to go tomorrow morning?
Yeah, sounds good to me.
Okay.
And I guess at this point I'll be looking for Aoife, or just checking over to see if any of our group is still in the town hall.
Aoife's still probably around.
Yeah, I think Aoife just kind of was like probably still staring in the direction Tira went, but kind of they'll snap out of it with Boudica approaching if she's doing that.
Eventful
Yeah.
day. Do you want to head home now?
Yeah, all right. So, do you have a son?
I do. I think I would like to talk about all that once we get home, so I can get all that out in the open with everyone.
Right, gotcha. All right, well, I'm ready to head back. Whenever you are.
Yeah, guess we're heading back.
All right. So, since Alon, you got a head start, what are you doing when you get home?
I probably enter with just sort of a stunned look. Look around. I imagine Aspasia, Diana, and Chloe are all down there, or...
Aspasia is, and she is like reading a book and looks at you. Darling, are you alright?
Yeah. The election went a weird direction.
Did who got elected?
Both of them.
Oh,
Neza and Boudica.
that's good.
Yeah. Yes, it is. The remaining news is odd, possibly bad, but I feel like I should let Boudica explain.
Are you feeling alright?
Yeah. Well, I'm in be honest, I'm a bit stunned in this moment.
She's
I
gonna come
learned some
over and
things.
she's gonna place like the back of her hand against your forehead. You don't have a fever, and she's gonna start giving you like a diagnostic.
I'm physically fine. I'm just a bit mentally overloaded.
Well, darling, I knew you were brain damaged when I married you, and she gives you a peck on
Okay.
the cheek. But are you all right?
Yeah. Yep. Fine.
All right, that's all I care about.
You're gonna go sit down.
She's gonna like look at you. Do you want some water, some tea?
Tea'd be good.
And she'll nod and begin to go and put a kettle on. And
You might. Yeah, you might want to make some for everybody. I feel like this is gonna be a conversation.
okay, a group tea then.
Yeah.
And by the time she's finished making tea and kind of begins to pour all of it out, everybody returns back home.
Hello. Hi, Alon. Did you enjoy the most normal council meeting you've ever seen?
It wasn't that. It was most definitely not that.
I know I was being a little shitter as usual, but I suppose it's time for me to put the little shitter away for a moment and tell you guys more about me and my son.
That's the thing. As I looked at Aspasia.
Wait, what? And you can see Aspasia, like, had her tea, was about to sip it, and, like, almost drops the cup. You have a son? Well, I know you had a
Yes.
son, but he's here?
Yes.
He
let's-
flew away.
What?
Hold
I'm
on.
sorry. I'm sorry that it fell out.
Hold on. Okay, let's all sit down.
I am sitting. Do I need to sit more?
Boudica's sitting down now.
I like to imagine Neza had gotten in just a little bit later because she probably stuck around. But, like, I imagine she walks in the door, hears we all should sit down, and just kind of reflexively sits immediately by the door.
I think Aoife kind of accepts a cup of tea, but is still just kind of like pacing around the room drinking it.
Right, so this requires a lot of explaining.
Wait, where's Neza?
Neza's in here.
Oh, sorry.
Oh.
And she'll hustle over.
Oh. So, this requires a bit of explaining. As you might have caught from me describing it a few times, I was the heir to the Burn Mining Company, and when it came into my possession, I dissolved it and gave back the assets to the workers because it was my way of paying them back from the bad things that had happened. So later on, after this, I eventually met up with my husband. He wasn't my husband then, obviously, but I'd interacted with him a few times before I had dissolved the company. Varian, that was his name. Well, we eventually got married and we had a son. And he was our entire world. And we did everything that we could to give him the world and show him all the love that we could, and just he was our boy. He was my boy. And as he grew up, I never kept him in the dark about what I used to have and how I handled it, and I suppose from his perspective he had different ideas of how to handle that, and I guess he thought if he could have handled it the way that he wanted to, he could have had a better life, a more fruitful life, one with more wealth and privilege. And that boy is just like his mother. Because I grew up hating my parents and not understanding my parents. And I guess he grew up not understanding me. I haven't seen him since he was 18, which was a very, very long time ago. I really only dealt with it when Varian was around, because he was the only other person who truly understood it. I guess after he died, I stopped talking about Osinsu much, because I haven't seen from him. I haven't seen him. I haven't heard him. He had just wanted nothing to do with me. And I don't. He can hate me all he wants. I want to be able to see my boy and talk to him. I want to know what he's been up to all this time. And he's been here. He's been Pascal? I don't know why he felt the need to disguise himself. I just need to talk to him. I need to figure out what's going on in his head. But that requires him letting me in, which I think based on what we saw on the council, I don't think he will. I don't think he ever will. That's essentially the long and short of it. I have a son. He's not keen on me. Thinks I did a lot of things wrong. Maybe he's right.
I mean, maybe I don't know if he left and was hurt that maybe if he felt abandoned after that, maybe what he wants now is for you to chase him. I,
Maybe. I'm prepared to do it. I'm prepared to try, because I haven't seen him in so long. I just want to. I would not be able to rest with myself if I didn't try. I know Varian would want me to try.
well, if you want to, I think I at least would go with you.
If you want help, of course I'll end it.
I don't know how talking to him is gonna go. It very well may be just him going up to me and saying, I do not ever want to see you again, and I have to be prepared for that, because that's a very likely reality. And it's frustrating, because I wouldn't mind disagreeing with the boy. I still love him. He just blames me for so many things in his life, and I try to be understanding, but there's just I miss him. And I wish he would speak to me.
I think, he He did make quite a scene. I think if you wanted to follow him, would we would at least be able to get people to point us in the right direction as to where
Yeah,
he went.
this is true. Though the fact that he made a scene like that makes me think that talking to him isn't gonna be any easier than I thought. I don't know. I don't know why he suggested that I take this life from him too. I never took a life from him.
From your perspective, that's clearly not how he feels about it, though.
I suppose. Just suppose it's something I have to accept that I won't understand from where I stand. I just want him to be happy. I want to know that he's happy. And if he's happy thousands of miles away from me, that's fine. I suppose we should, well, at least I should try to track him down.
Like I said, I'm happy to go with you.
Thank you. Would anyone else come with me?
Of course, yeah.
Thank you.
Of course.
Thank all of y'all. I'm sorry for keeping this from you. I don't. As I stated, I don't talk about him much. And I certainly wasn't expecting him to be Pascal. That boy has a flair for the dramatic. Oh, he's just like he was when he was tiny.
Well, it's good that you told us now, at least.
Mm-hmm.
So how old is he now?
I have to do my math with my own age now. I had him when I was around 30. 136 now. So and he left when okay. 30, so that would make him
Like 106?
106. Yep, that would put him there.
Damn, he's old as hell.
Oh, I guess he got my lifespan instead of Varian's lifespan, which is good, very good. I do not want to outlive my children. That's depressing. But it's interesting. We didn't really know what to expect when we had him. Seeing as I'm an Aasimar and my husband was a tiefling. He was our special little guy. I think maybe he had some issues with it though. I'm not sure.
I wouldn't know. I didn't really have parents.
Oh,
I mean, you had parents.
Yeah, but that's different. I mean, they didn't really raise me. I was kind of on my own once I could feed myself.
ah. I suppose it's differences between species and cultures
Yeah,
in that
so, yeah.
regard.
So, I don't get all that, but I do know that, sometimes when you run away, it's because you want to be followed.
All right. I suppose we'll follow him soon. with less dreary matters, Lady Allaire did give me the key to Lucille's manor, and she also gave me this, and I'm going to hold up the crest.
We have two now. And potentially a third if we can figure out how to enchant it.
Right. Neat. Well, maybe that's something we can work on more after we've dealt with Oyson.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, speaking of, what time is it currently?
Currently, it's about 7:45 at night. Sun is just about gone down.
Uh, we may have to wait till morning.
Of course. That's what I
Also,
was expecting.
also, the other part of it is, I actually genuinely don't know how to start. I mean, he flew away. There's no tracks to follow.
Well, I suppose we can go to his apartment or wherever he was living and look for clues as to where he might have gone.
We
We can
could
also
do.
ask anyone who was around which direction they saw him going off in.
Wasn't pretty much everybody at the town hall?
Exactly.
I mean, we know what window he went out of and what direction he went in. Probably could probably ask. I guess Bear wasn't there, so we could also ask him. Um, but I mean, he was. Was he? He kind of like burst into flames when he transformed, right? Was he kind of actively like sparking or anything after that, or was that just for like show,
That was him letting down his magic.
letting down the magic? Okay,
Hmm.
so there wouldn't be like little like fire trails we could follow or something on the ground.
Likely not.
Okay.
Personally think the best bet is to figure out where he was staying and, possibly get a gleam as to where he might head off from there, and of course asking people around.
Hey, what direction was the I guess the window that he went out of?
He went out of the left side of the building.
Out of the left side of the building. Would that put him facing east?
Put him facing west.
Put him facing west.
Yeah.
Okay.
He went out.
So,
That-
weirdly, it's in the direction of our house.
Well, I was wondering if maybe he had gone to that other mine we had been told about, maybe. Because I think we'd been told there were traces of the Byrne family, or at least the Byrne Mining Company or something there.
You can take a hero point.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
That's true. Suppose that's something we can look at, since it seems that he was interested in reviving the mine near here. Perhaps he's heading off there to revive the mine there.
Isn't that mine in the middle of the Tempest Wood?
It is. Yeah. The Chateauyor is in the Tempest Wood at least. But we do have the, think we do have the staff that lets us go into the Tempest Wood. We just
We
have
have
to
this.
watch out for the hags.
We have the Storm Tamer rod.
The rod, yeah.
We also don't need to head off directly tomorrow. I know that Naza and I should at least stay the day after we're elected to try to discuss what comes next with Lady Alaire.
Rat, of course, y'all are elected officials now.
So we need to plan our adventures a little more carefully.
Yeah, you gotta serve your constituency.
Mm-hmm.
Right. But we should, I think, still leave soon, as soon as you can get some sort of, I don't know, leave sorted out with them.
Absolutely. I don't know if we'll need to have leaves sorted out. I think it's just a generally good idea to go and discuss what happens next with them and figure out where that goes. Of course, we can also ask Alaire about that, because I'm sure Alaire knows that we go and run errands. And I think based on the way that she spoke to me after the election, she would be more than understanding of me seeking out my son.
Hopefully.
All right, is there anything else you would like to discuss or do tonight?
Once everyone's kind of settled down for the night, Aoife will probably sneak out the back door, turn into a bird, and kind of head to Tira's window again.
Okay. Then you can go over to Tira's window. As you head there, the window is dark. It does not seem that Tira is home right now.
Well, that ain't good. I suppose with...
I will note that the window does appear to be unlocked, though.
Unlocked? I feel like she'd be very mad if I snooped through her things. I guess I'll see... With the route I flew, would that have taken me over, like, Rayleigh's Park or, like, Prophet's Burn, or would that have been kind of a different route?
What route did you take? Generally, like, how are you flying, like, directly there? Because a direct route, you know, is kind of flying you over Town Hall and close to Prophet's Burn and a bunch of other things, but not directly over any of them.
I guess probably a route like that, as long as I could have, like, reasonably blended in as, like, some other, like, nighttime bird, or just hopefully not been spotted.
Yeah, you could have blended in.
Cool.
You wouldn't have seen anything out of the ordinary. The Briarhearts still seem to be on patrol, from what you could see, but no inordinate activities.
I guess I'll... Is the window open or just unlocked?
The window is unlocked. It's not necessarily open, though. But it is winter time and it's cold out, so...
That's fair. Well, I guess first I'll try and knock on it with my beak or something, see if maybe she's in another room and can hear me from there.
Okay. As you kind of peck at the window, there is kind of a beat, a moment, and then you watch as Agnes, kind of with a candle, it comes around the corner, like with a start, like she's like nervous about what's going on and sees a bird at the window, You see she kind of reaches down and picks up like a spear as she's going to like slowly advance towards the window and you, unsure of what's going on.
I guess I'll. She knows I can polymorph, so I suppose I'll kind of polymorph into like a different bird to kind of hopefully get across that it is just me.
And for a moment, Agnes does kind of look startled and a little bit surprised, and then she recognizes that it's probably you, and goes and like opens the window. Eva, is that you?
Oh, once I'm inside, I'll polymorph into myself and say, yeah, it's me. Is Tira around?
No, she told me to come here not long after the that shit show happened.
Right, she told you to come here, and she just hasn't been back around since then.
Yeah, she's been gone for a few hours.
Great.
I don't like any of this.
Yeah, I don't either. I look. If you see her, can you tell her to talk to me before she does anything?
Eva, what's going on?
I I don't know. There's a lot. Um, just I don't know. We might be going out of town for a few days though to see if we can track down Boudica's son. I'm not sure when. They still need to. Boudica and Neza still need to talk to Lady Alaire about their and Arno about their offices now and all that. Uh, just Tira was not happy about Neza being elected, and I just need to talk to her about it.
Okay. If she comes back, I can tell her to go find you, but honestly, can I go back to my home? Is it safe? I don't want to be here. If I don't need to be.
Alright, shit, let me look at the. Do I get the feeling that is there any way for me to discern whether Agnes was told to come here just to meet Tira, or if Tira wanted her out of the proximity of something?
I mean, there's not really any way to get inside Tira's head.
That is fair. I I think maybe it might be better for you to stay here at least for the night. Tira kind of warned me to maybe stay away from Aza, and so I don't know if something is maybe going to happen in our side of town. I don't know if maybe she wanted you away from the proximity of that, or if she just wanted to talk to you.
Okay. But, let me know if you guys need any help, or you're in trouble or something.
Right. We
Be-
will.
Be careful, Aoife. And she gives you a hug.
I'll hug her back. You too, Agnes. Just take care of yourself in the meantime.
I will.
Alright, and Aoife will go ahead and polymorph back into a bird and fly back out.
Alright. Are you heading back home?
Yeah, I'll head back home.
Gotcha. then, as this was occurring, are any of the rest of you doing anything this night?
Boudica's just sort of sipping the rest of the tea she was given and sort of just sitting on the couch having a big think.
Fair enough.
Ilan probably just took a few minutes to brew another gambler's tonic before heading to bed.
Okay. I think as you were brewing the tonic, Chloe probably would have came by. Mr. Elan?
Oh, hey, Chloe, what do you need?
She smiles and she holds up a notebook with a whole bunch of arcane language that you can't understand. I have a theory.
All right, run me through it.
Okay. And she's going to sit down. Where are you brewing your potion?
Probably the kitchen, honestly.
Gotcha. Then Chloe will sit down, and you can see she's like giddy with excitement. It was really hard because all of you guys don't make a lot of sense, but I tried to make as much sense as I could, because Boudica's really weird, but all of you are really weird. All of you are really, really weird. But, so, Boudica's powers are hers and they're not hers.
Okay.
It's weird because it's like she's trading her original powers for new ones, because I started doing some location spells on Boudica just to see what was going on with her, and she has a lot of high magic with her, like a lot. I'm pretty sure it's high magic, but she's not using it. It's like it's being focused somewhere. I don't know. It's south, but also east, and it's everywhere. It's like it's just choo, and she makes a whole bunch of like hand symbols in the air.
Okay.
But that magic, the when she floats and does her things, it's not high magic. That's what really threw me off, because she has it, but she doesn't use it. It's like she's trading it, and when she gives her high magic out, this other force or thing that's it, I don't know if it's a part of the ring or if it's another thing. I've read about people like warlocks who can trade their like souls for magic, but this is like an exchange rate of magic, and Boudica is channeling lots of high magic all the time, and the ring is giving her back a different magic. And the same's going on for you and Neza. Is that what you wanted me to figure out?
Could you tell what type of magic it was?
I don't know the type. I'm trying to figure out real hard, Mr. Alon. I think it's either low or primordial, but I don't know, because Neza is putting out a lot of low magic and you're putting out a lot of primordial magic. I think. I'm really not sure about you. Is it you or is it Aspasia that's putting out the magic because you're her summoner?
Uh, you're on the right track there.
Okay. Wait, so am I right or am I wrong?
About which part? All of it?
Well, Boudica, Neza, you, you're the one who's giving the primordial magic, right?
Almost certainly.
Cool.
I'll be honest, I'm not entirely certain on Neza, really. What you said about Boudica makes sense. To an extent. Not entirely certain what Neza's deal is magically, but there you go. but but the theory seems sound.
Okay, I have all my notes and things here. I tried to put them out. There's a bunch of gaps. I don't have those yet. But
Out of character, can I make sense of any of it?
No. No. Not really.
like, at least at a cursory glance, like if you had a textbook and like time, you might be able to make sense out of some of it, but this is a girl who basically just locked herself in her room for the past few days and tried to figure out this mystery.
Alon like looks at her notes and is like, Chloe, I am going to be fully honest with you. What you're doing here is far more advanced than anything I've ever done.
Oh,
You are a very smart kid.
thank you. And she just gives you a big smile.
I smile back. But everything you've said is it makes sense from where I'm standing. I'm not inside Boudica or Naze's head, so I can't be fully certain, but at least from my end, all the numbers track.
Okay. So what are you giving your power to? Because that might help.
What do you mean giving to?
Well, because you're the same. Like, not as much as the others, but you...
Wait. Hold on. Step back. I'm putting out power and it's going south and east?
Yeah.
Huh.
Not as much as Boudica and Neza, but, I mean, you... I don't want to be mean, but you don't have a lot of magical power going on.
Oh no, I'm fully aware of that. That's not mean.
But you still have a little bit.
Huh. I was not aware of that. You have given me some things to think about, Chloe.
Okay, am I in trouble?
Not at all.
Okay.
You should be very proud of yourself. You did good work.
Thank you, Mr. Alon.
Absolutely.
Ugh.
Now go on. Now go on. You should get to bed.
Okay. And she'll just kind of like skip off.
Elon sort of finishes stirring up his potion.
I suppose before Chloe fully skips off, I like try to catch her attention.
Hmm?
I say, Chloe,
Yeah.
I trade the power from my knees in order to fly.
Chloe buys it, hook, line, and sinker.
He's messing with you, Chloe.
I am not messing with you, I'm serious. And then Boudica's gonna stand up and then like act like her knees are really wobbly as she starts to float up.
You trade your power to your knee power to fly?
Yes.
To the ring?
Boudica, you didn't float for like the first couple months I knew you, and your knees never gave you trouble.
They only started giving me trouble after I started flying.
Chloe's writing down notes and goes, I gotta go! And she's gonna run.
Why do you do these things?
It amuses me.
This deep, heavy sigh.
And along, I'm not here for much longer, but I am here for a much sillier time, you know?
Hey, if that's how you want to spend your time, who am I to say otherwise?
Exactly.
Neza, what have you been up to during all this?
Hey, so while you both are here, I know we ended up fixing up the attic room. Would it be okay if I go invite Bear?
Yes, of course, please go get him.
Thank you, goodbye. And I'm going to go to my local holy man.
It's still not furnished. We're gonna be putting him up there with a sleeping bag.
But it's better better than outside?
That's fair.
Yeah, you find him like shivering up against his fire as it's in the 20s tonight. It's middle of winter on a cold night. And he kind of sees you coming, kind of jolting awake. Oh, hi, Nisa.
Hey, Bear. Here, we've got the attic room all fixed up. And it's after the election, so you don't have to worry about it anymore.
What happened?
At the election today?
Mm-hmm. No one's
I'll
told
tell
me
you
yet.
on the way.
Okay.
And he just immediately like gets up with his blankets and he puts out his fire and will go like marching with you.
We're going straight back to the house.
Okay, his teeth are chattering the entire way.
And this will give a quick summary of events, of what happened.
Bear's face goes through all the emotions as you are telling the story. His head is spinning by the time you make it to your front porch.
I'm the eminence of wisdom, but I don't understand any of that. That's really crazy.
Inside.
Okay.
Elon sort of looks up. It didn't make sense to me, and I was there.
Oh. You guys had a big day. Wait, but
Yes.
if both of you guys are in the council or the aristocracy, does that mean you could make it so they stop burning Naomi every morning?
Potentially. I don't think we can make that our first act, though.
We'd have to convince one of the other two. Probably Lady Lair. I don't know that Bouchard would ever go for it.
Could you please do that?
I'll bring it up probably at our meeting tomorrow.
Thank you.
And
Lady
he's going to give
O'Hare.
you a big hug.
Okay, big hug back.
And you can see he is still like shivering, chattering, but he's just giving you the biggest hug he can.
Oh,
Bear, do you need anything, like a warm drink? Just to...
Yeah, come sit by the fire.
You can see like he'll nod.
fire's good. I'd really like a warm drink.
Would you like hot chocolate or tea?
Anything warm. I'm not picky.
Nonsense. It's your first night here. You should be able to pick what drink you want.
I like hot chocolate.
Alright. And Boudica will go to the kitchen to start making some hot chocolate.
Okay. And eventually you make the hot chocolate, return. Bear is able to drink it as he's warming himself up by the fire. Still hasn't taken off his heavy blankets. He's just trying to get as toasty as possible.
Ugh. Ugh. Man, you guys have given us a lot of hope. I mean, now maybe Lords will start improving for everybody. That's really good.
We're hoping for it.
I believe in you guys. Oh, this is nice. Ugh. I don't mean to be rude though, but I was asleep or trying to sleep. If I could go to sleep, do I go to sleep here? Or
Oh, we
No,
got...
you got a room upstairs.
oh, okay. Sorry, I'm not very used to this. I haven't had an actual house to myself or even a room. A real room. Not like a torture room in a long time.
Well, unfortunately, we haven't figured out your bed yet, but
I hadn't really been using a bed anyway, so I'll just take indoors. That's an improvement.
Yeah, it's a room with 4 walls and a roof, and it'll be furnished as soon as we can get that set up.
Thank you.
But like, I'll lead him up to the attic.
Gotcha. He'll get up there and basically immediately crash. Like he is
All right.
out cold.
And then I go back downstairs.
All right. About this time, Aoife, you are arriving back.
Cool.
Where'd you
Aoife's-
go?
Oh, just out on a walk.
Just a nice night walk.
It's like 20 degrees out.
Well,
I run warm.
I'm already making some hot drinks. Do you want anything?
Yeah. Can I have a hot chocolate?
Of course. Boudica's gonna go in ahead and make some hot chocolate.
Awesome. You can go ahead and do that. So at this point, it's about midnight.
As an update, Aoife, Bear's up in the attic. He just came in. Because the attic room was done, so we agreed to go invite him.
Oh. Great. So he's up there now?
Yep. Speaking of, I am really tired. It's getting late. See y'all in the morning.
Yeah, I'm gonna head to sleep too. Good night, y'all.
Yeah,
Boudica
see you
will
guys
head
in the
to
morning.
sleep after she gives Aoife the hot chocolate.
Thank
Gotcha.
you, Boudica.
Ah, no problem. See you in the morning.
See you in the morning.
Then all of you can head to bed, take a complete rest. In the following morning, the day is yours as you, for some of you, start your first day as aristocrats.
I assume. Well, I know that Boudica's gonna be up pretty early because we need to catch Lady Alaire pretty early.
Yeah, I think Naza will probably. She'll probably aim to leave around 8:30, so she'll be up around 7:30ish.
Gotcha. Then are each of you leaving at 8:30?
Yeah.
Yeah, after some breakfast and coffee.
Yep, certainly possible. And Bear will be down and he'll help you make breakfast if you want.
Always.
Okay. I'll do that then, and we'll wish both of you luck and 2 thumbs up for each of you as you set off for Lady Alaire. And as you eventually make it to her manor, I mean, she is generally expecting you today, so your arrival is, not unexpected, so she opens the manor door pretty quickly and smiles at all of you. Ah, welcome, both of you. Please, darlings, come in. And she'll kind of lead both of you inside. And will you guys follow?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Then, as you enter and she kind of smiles, you go into her sitting room at this point. So, I am excited that both of you have joined. And now we must get down to business, it seems. Fortunately, Naza, your family home was destroyed a few years ago, so there's not a manor that I can bestow upon you now, as it's the current site of, unfortunately, the pyre of the Prophet. But we can build you or give you the materials for the building of a new manor in time. And as well, we can give you a new symbol of office, as that as well was lost during the burning. But those are all minor things. Now it's time to sort out tasks. So, Boudica, I was thinking that you might be able to help handle the rebuilding of Lords, managing the restoration, of course taking over Lady Moreau's duties of managing accounts beyond the town limits, maybe even helping to assume operations over the mine.
Yes, those were about what I was aiming to try to help with.
Fantastic. Well then, and you can see the Lady Alaire reaches kind of behind her at a stack of paper kind of close to her chair, picks it up, and hands it over to you. These are some of the rudimentary records that the Lady Moreau was working on recently. They have all the accounting figures, numbers, letters, things of that nature, while all of the other files are located in her manor specifically. I'm not sure if you've checked it out yet.
Haven't gotten a chance to go over there, but I will soon, so I can make sure I take a good look at all these figures.
Very well, very well. And all the numbers are there, but if you can just keep up the general standards of income and the movement of trade that Lords propagates, then, well, we should still be in good shape. But we're now trying to make Lords better, so all of us need to be able to do more. And I suppose that's where you come in, Neza. What do you think would be best for you?
Right now, I think I should spend a little more time around the people of Lords and get to know them as well as I can and let them get to know me as well.
That makes sense. Perhaps even training with Arno here and there. So in a few years you might be able to completely resume his duties.
I can agree to that.
And you talked about better diplomatic ties with the cult. Perhaps
Yes.
that is a part of you spending more time with the people of Lords and beyond.
Potentially. There is I've heard rumors of some kind of church nearby.
We have heard rumors of such a thing as well, to the east.
Now, it probably wouldn't be the best thing to do immediately and go visit, but eventually. I think a great first step, though, could be, I don't know, maybe the... Can I ask why the prophet is burned every day?
My father told me it was because the prophet regenerates due to the dark powers she called on when she attempted to overthrow the aristocracy. And so she's burned, as well as the Estelle flowers, to keep her from coming back.
I just thought it seemed a little violent, especially when first coming to Lords and being completely surprised. Is there any alternative? Maybe imprisonment instead, if what you say about the regeneration's true? That way she can't get out and she's not a threat anymore, but it wouldn't be... I think that's probably one of the biggest, most polarizing things between us and the cult. if I had to guess.
Perhaps, but she was known to have certain magical capabilities. So, do you think we could contain such a person?
If there were the help of maybe some experts on magic, or maybe some of the more like prominent oh, maybe no. I was gonna say maybe someone from the university, but I forgot they're all necromancers. So
Yes.
scratch that out. Uh, if we could figure out a way to contain the magic, then I think that would be best.
We might be able to find something if we poked around Florian's lab.
And we do still need to close it, to clear it out.
If you can find something to contain her and her magic and bring it back to me, then I will vote with you as a step. She will, of course, still be contained, but an olive branch to the cultists.
I think that would be a really great first step.
Very well. As soon as that is done, well, we will stop the burnings, it seems. At least the burnings of her. The Estelle flowers likely still will be incinerated, but far less brutal than what occurs otherwise. But otherwise, I wish you both good luck. And my door is always open if you two need anything.
Thank you.
I have
And-
one more thing.
Of course.
If you're not done, Nasa.
I was just going to say thank you for being open-minded.
Of course. Go ahead,
Right.
Miss Byrne.
Well, I have reason to believe that my son headed off to another burn mining facility nearby in the Tempest Wood. I don't know when, of course. I do eventually want to go and find him because it is to my understanding that he was a very productive member of Lords, and I would like to try and bring him back.
Yes. The Tempest Wood, you say, though.
Yes.
That's very
It would be-
dangerous.
I don't know when I would go, because I of course don't want to jet off as soon as I am given in the aristocracy, but it is something I do want to do very soon, and
I see. While you are gone, then, will both of you be gone?
Most likely.
I see. In that case, if you are gone, there should probably be a vestment of both of your powers, just so that there isn't still a deadlock, as there was. Perhaps when both of you leave, you vest your votes to me?
We'll have to see. I think that could work.
If you
I trust your judgment on. I believe that we align on most things.
As do I.
fantastic. If you were to write a simple document and sign it with a neutral observer present, then it should be able to be enough where, on matters that require the aristocracy's vote, that we could get such things done. But I would certainly ask that you not leave Lords without having a way to vest your power while away.
Of course, this is why we thought it would be very important to speak with you first before doing anything.
You are very wise. And let me know if you have any other questions or needs about.
Is there any way I can make some kind of check to see if she's truly wanting the best for Lords and our supposed shared ideals, or if she's trying to get more power for herself?
Make a spirit check.
Spirit, understood. I deleted my... That's okay, 1 second. I deleted the one where I rolled 3 dice. 2 successes.
2 successes. Okay. Then you don't think the Lady Alaire wants to do anything ill towards Lords. But, I mean, there is a little bit of politicking necessarily going on here. Like, what she's got here is basically a supermajority alliance with the two of you. Where, you know, if she keeps you two happy and works with you, and the three of you work together, there's literally nothing Arno can do. Like, you can, the three of you, reshape Lords how you want. So she's likely not going to piss you two off, like, as long as this alliance still keeps on going forward. But there's clearly something there of her wanting some power as well. Or at least more authority.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Of course. She kind of smiles. Do you want mimosas?
Oh, I'm okay. Thank you, though.
Thank you for the offer, but I think I really should get through this stack of papers as soon as I can.
Very fair. Then let all three of us get to work then.
I'm probably gonna walk around to some of the businesses and just say hi.
That would be good. Well, take care, my good fellows. Have a wonderful day, and keep warm this winter.
Take care. Stay warm.
Mm-hmm. And you guys heading out?
Yes.
All right. And Alon is in his shack, and Alon, you probably got some people coming through with the sniffles, common cold, things like that. You know, just general things that you can easily take care of, as you are being your regular doctor self.
All right, great.
And you can take 2 hero points for your doctoring of the town.
Okay.
And Aoife, what are you up to?
Aoife's probably gonna head out and swing towards Prophet's Burn, see if Tira is with the other Briarhearts there.
You go to the Prophet's Burn, and Tira's not there, but Gregory is, along with all the other Briarhearts, and they aren't necessarily, like, training, they're more so, like, on guard patrol, it seems.
I'll kind of jog up to Gregory.
And he'll give you a nod.
Oh, hi, Aoife.
Hey, Gregory. What are you guys up to?
Extra guard duty today.
Huh? Tira told you to do that?
Yeah,
Did she say why or anything?
boss has been, definitely on edge since yesterday when the fucking devil man we all thought was Pascal flew out the window. But we're supposed to be on watch for, honestly, people messing around with the body.
Right. Okay. Do you know where Tira is right now? I kind of wanted to talk to her.
Make a spirit check at probably benefit to Aoife. One, because they know that you know Tira from way back, and another because you're very chummy with the Briarhearts as well.
Alright. Benefit 2, so that's anything greater than a 2, correct?
Correct.
Youch. May I use a hero point to reroll one of those?
Yeah, go for it.
Three successes.
You can see Gregory kind of bounces on the balls of his feet. He's kind of unsure and then kind of leans in close. I'm not supposed to tell anyone this, but I don't think Tira would mind. And we know you, Aoife. Tira's been talking to Arno Bouchard. I think she's over there right now.
Alright. Thank you, Gregory. I appreciate it.
Just keep it on the down low, alright? We don't really know exactly what's going on, but there's something weird.
No, I got you. I didn't hear it from you. I saw her when I was walking by, that's all.
Alright. Take care, Aoife.
Yeah, you too, Gregory. And I guess I'm gonna hop on down to Bouchard's place.
Okay. As you hop on down there, you would probably, as you get there, find one of Tira's quote-unquote party mates, a large Goliath man standing 7.5 feet tall in thick armor with a huge steel harpoon kind of standing guard outside of Bouchard's manor. You would know this individual as Naracon, like one of the heavy hitters. Kind of looks down at you. Fox. And he gives you a nod.
Naracon? Hey, is Tira around?
Yep, she's in there. Talking with the old guy. He's got a lot of funny sashes.
Yeah, Arno's funny like that. Do you know how much longer she'll be in there?
Her and Optimal have been in and out for a while now. They don't wait around, but something's got their bee in a bonnet.
Alright.
All I know
Yeah.
is that we're probably gonna have some action soon. It's been too boring in this town. I mean, the goblins were fun, but God, it's been a while.
Yeah, I don't suppose she told you what kind of action?
Who knows?
And he kind of gives this sly smile, like he has some idea, but he doesn't want to say.
Right. Well, I'll just wait out here with you then.
Alright. You want some jerky?
Yeah, I'll have some turkey.
Pull out some kind of like road jerky and kind of begins passing it back and forth with you.
I'll eat it.
And at this point, we will cut back over to Boudica and Neza. What are you guys doing when you leave? Are you guys heading home, diverting paths? What's going on?
Boudica will probably head home to get through the initial stack of papers she was given and really like try to study it as best as she can, because she is not a numbers person, but she is now like, okay, I kind of have to become a numbers person, so I have to do my best.
Gotcha. Very
She's
fair.
also probably hoping that Aspasia or Elon would help her make more sense of it.
Alon is working, but Aspasia would definitely be willing to try and help.
Yes.
All right.
I love your wife, Elon. Not in that way.
Fair. And Neza.
I mean, she is great.
That is true. S tier character. And Neza, are you just walking around? Or what are you doing?
Sorry, I was muted. I think Neza is probably starting to go to most businesses and just say hi, give a quick introduction, ask a little bit of personal questions, basic politician schmoozing.
Gotcha.
Politicking.
Rouge is happy to talk to you. She loves talking to you because, she helped get you elected with the people. You had a lot of support there. And pretty much everyone else is happy to talk to you. Germain recognizes, he gave you a room first night you came to Lord's. Julie is happy to see you as well. You would notice that Bellamy Bellows kind of has a lot of idle workers kind of milling about, and they would inform you that Pascal, and they still call him Pascal, has not come into work, and basically took a bunch of documents and records, and they're just finishing up orders right now, and they're not really sure what to do.
Gotcha. I'm gonna go ask Boudica Byrne, because she's probably the one that would deal more closely with that. And then Neza will walk a bit, and then once she's sure that they can't see her anymore, send a very quick telepathic message to Boudica describing the situation.
Gotcha.
Upon hearing the message, Boudica will probably be rubbing her temples.
Fair enough.
The joys of public office.
Yeah. The joys of having a son.
Oh, yes. And you would also see Neza, of course, everything that's happening at the Prophet's Burn. Extra guard, a general tenseness with the Briarhearts. No sign of Tira as well. But would you stop in to see Agnes?
I guess so. She's definitely thinking about skipping it, but then doesn't and goes in.
Okay. Then as you go in, Agnes is selling some groceries to a customer, and as they're leaving, she kind of sees you and kind of goes back straight. Hi, Neza. How can I help you? Is everything okay?
Yeah, everything's fine. Just saying hi. Making the rounds.
Right.
Is everything going okay here?
Yes, business is booming. More things happening in town. More people with money. It's good.
That's great.
Congratulations, by the way.
Thank you.
Aristocracy.
Thank you. If there's ever anything you need, just ask. I'll do what I can.
Thank you. I will.
Do you have any chocolate left?
Yes, I do. And she reaches back behind and kind of pulls out some chocolate, a few bars, and kind of passes it over to you.
And Nizu will purchase them.
Naza just kind of shakes her head. It's fine.
She does what?
Or
Who shakes?
Agnes shakes her head and says, "It's fine. You all have done so much for me. A little bit of chocolate on me."
Thank you.
Take care, though. I don't know. Tira's been acting weird, and Aoife's been acting weird, and I just want. Are all of you okay?
Wait, how has Eva been acting weird?
She came by last night.
First I've heard of it. She just said she went on a cold winter night's walk.
We saw each other. I don't think she was expecting to see me.
Okay. I'll ask and make sure everything's going okay.
Okay.
As for the rest of us, I think we're doing fine. Elon's a little stressed out lately, mostly due to the mess of yesterday.
I can imagine. It was a lot yesterday.
And Boudica is dealing with the emotional fallout of that too. But otherwise, I think we're all doing okay.
It's good to hear. I'm glad. And she's just kind of like bounces back and forth on her feet for a bit as you're still there.
Yeah. See you around. Thank you for the
Yes.
chocolate.
See you around. Say hello to everybody for me.
Will do. And Nisa will leave.
Okay.
I get the feeling that that was probably her last stop too, so unfortunately there's not a lot of everyone to say hi to. Having said that out loud, I realized she meant the fucking family
Yeah.
and not the business owners of Lawrence.
Congratulations. You figured it out.
Yeah, I'm going back home.
Okay. Then, as you head back, we cut over to you, Aoife. As out from the house comes Tira, Arno Bouchard, and Tira's other associate, the tiefling artificer Optimal. And as they walk out, Arno sees you, smiles. Aoife, just the individual that I was hoping to see.
Oh, you wanted to see me?
Yes, and you can see Tira is surprised. What are you doing here, Aoife?
Well, I came to talk to you.
And Tira kind of looks to Arno, who looks to Tira. Then Arno looks to you, or are you looking at Arno?
I'll look at Arno.
Gotcha. So you look at Arno, who looks back to Tira, then looks back to you. Tira has informed me of many potential circumstances going on unbeknownst to us in the City of Lords. I was wondering if you would confirm such things.
I have suspicions, my own suspicions as to what things might be going on, but I don't think anything rash should be done yet until they're actually straightened out.
Do you happen to know the identities of individuals of your cohort that may or may not be a part of the cult?
Well, I know as well as the rest of us that Neza is related to the Prophet.
And you can see, like, Arno gives, like, a raised eyebrow at Tira and looks back. I have been given information that you gave testimony that the newest member of the aristocracy is a part of the cult of the devout. Is this true?
I think I like I said, I have my suspicions, but I don't think that anyone should be getting hurt. I think it is something that can still be resolved peacefully.
I see. Is this a confirmation, then, or is it just purely suspicion?
What would happen if it was confirmation?
Well, likely we would need to confront Neza, and if it were true, likely expulsion from the aristocracy and an investigation. But nothing rash.
I It's just theory at the moment. I cannot say that Nisa is 100% and aligned with the devout with no chance of return.
And you can see Arno nods and turns to Tira. See, I knew I'd gotten a good read off of the child. She, despite her heritage, is for us, for lords. And you can see Tira kind of looked back at you, Aoife. Aoife, we don't know what's going on here. And look, be honest here. Was it all a lie?
Look, I am being honest. I was not lying when I said I had suspicions, but I just really think that I think I think things can potentially be fixed without having to deal with expulsion or anything like that. I think if we're just given a little bit more time, if Nisa is allowed to see a little bit more of the town's way, she can come to her own, to the right conclusions.
And at this point, like, Arno looks back to you. Wait, is she fraternizing with the cult?
Like I said, suspicions. I can't tell you. I don't know exactly to what degree she's been fraternizing.
Look, from where I stand, the cult is necessarily going to attempt to bring people into its fold. But for you, Tira, and you, Aoife, to make such accusations against a new member of the aristocracy on her first day in office, unacceptable. Frankly, despicable. Neza is one of us. And she must be given proper respect, at least in her first week. Have we no manners? Now, Captain of the Briarhearts, please resume your normal duties. I will resume mine. And if you are going to make such accusations again, come with evidence. And he's going to turn and begin to head back inside. And Tira's just gonna, like, glare at you, Aoife.
Look, I'm sorry, just give me more time. I can get Nisa to drop this. I mean, we're
More time,
right now.
more time.
I just don't think it's too late for her, and we're about to. We might be leaving town for a few days anyway. If I can talk everyone into going to find Boudica's son. So I mean, if Neza's out of Lords for just a moment, then that gives more time, right?
Things are getting worse, Aoife. They're getting worse. If we wait, who knows what will happen by the time you get back.
Well, what do you mean they're getting worse?
Things are... It's getting louder.
Okay, and that has to do with the election, you think?
Maybe, I don't know. Something's going on, and they're behind it.
Right, well, look, right now, with the keys we have, I assume Neza would take them. We would probably, I imagine, be taking them with us if we left town. If the keys are away from town, then the cult can't do anything beneath the well. Things would be safe for at least a time being.
That's fair. Okay, get them out of here then. We'll see.
Right.
And Tira's going to storm off, Optimal behind her, and Narakan is going to smile.
Good sharing jerky with you.
Yeah, good sharing with you. See you
Sucks that you killed all the fun, though. Or maybe you didn't.
I'm sure you'll find some fun somewhere else.
And he's going to jog off behind Tira.
Right. Aoife's gonna head back to the house.
Okay. Then everyone's back at the house, probably about 12:30 at this point. What are you guys doing?
So, how did you guys' Sorry.
The flip! The flip!
Of course, now you like him.
Yeah, dude defended me, something that supposedly my best friend didn't do.
I tried to do damage control.
And I do appreciate that. I would have appreciated it not getting to this point, but I
Think you did,
appreciate
you-
that too.
I
you
would
did
have
damage
appreciated
control
you
for the
not
damage
joining the
you
cult, but
originally
you know.
did.
I would have appreciated you. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind.
Also
Nasa's
joining
just
the cult.
drinking hot water, or I meant hot chocolate. Fuck.
No,
This
you're
is
just drinking
just
hot
straight hot
water.
water.
You were
No,
gonna make hot chocolate,
Fine.
but you didn't add the packet.
Nasa is attempting to make hot chocolate, but she forgets to put the chocolate in. So as you walk in, she's like, "Oh hi, just finished making hot chocolate." Goes to take a sip, goes "Wah!" and then puts the chocolate in.
Right. How'd it go with Lady Alaire?
It went really well. She she was very nice. It feels like she's really on Boudica and I's side, which is nice. I was worried that it was going to be all backstabby, and there's still room for it to be, but it's nice.
That's good. Did you guys get a chance to talk about us going after Oyson?
Yes. Boudica?
We did. We would have to do some bureaucracy stuff before heading out, but we possibly could. However, and Boudica's gonna gesture to the stack of papers in front of her. I would like to at least go through all this, and plus whatever Lady Moreau had in her estate before going out. I wouldn't feel comfortable going out before that. And also, I need to sort out the mess that Ocean left. Bellamy Bellows kind of just abandoned it. The workers don't know what to do, so I need to fix that as well.
Right.
And we also have to go clear out Florian's lab. I kind of volunteered us for the job before the aristocracy thing, because it's, there might be stuff there that we can use, and it is kind of dangerous, and we're one of the only ones in town that have been in and can really do anything.
Right. Boudica, is there any chance those papers you're going through, would you just be able to take them with you and read them on the road?
Possibly, but that doesn't solve the whole Bellamy Bellows situation. I need to make sure that everything's set up there, and of course, I still don't know how many documents I need to go through that are in Lady Moreau's manor.
Right. I mean, maybe the workers, maybe you could assign them to help, like, Rouge and, like, other businesses around town. But I really, really think maybe we should get out of town for a few days. Maybe get a head start on Oyson.
Why do you want to get out of town so soon? We just got elected. There's things we need to take care of.
Right. Well,
Yeah, that reminds me. Agnes mentioned you've been acting a little weird. She said you and her met up at some point last night while you were taking your midnight walk. What happened?
yeah. I was looking for Tira, and I found Agnes instead. I found Tira today. Um, she's really not happy with you joining the aristocracy. She tried to turn. She wanted Arno to formally come over and question you. Uh, I talked them out of that, but I think the best way to get Tira off of your back for a bit would be to not be here for a few days. And, we don't want the Oyson's Trail to get cold anyway.
While we're out, maybe we could visit the church. I did kind of get permission to go skulking about. Um, I would like to clear out the lab before we leave, though.
Okay. I guess I can't argue against the church since that's on the way anyway. Yes. Can we be quick about the lab? Can we maybe do that today so we can leave town by tomorrow?
I don't think we can leave town by tomorrow. I still have a lot of bureaucracy stuff we gotta do with
And
Bellamy Bellows.
they gotta find what you call them, stand-ins.
Yes, we do have to find stand-ins.
There's like probably an actual word for that, but that's as I get.
Maybe that's something we could try to do, is the displaced workers from Pascal could begin to be trained in more high skill professions like doctoring or...
Well, first off, I'm just gonna say, blacksmithy is a very high skill profession.
Oh, I didn't mean it's low skill, I meant other kinds of...
I don't think we necessarily need to make them work different jobs, because we still need blacksmiths. They just need some form of leadership.
I was gonna say, you guys are like doing the rebuilding project, right? You're gonna need metal.
I was imagining this was very much going to be a process where I could go in and assess the situation and interview some potential candidates to take over the Bellamy Bellows from who is already employed there.
I mean, that makes sense to me.
Maybe you could just do it like expedited, like pick someone who seems like they have seniority or does well or whatever, give them a probational week or two.
Okay,
and then see.
Aoife, be straight with me. Do you think Tira's gonna try and kill us?
It's a possibility she might try to kill Neza.
Hmm.
I have tried to talk her down from it, and she agreed she'd feel more comfortable with us out of town, but I don't know what Neza staying in town will do.
Okay, that's great. First day and I'm already being assassinated.
Yeah, Arno asked her to wait at least a week.
Oh, he did?
His actual words were that trying to make a joke. He was very defensive of you and said that it was very rude to bring accusations against you so early when you had barely become an aristocrat.
I'm really glad we've been nice to him this entire time.
Yeah. So glad we never said anything about him.
To
It
his
was
face.
negative.
That one was out of character.
Okay.
Anyway, you have Lady Alaire and I guess Arno on your side, but I mean, when the Briarhearts took out the Prophet, they just kind of came in the night. So it, if Tira just does something, it's kind of a, don't ask for permission, just do it and get an apology later. or give an apology later. So even
Aphid,
though you have what, yeah,
there are children in this house.
I am aware.
This seems like a very, very bad situation. Do you think, and this is a genuine question, do you think we should start taking watches?
Lady Alaire did originally offer to hire a security detail for me when it came to Ocean. I can always ask her and tell her I've changed my mind.
Uh,
What are the odds that that's the Briarhearts,
I
though?
was I was gonna
Yeah.
say she might just ask some Briarhearts to do it.
Although, I guess to be fair, not everyone agrees with Tira's leadership. So, but I don't want to cause infighting in the most capable fighters in town.
Hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. Watches probably couldn't hurt. I don't think she would try to hurt anyone besides Neza, but I
What is she gonna do if she ever discovers that we have the eminence of wisdom staying in our attic?
Maybe we start not using those words together in sentences just to be safe.
I could agree to that.
right, that would not be good.
I'm sorry. I think I missed something. Why does she want Neza dead? Is it because of her connection to Naomi?
I assume she knows somehow. And Nasa is casting a glance at Aoife.
People will
That
wither a little bit.
that I am part of the devout. What?
I was just saying. Um, by the way, maybe I just missed something, but isn't it a little weird that Tira gets here and kind of immediately has this really hardline stance against them?
It really is.
Like she hasn't been here for that long in the grand scheme. It feels like the aggression happened really quickly.
I have no
Tira's.
idea.
I'm. I'm not going to give her personal history on her behalf, but it is more of a general position against cults rather than the devout in the specific.
Okay.
From what I know, anyway, she has not told me of any time she's come across the devout before. It seems more just that she's afraid of them because they are a cult.
No, sure. That makes
Not-
sort of sense.
And I suppose it doesn't make any kind of difference that all of the accusations of cult like behavior have been completely unsubstantiated. Other than other than the worshipping a god part.
Hey, you're the anthropology student. I don't actually know what the difference is between. I don't actually know
Well,
what the definition of a cult is.
well, there's no real definition of cult. It's a term that we try to stay away from because it's that's real life. Let's back up a little bit. I don't know of any specific definition of cult. It's kind of it depends on the author, but the everything that, or at least everything that I've heard that people have said in town about the devout has been a lot of just fear mongering tactics, like saying they're gonna come try to convert you. We were friends with Bear for months and he didn't even say a word about it once. And all the like they are aggressive and terrible. They're gonna like I don't know come eat your babies in the night. They didn't actually say that one, but they might as well have. It's none of their claims have been substantiated at all. In fact, every time we've interacted with the devout, it's been almost the opposite. Their town is extremely well off right now. Everybody's happy there from what we last saw. It just feels like there's something missing. And I feel like if we could eventually make our way down to the Grey Gate, because that's what they're all arguing about, isn't it? Where Estelle is. Crux of the issue is that the devout believes Estelle is in the new Ascendant Garden, and the and worships the Ascendant power because they believe it comes from Estelle. But people here in Lords are saying that it's some other weird entity, a false god that they're worshipping. And so, if we could just eventually make our way down to the Grey Gate, I think we could end up figuring this out.
Well, currently, you two are newly elected officials who need to find people to replace them to actually leave town.
We may have that already covered, but I think I'd want to sleep on that. But I at least need a day or two to sort through these documents, because I am not the best with numbers, and there's a lot of accounting happening here. I probably need some help going through these.
I can give you a hand.
Thank you. And of course, with the Bellamy Bello situation, I do want to tomorrow, pretty early on, make my presence known there and try to start a process in which I can instate someone else to take over that operation.
I've also got my own thing that I was trying to do, which, no offense, Aoife, I don't really feel comfortable talking about anymore because of, well, somebody's been telling Tira about our cult relations. So, I would really like to get Florian's lab taken care of as well. There's something in there I'm looking for.
So unfortunately, I do not think we are going to be leaving town for, at the very least, half a week.
Well, I don't know about you all, but unfortunately, I think we're gonna have to start taking watches in our own house.
Where is Bear during this conversation?
Oh, you can see he is on like the couch as he's just been like sitting here. Like he was just chilling and then everyone started having a conversation around him.
What do you make of all this, Bear?
Also, sorry that your new living situation has turned very stressful very quickly.
And
Yeah.
congratulations on the new living situation.
Oh, well, thanks for
Also,
giving it.
but also sorry.
Yeah, there's a lot there. Well, first thing, you guys should be. I hope you guys are safe. And you know, I don't. Tira gives me the heebie-jeebies a bit sometimes. A lot of the time, I don't know what's really going on there. Personal problems. It sounds like from
I haven't
Aoife.
talked to her much, but what little I have, she's quite intense.
Yeah, maybe she needs, honestly, someone to talk to, like a mental health specialist.
Elon, this is entirely off topic. I'm so sorry for interrupting you, Bear.
Okay.
You mentioned that you did mention at some point Diana could talk to animals, right? Like
Yeah,
kind of offhand.
probably.
You mentioned Diana can talk to animals. Do you think, is there anything that, and I don't want to involve your daughter in weird politics, that's not what I'm trying to do, but is there anything that they would be gossiping about Tira's current state?
I can ask Diana for the highlights, but I'm not gonna have her ask animals to spy for us.
Okay.
Like you just said, I'm not gonna involve her in anything.
I wouldn't ask you to. That would be putting her in danger, and I do not want that. I
So
just
I'm just gonna
appreciate
ask her
your.
what the animals have been talking about, and we'll see what that brings up.
Sounds like a great plan. I'm sorry, Barry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh, no, that's okay. I mean, you got a lot of things that you need to talk about. Um, honestly, I just hope Tira isn't a threat to everybody else, because she seems maybe not the safest right now to you or to literally anybody. I don't really know what to do about that, unless maybe she needs a vacation or some time off. I mean, maybe the stress is getting to her because she could snap from what I've seen.
Yeah.
Elon starts just chugging like two very large glasses of water.
Double fisting them.
Yep. He's like, excuse me, I'm hoping these are dehydration headaches.
It might also be a good idea if you guys are leaving town to take Agnes with you, because if they're in a relationship or close, her being nearby could be a lightning rod, and that could be bad or other things. And I I know that you guys have a history with Agnes, but she's my friend. I don't want anything to happen to her.
Of course not.
Either.
Yeah, no, I was not thinking of involving her in this. I tried to keep her out of it as much as possible, but well, when I ran into her, I had to give a bare minimum explanation.
Bare minimum.
Bare minimum. No pun intended.
Look, Tyr is really strong, and I don't know if this is possible, but if we want a surefire way of her not being able to do anything, I mean, maybe stopping the burning of Naomi could be good, or getting her on vacation, or just leaving. Like, there are options, but
I did have an update about that for you in maybe afterwards. But
Um,
I'm
sorry, this may seem like a weird thing to pull from that. Where would she go on vacation? Like, she'd probably just still be here,
yeah,
just not doing anything.
maybe she could go see the mine.
I don't think caves are very relaxing.
I mean, I don't know. Caves can be quite relaxing.
yeah. There's this place I read about in a book once called Luray Caverns, and
I will interject that the mines aren't really like a beautiful natural cave. It is a man-made hole. With some natural caves, yes, but it's a work site.
Yeah, it's an
and can you
actively
imagine?
It also
Can you
had
operated
imagine
mine.
if
It
Tira
also
got her
had
hands on Blue Jade and her insane drive got addicted to it? Oh,
Ugh.
1 second, please.
I I don't think she'd be stupid enough, honestly, to pick up the weird jade and potentially the blue jade and potentially fall for it.
I mean, there's a casino down south. How is she with gambling?
Let's not send her there.
Why not?
I look. I don't think trying to get her out of town is the answer, and I think that will only make her more suspicious.
Alright, no, it's fair. I mean, I would offer therapy, but I have a feeling that because I associate with you all, she might not listen to me.
You're the only therapist in town.
I know.
You're the
Yeah.
only doctor guy. They have no other options. They can't look at reviews. It's just you.
I'm the only one on Yelp.
You have a monopoly. In a way.
You know, saying that out loud makes me feel kind of weird about it.
Hey, if we take the blacksmiths.
No, that's not a.
Although,
But then we'll have no metal.
on a more serious note, though, if we take Agnes with us to go see Oisin, then
I thought we
I
were
did.
arguing for keeping her out of that and leaving
Yeah,
her in town.
that
Oh,
was
I
my
thought we were arguing for
understanding.
taking her with us because if Tira's violent, it could be directed at the nearest person.
Yeah.
That's
Oh.
what
I,
the impression
I,
I
I
got as
don't.
well.
She wouldn't hurt Agnes.
How do you know? Honestly, and I don't. This comes from a place of love and affection because you are my friend, Aoife. But how can we trust that?
I mean,
She's not.
in fairness, there is the opposite possibility, which is us bringing Agnes with us. Yeah, I don't know. From a certain standpoint, it could be quite rough for Tira to not have her partner around. I'm not. And, well, I mean, it's not Agnes's job or anything. I'm just saying, if we're viewing it from a standpoint of Tira's reaction to certain situations. Also, we're going to the Tempest Wood. I don't know.
On a more personal level, we did say we could probably stop by the church, and
What?
while that would, oh, Aoife said we could.
Well,
No,
no.
you said you wanted to go there, and I said I couldn't say no because it was on the way.
I'm sorry, I thought that was agreement. If we do end up stopping by the church, which I don't think is a bad idea at all. I think that, especially because you haven't gotten to see it yet, Alon. You had to stay in the cart last time.
That's true.
But, there's an upside and a downside to that if we do take Agnes along. The upside is I think Agnes is one of the only people in Lords that would maybe have their horizons broadened a bit. Not immediately attack on sight if we do visit the cult. But because of that, I'm worried that if we come back and I don't want Agnes to either have to lie to Tira to keep her calm or admit what happened and set Tira off.
Well, there's also that if we did that with Agnes, she would almost certainly find out that you'd been there before, and this wasn't like, you know, the first political outreach from Lords or what have you.
Oh, I don't doubt that she's figured that out.
Probably.
I
You're
And
probably correct.
Oh, we're
I'm-
talking about Tira. I'm sorry. I meant Agnes.
But,
I feel
Agnes
like
knows we went.
Yes, Agnes does
okay.
know.
Oh, alright. I wasn't positive on that. I kind of mixed up a little bit.
I gave her the chocolates from the.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, I remember now.
Maybe you can bring back some more.
Look, Tira's not someone who is just going to go around senselessly attacking people. She has reason to suspect that Neza might hurt other people because she's with the cult, who, you know, from what Tira knows, hurts other people. And so I think, for one, Agnes is not involved enough in all of that to set off any kind of, you know, pings or anything for Tira. But I think also taking Agnes with us might. Well, for starters, I think she already doesn't like how you treated Agnes Neza, and so putting you together, I don't think she would see as a good idea. And also, that brings Agnes closer to the cult, which I think Tira would also be very afraid of.
I agree, which is why I'm really worried about it, but I just. Taking a step back from Tira for a second, though, I feel like Agnes would really enjoy the journey.
I think
Not
so
just the
too.
journey.
Okay, I think we're getting into this again, where it is putting her enjoying the journey versus getting her in potentially a lot of trouble in the process.
So then, we learned
Also,
last
just
time we should just talk and ask her what she wants. We know she can handle herself in a fight. Now the question is whether she can handle an emotional fight.
that, and also just we should also be clear as to what this one would involve. It's us going to the Tempest Wood, which would possibly, if in worst case scenario, involve us being caught by witches.
Yeah, look, I just really think Agnes should hang back for this one. Feel like I feel like bringing her along would complicate things for us and for her.
I am fine with asking her, but I think that she should be aware of all factors when she makes that decision. That's my standpoint.
My point, I'm not necessarily arguing 100% saying we need to take her, but I'm saying we need to ask. At this point, it is not our decision to make whether she is allowed to go. It's really her own whether she wants to go or not.
Well, it's our trip. I mean, it's not like we're trying to stop her from something she was already planning on doing. Or like telling her, you can't leave Lords or whatever. Like, we're just saying, we're just not. I just would prefer not to take us on this particular excursion together with us outside Lords.
So that is 2 for wanting to ask Agnes, 1 for don't ask her. What is Boudica's stance here, Shannon?
While Agnes has been close to Tira, she's still been very kind to Neza. Even though the relationship seems strange, she still has at least some good grace left for Neza. So we could ask her. We should properly inform her that it is a dangerous excursion. But we could ask her, because
And I feel like
Aoife, you may vouch for your friend very much, and of course you know Tira much more than the rest of us. However, you are coming in here telling us that Tira might kill Neza. And you're saying that, but also saying Tira wouldn't hurt anyone without cause, even though Neza has done nothing, and it's not lining up. Tira makes me, based on what we have experienced of her, makes me feel uncomfortable.
I
But
feel
as
if we
I told you, the cause is Neza's association with the cult.
A cult that Tira doesn't know much about.
And I feel like if we do ask Agnes, while we should be clear about the danger, we should be even more explicit that we are visiting the church. Because I don't feel like that's right to hide.
Okay, but I also. I don't think we should be spreading around that we are going to the church when, I told. The point of us leaving that I told Tira was to, get out of town, get. Mainly so that cult's influence here would not be as potent for the time being. if we are just telling everyone that we're going to the church, that is still things to do with the cult. If we're, I'm not saying we shouldn't inform Agnes that we're going to visit the church, but I think we should be extremely careful about who that is set in earshot of, and whether or not you think Agnes would be liable to tell Tira where we're going.
Neza can also be explaining the reasons why, that it's an excursion to help rebuild lords and to lessen tensions. Which it is.
It's true. It would help.
And this is something I've been trying to find a good time to ask for a while. But would it be alright with all of you and with you, Bear? Would it be alright if Bear came along? We are visiting the church.
Oh, I'd be more than fine with that.
Ooh.
Well, I suppose that begs the question, Bear, how do you feel about venturing into the Tempest Wood?
Better than being around Tira. No
Can't really argue
offense,
that.
but she, for some reason, she scares me a lot more than a bunch of witches. Plus, you're my buddies.
Alright.
Does Tira know about Chloe?
I would certainly hope not.
I did not mention Chloe.
So what's gonna happen if she breaks in here while we're gone and finds 2 children?
She never talked to me. She doesn't know how many kids I have.
She trying to think of how to put this.
Would she start the baby eating rumors?
No. I think Chloe's a bit large to be considered a baby anyway. I think. I don't know how your lifespans work.
Yeah, aren't you like 3 years old?
Like 10 or something.
Is that in
Um,
fox years? Or in people years?
In people, I suppose I've been able to polymorph into a person for about 10 years, give or take.
Hmm.
So
Which
when
I guess I
we
wasn't. Granted, I wasn't very old when I met Tira anyway. I suppose I was probably, I don't know, maybe a year old, but that's a lot more difficult. I wasn't exactly keeping track of that.
Dang. So you're like nearing my age. In a way. If you're 10.
Well, 1 fox year is roughly equal to like 5 human years.
But also, I also have a weird lifespan. So you would have to convert that to Aasimar years.
But at this point, I believe the vote is to give Aoife the option to take Bear with you guys.
give who?
Or, sorry,
Agnes,
give
yeah.
Agnes the option. I've had a long day.
Yeah.
Then take Bear with you, set out, and stop by the Church of the Neverborn, and then go to Chateau Yor within the Tempest Wood looking for Oisin. Is that correct?
And if I can get away with it, try to extract some tree sap.
Fair enough.
I would like to note that is it okay if this plan takes place within a few days to accommodate Boudica and I's time schedules?
Our
Yes.
political agendas.
Between
And hopefully we clear out Florian's manor tomorrow.
between now and next session, all of you will have the ability to do downtime activities. So, going through the notes, restructuring Bellamy Bellows, going through Florian's laboratory, and anything else.